This person then was completely stunned when they heard a familiar voice. This child is the son of Yu Zheng Yu. But what about Yu Zheng? How is she doing, dear master? When we found him. Unfortunately, Yu Zheng had already. Li Zian instinctively recognized that it was the voice of the master of the Lai Sung family and their butler, but his father should have already passed away. After Li Zian clearly saw what was in front of him, he confirmed that this person was indeed his father. But he looked very young, and it was not just him. The butler Choi was also there. Li Zian instinctively reached out his hand towards the other person. Then he was shocked to discover that his hand was tiny, just like a child's. This is really absurd. But Li Zian has truly been reborn as a child. Li Zian's first reaction was panic. He did not know what was happening, even though he had clearly died. At first, Li Zian thought this was a reflection or the afterlife. Then, he heard Lai Tasin instructing butler Choi. It is great that this child's name is Zian. Just like other children, arrange for a wet nurse to take care of him, and also send a part of the spirit sword team as guards. Additionally, let this child participate in the selection ceremony along with the 8th young lady. Butler Choi seemed very surprised, as Li Zian was just a child, unprepared, and there was quite a gap in age between him and the 8th young lady. However, Tisin's decision was made. After finalizing this matter, he and butler Choi left. Li Zian lay in the wooden crib and breathed deeply. Indeed, it was still his father. After a long time, the imposing presence was just as terrifying as before. But more importantly, what is actually happening here? If this is really a reflection before death, then this feeling is too real. Furthermore, the conversation just now between Lai Sin and butler Choi really did happen. Although it feels a bit hard to believe, it seems he has really returned to the past. It is hard to accept this absurd situation. Yet, just like that, a few months have passed since he first returned to the past, and the special day for the Lai Sung family has arrived, which is the selection ceremony. During this ceremony, the children of the family will showcase their talents through weapon selection. Li Zion's father, who had dozens of swords chosen when he was young, became the greatest swordsman of that time. His older brother, chosen by sword, magic books, and staves, became renowned for his exceptional talent in both swordsmanship and magic. And this time, the participant in the selection ceremony is Li Zian. Just like before, he has to wear a very uncomfortable ceremonial outfit. Sitting on a velvet chair waiting, Li Zian's wet nurse keeps praising him, saying he looks so cute in this elegant outfit, and encourage Li Zian not to worry. There will definitely be good results. The path of the young master will surely always be wide open. I am certain of it. The flower girl smiles from the wind. Li Zian also feels cheerful. To him, this wet nurse is just like a real mother, because he has not had his mother by his side since he was little. However, due to the oppression from the other brothers, the flower girl was eventually expelled from the family along with him. She is the only one who stood by Li Zian, having cried out of worry for him even at the last moment. Looking at the gentle face of the flower girl, Li Zian became even more determined that he would not let such painful things happen this time. So he stretched out his tiny hands, grabbed the flower girl, and pressed their faces together. Flower girl, this lifetime I will definitely protect you, Li Zian thought to himself. At that moment, the servant also came to announce that everything was ready. On the other hand, butler Choi also arrived to report to Tixin that all preparations for the selection ceremony had been completed. He nodded, then led the group outside. The selection ceremony truly gathered a large number of people. Compared to the 8th young lady, the illegitimate child who had just been brought home like Li Zian still attracted more attention from them. He could recognize a few familiar faces, such as Madame Baik Ho Zian, the official wife of Lai Fexing, the head of the Li family. Lai is also the younger brother of Lai Tianxin, along with Li Maiyang Trong and the 3 young masters Li Gunex Ein Kwang. Lai Tianhang stared at him, then sighed. He really is still too young. Miang Trong also nodded in agreement, saying that he had never seen anyone participate in a selection ceremony at this age, and Li Gunexang was visibly annoyed. It is understandable, since his father suddenly had an unknown illegitimate child. Anyone who is not generous would feel uncomfortable. Following Lai Thexin's clear declaration, the selection ceremony officially began. The 8th young lady Lai Ho was the first to start. Ti Fangxin held her and placed her on a stone chair in the middle of the ceremony, then used a dagger to make a decisive cut on Lai Ho's fingertip. She immediately cried out, blood falling from her fingertip, soaking into the stone, creating an invisible connection. The weapon that connected to the other end of that thread was the esteemed sword of the family, the sword of the house. The family had not responded to any descendants of the Li family for a long time, yet now it chose Lai Ho. Ti Fangxin reached out, and the sword of the family immediately flew towards him. He raised the sword high, declaring in front of everyone that from now on, this weapon would belong to Lai Ho. Everyone immediately gathered around Beach Ho Zion to congratulate her on another outstanding talent being born in the family. Ho Zion politely thanked them, but her gaze remained fixed on Li Zion. Your ritual begins right after Lai Ho. There. Many people are whispering about your background, thinking that a second son of unclear lineage has no right to participate in the selection ritual. But Tixin still hugged you, then set you down on that chair. Unlike his older sister, Lizion did not cry out when he was blood tested. This made him very pleased. Tixin patted your head right in front of everyone, then praised you for doing well. However, Lizion, having lived a life already, did not feel happy or satisfied with his father's praise. On the contrary, Lizion was very tense because this moment had finally come. In his previous life, Than Kim chose him, which was Than Kim of the heavenly realm. Than. He wondered if, having been reborn, he and it still had a connection in this life. Lizion's blood dripped onto the stone bench, just like Lai Ho, quickly forming an invisible thread. In the high stands, Tiang observed the person beside him and saw Lizion's face was ashen. Is he blind not to notice she is not happy at all? It is understandable. After all, Lizion is the hidden bloodline of Tixin, and she is the official wife, so she should be happy. Tiang sighed, feeling that Lizion had a truly tragic fate. Being a second son wanting to survive in the Lai Sungmu family is not easy at all. This little thought of Tihang was noticed by an elder in the family. The old man with silver hair stepped forward a few steps, then stroked his beard and said, "The head of the Sen family is also quite concerned about this second son." Tihang did not respond, only secretly thought that it was probably because of these conservative old men, stuck in this pureblood ideology, that things became so tangled. But after all, the other party is the elder director Lizion Sung, a highly respected figure in the family. So Tihang was reluctant to be disrespectful and replied politely. When addressing the elder director, Tihang's gaze was as cold as ice. He knew Xian Sung was someone who never revealed his true thoughts, so no matter what, he could not let his guard down when talking to him. Like most people, Xiang Sung showed a disdainful attitude when seeing a second son of unknown origin, and how he could participate in the selection ritual. But what he said afterward was truly outrageous. The selection ritual has no meaning for a second son, which has been clearly proven through the steward's experience. Has not. Tihang clenched his fist tightly. He really wanted to fight this old man, but of course, he could not do that. So Li Xiansung remained very arrogant. "I apologize if I spoke rudely. It is just that the matter of Steward Lai, someone from outside who has not been chosen by any weapon in the previous selection ritual, is too infamous. It is true that the older ginger gets, the spicier it becomes." The words that Li Xiansung said really drove Tihang crazy. In his eye, the second son is just a second son, not worth a dime. So it is best to know your place. But Tihang could not take it anymore. He yelled out, "That is enough. I won't put up with such insulting words any longer." Li Xiansung was wide-eyed in shock, not because of Tihang's defiance, but because of the blinding light emanating from beneath the audience. Tihang immediately stood up. The blue light became increasingly dazzling, and the two of them had completely different feelings. Away. How could this happen? Li Xiansung clung tightly to the railing, nearly losing his balance. Haha. Even though I am witnessing this in person, it feels like I am dreaming. Lai Tihang seemed excited, quietly hoping that the child with the same background as him would have a bright future. The shining light connecting to Lai Xian was so bright that people could not even see him, and the master standing at the center of the audience. The outcome was different from what happened in the previous life, when all the weapons present in the ceremony had chosen Lai Xian. Even more frightening was that even the weapons already owned were reacting to him, as if they wanted to abandon their masters and take Li Xian as their new home. My Zhongrong's sword was no exception. The sword in his hand lit up, but instead of being annoyed, my Zhongrong seemed excited and turned to ask his partner beside him, "Ganeng Song, do you believe what you are seeing? Our Senja has talent that far exceeds what I ever thought." "Right, that is right," Li Ganxiang replied, his eyes sharp as knives, wishing he could take care of Li Xian right now. Everyone witnessing this was buzzing with chatter. Most of them thought this outcome was unreasonable and could not possibly happen to a child born outside the family. Lai Tessin took a deep breath, and then signaled for everyone to be quiet, and so the entire audience fell silent. He said that according to the family's rules, all the weapons that chose Lai Xian must belong to him. However, handling this issue simply would not be easy at all. Therefore, Tessin wanted to hear everyone's opinions, and Ti Haiyang was the first to give his opinion. He felt that no matter what the family rules were, giving all the weapons here to Lai Xian would go against the meaning of the selection ceremony, as this ritual is a tradition that must be upheld for future generations. The fairest thing is to let the young master of the Lai family choose an item from all the weapons selected for him. Lai Tessin felt his younger brother's suggestion was not bad, so he immediately accepted this idea. He snapped his fingers, and all the weapons flew up, then arranged neatly in a circle. Then, Lai Xian also floated up, and was placed right in the middle of that circle. "Come on. Choose what you desire," Tessin said firmly. Though he was not sure if a child like Li Xian could understand him, of course, he understood. And Li Xian also knew that this choice was very important to him. Even though he did not know why things were different from his past life, This was still a good opportunity, so he had to make the most of it. Li Zion clenched his fists and began to crawl. Li Zion had passed over many valuable items, such as the sword containing the bloodline of the true dragon Braha, meant to defeat powerful demonic creatures. 2 holy spears were forged by combining part of a saint's body, or the divine staff crafted from the branches of the world tree, where spiritual beings gather, forged at a time when the moon and stars aligned. These great weapons were all waiting for Li Zion to choose, but he did not hesitate at all and crawled straight to the ancestral sword of the Lai Sungmu family, found in the wilderness. For generations, no one had been able to unlock its hidden power, leaving it quietly in the shadows, covered in the dust of time. This was the sword named Black Knight, and Li Zion had touched it. Li Tixin watched him intently. Based on known abilities, this sword was not qualified to be ranked among the celestial level. However, because it was connected to the ancestor of the family, it was always preserved along with weapons that were ranked at the celestial level. Until now, no celestial being had ever been chosen by Black Knight. But Li Zion was different. Tixin was not sure if this was just a meaningless choice of a newborn child or a great destiny that fate had arranged. But afterwards, he picked up his youngest son and declared in front of everyone that Li Zion had chosen Black Knight. Concluding today's ceremony, in the high seats, Zion's face had turned as cold as ice, and she kept mumbling. Li Zion was just another troublesome one who had entered the family. If he had become a witness, then there was nothing left to do but eliminate him. Time had quietly passed for 9 years, and today was just like any other day. Li Zion said goodbye to his nurse to go train, but Gahua insisted on seeing him off for a while. She found it odd because other training areas were mostly still empty, but Li Zion insisted on choosing area number 1, which was very crowded already. Before Li Zion could explain, the two of them heard someone shouting loudly from training area number 7. It is not like that. Using the sword too tightly will hurt your hands. Come on. Swing it down one more time. Turns out Li Huai is training with my master. Even though this girl stands in the same line as Li Zion, he has never called Li Hao older sister, instead always referring to her as Miss Beat, even though that is not very proper, because for him, calling this girl who is only 5 months older than him sister feels too awkward. Li Hua seems to be having trouble swinging the sword, to the point where she got frustrated with her own master and threw the sword down on the ground. The 9-year-old face of Li Hua clearly showed her anger, and then she yelled, "Master, why do you keep nagging? Just hold the sword properly. It means holding it firmly is all it takes. Miss, all of this is for you. First, calm down and try again. This time you will definitely do better." The opponent also softened a bit and picked up the sword from the ground to hand it to Li Hua. This person is Beikai Haiyan, the leader of the Black Dan Association. After learning his identity, Li Hua could not help but be surprised. A 9-year-old child already has such a powerful master. That is just too much. And while thinking, he unconsciously voiced his thoughts. Jiwa felt extremely heartbroken upon hearing these words. She thought that her young master was feeling resentful for not having a master standing beside him. Young master, soon a good master will appear and recognize your true talent. After that, Jiwa began to feel sad and took all the blame on herself, thinking she was incompetent for not being able to serve the young master properly. While the child her age, Li Hua, grew up eating a rich blend of herbs. Like Xian lacked everything. Looking at the young wet nurse's state, Like Sun really could not stand it, and he said bluntly, "Not again. The wet nurse is someone we should be very grateful to." Got it, and people like that, we do not need. They definitely only come because of the Lai Sung Mu family status. Moreover, I already have good masters. Looking at Like Sun's confident and mature demeanor for his age, Jiwa finally felt a little more comforted after seeing him to the gate of the training area dedicated to the direct descendants of the Lai Sung Mu family. She left. Like Sun stepped inside alone. This place symbolizes the long history of this prestigious family, but right now, it is almost just a symbolic place rather than a real training ground. However, the reason Like Sun came here was singular. It was the repository of ancient weapons, older than any arsenal in the training grounds. In the corner, Like Sun found a damaged sword with many scratches on the blade, but for him, this was a treasure because 9 years ago, when he returned to this second life, some extraordinary changes happened to him. Among them, the most astonishing change is that you have the ability to read the memories hidden within weapons. The moment you held that old sword in your hand, Like Sun felt as if he had traveled back in time to hundreds of years ago, standing in a classroom. And that is why you have received guidance from countless masters from generations past. That is the memory etched deep within this weapon. The more ancient and exquisite the weapon, or the longer and more cherished it has been by its owner, the clearer the memory becomes, like a steadfast ancestor that never wavers. Thanks to the memories from the past being vividly recalled, Like Sun has been studying hard, and today, he has completed the 7-star sword training. Since he arrived here at the age of 7, he has read almost all the memories of the weapons in the family's storage. For someone with such a poor aptitude like Xian, this is quite a proud achievement. It is amazing. I have not seen such a perfect 7-star sword in a long time. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Like Sun. It turned out to be Hying. As mentioned, the person with this villainous aura is the chief steward of the Lai Sung-mu family, and he is also a level 4 martial artist. Although he is the second son by birth, due to his strength, he has been recognized and risen to his current position, and from the previous generation to this one. Taehyung is also the only one in the family who truly cares for Like Xian. Perhaps because they both share the same status as second sons. Greetings, uncle. Like San respectfully bowed his head in greeting. Taehyung chuckled and patted his head. You can just call me uncle. You train every day without fail. That is commendable. Every time I go to work and come back, I see your shadow. Taehyung seems very proud of this nephew, and more than anyone, he understands how difficult it must be to face discrimination from his other brothers. Nevertheless, Taehyung still hopes that Like San can confidently overcome everything. Uncle, no matter what, I carry the blood of the Lai Sung-mu family. Like Sun confidently replied. To Kim V. Ching. That is the meaning of the name our family carries. And I have been taught this, so I will prove myself by my own strength. Like Sun's response left Taehyung stunned for a few seconds. He felt regretful that such a perfect child was born with the status of a second son. Taehyung sighed deeply, thinking back. It won't be long before you reach the age for the naming ceremony. Right, even though it might be a bit late. Before the naming ceremony, I want to become your master. How about it? Are you happy? Light. Hyung suddenly proposed. His smile was bright, clearly very happy. However, shortly after, Like San had to throw a bucket of cold water on this uncle for refusing the proposal. Hyung was stunned. He even thought that Like San was not happy having a master like him, but Like San quickly waved his hand and explained. Before the naming ceremony, one should not accept a master. That is the clan's rule. And I do not want to put my uncle in a difficult position. This answer surprised T. Even more, because Like Xian's other siblings blatantly broke the clan rules. The most recent being Lai Ho, who had a master at the same age as him. Moreover, aside from being taught by famous masters, they were also nurtured with all kinds of elixirs. However, Like San said that even if it is a rule that no one follows anymore, it does not mean he should not uphold it. And as mentioned before, Like San wanted to prove his strength on his own. These words came from the mouth of a 9-year-old, making Taehyung find it truly hard to believe. Looking into his eyes, he felt as if he was looking at his brother Lai T. Handsome, it seems like you are not going to give up this stubbornness. Hing sighed and then started ruffling his nephew's hair. You look just like your dad. Definitely a stubborn one to the core. However, even though Like San declined the offer to be his master, Hung still wanted to help this nephew. Because if he did not do something for him, he would not feel at peace. Hyang asked again, is there anything else you need? I can help you with it. Like Sun's eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. This was the phrase he had been waiting for a long time. So Like Xian scratched his head and began to show his acting skills like a movie star, expressing a dilemma while being very eager to have it. Actually, there is something I want to ask you, uncle. Which is I want to visit the basement of the treasury. It was not hard to see the shock in Ting Hang's eyes after hearing this proposal, but in the end, he agreed. And so they both got in the car to go to the treasury of the Lai Sung-wu clan. At the gate, there were 2 high-level martial artists guarding, and their car was stopped. With the status of the clan steward, Light Hong just needs to take the core for inspection to easily get through the gate. Like Xian sat in the back seat, introduced by him as the youngest son of the family here for a visit. So those guards had no reason to stop them anymore. After the car passed through the main gate, Like Xian immediately reacted according to his current age. After all, it would not be right for a child visiting the secret vault for the first time to be too calm. He did not want his uncle to suspect anything. Through the rearview mirror, Hung was very pleased to see the excited expression on his nephew's face. You really like it? He asked. Of course. Like Sun almost jumped with joy. This is the treasury, where the most valuable treasures of the family are kept. Of course. He did not tell Hung about his true purpose, which was to find a weapon he could not obtain in his previous life. The treasury contains legendary weapons and ancient artifacts, some of which no one can be sure actually exist. Those who seek such mythical things often receive the same answer, that everything can be found in the treasury of the Like Sung-mu family. Hing led Like San inside the treasury and began pressing the elevator button. He said the basement of the treasury was where weapons were sealed for various reasons. Among them are weapons of monstrous grade that have consumed their own masters. If you touch those weapons carelessly, both your body and mind will be consumed. Hing revealed a cunning smile. He wanted to scare the kid, but little did he know that the kid in front of him had actually lived 2 lives. Still, Like Sun played along, trying to put on a scared face to please his uncle. Then, it was he who reassured him. Don't worry. You won't be able to go into such dangerous places anyway. I have some things to take care of upstairs, so you can take your time exploring. Like Sun happily nodded, then jumped into the elevator. After the elevator doors closed, He let out a sigh of relief as the burden lifted. The hardest task in this life seems to be to play the role of a naive child. Like San pressed the elevator button down to the basement, also known as the weapons vault, a place sealing countless weapons and artifacts. The only reason Like San went all the way here was to search for a special weapon named Infinity. Infinity originally takes the form of a sword, but after channeling magical power into it, it can freely change its length, shape, weight, and even properties. In his previous life, Like San accidentally found it in the treasury. Thanks to the sword's limitless transformation and overwhelming versatility, he earned the title of ever-changing, pushing his older brother out of the top hair position and becoming the family head. And then he found Leon, who had always lurked in the shadows, and eliminated him. All he knows right now is just that, and to prevent that scenario from happening, you must find the Endless first, even though it will take a lot of time. But Like San has no choice but to check each item one by one. The magical power appeared in your hands, along with a determination that in this life, you must obtain that sword. Not soon. Like San patiently tested the magical power on each weapon, but after an hour had passed, he had checked all the swords that seemed suitable without any results. Nevertheless, Like San was not discouraged. He was sure that weapon had to be here, and decided to check the display cabinet over there. However, while moving, Like San accidentally dropped a rusty weapon. It was older than any other weapon in this vault, and Like San reached out to pick it up, but before he could do that, the magical power suddenly surged from his palm. Even though Like San was not actively doing this, the magical power flowed into that rusty sword. This strange phenomenon suddenly blinded Like San's vision. When he could see again, he found himself transported to another space, a mountain of blood instead of the clean and tidy vault of the clan. Like San was a bit panicked, but he guessed that this was a fragment of memory contained within that rusty sword. However, this feeling was completely different from the memories from the weapons he had read before. It was as if Like San was truly present in this place. The sensation was astonishingly clear, and then, suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine, and Like San turned around in panic. It was a terrifying presence that even nature seemed to tremble before. He saw a giant eye staring down at him from above. It was the apocalyptic monster that had risen from the ancient blue hole, devouring countless civilization. Like San's legs went weak, and his whole body was trembling. This was the first time since his reincarnation that he felt such fear. Like San knew that there was no way he could win against that ancient monster, and if he wanted to survive, he had to run. However, he did not know when, but an entity that seemed invisible had quietly appeared behind Like San. Although the image was somewhat blurry, it was enough for him to recognize that the entity was a man holding a rusty sword. Then this man suddenly charged forward, bravely confronting the vicious monster. Just a single strike from this man pierced through the enemy. Like San was so scared that he crouched down. The power displayed was truly terrifying. Just one blow had taken down the opponent. After this event, the man, covered in blood, turned around and gave him a cold, icy look, then asked, "Who are you?" Like San was even more astonished. He originally thought this was just a segment of memory from that old rusty sword, only a bit more real than the other memories. Who would have thought this guy could see you? Moreover, this person's gaze clearly shows no hostility. Sure enough, right after that, he moved closer and raised the sword in his hand. "Even though I do not know why you are here, out of compassion, I will send you off without causing you pain." Xian's eyes widened, but he had no way to stop the blade coming down towards him. The painful memories of the previous life seemed to replay in this moment. He gasped in horror. And then, in an instant, the space changed again, and Like San was back in the family vault. The time fragment sword in his hand fell, making a sound that pulled Like San back to reality. If it really was a memory, then why did the person in that memory attack him? The feeling of being pushed by the opponent still lingered, as if it were the truth. Then, Like San glanced at that sword again and was shocked to find that the layer sticking to the sword was slowly disappearing. A guess appeared in Like San's mind. Could this be the endless favor? He tried to pick it up and observe it a bit. That is right. This is what I have been looking for. So Like San immediately cut his fingertip, letting blood drip onto that sword. In this life, he must become the master of Wan Bing. As soon as fresh blood touched the blade, a blinding light appeared in this vault. Like San tried to channel a bit of his magic into it and swung the sword. And indeed, that fragment sword transformed into a longsword in an instant. Time quietly passed. A week had gone by since that defining moment. Today, Su continued practicing as usual, but his expression showed clear dissatisfaction. Sigh. Another failure. It has been a week since I obtained the endless sword from the underground armory. Right now, I am keeping it in the form of a ring to avoid being discovered. He sat down, gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, and recalled what happened in the basement that day. But what really happened that day? That is right. That man. His sword slash seemed to remind me that I am still not worthy. The bloody scene of that man unleashing a single sword strike to destroy the monster flashed in Xiao's mind again. Not to mention his strength. Just the movement of that man exuded elegance, but no matter how hard I try to imitate it, I still can't pull it off. But even so, I do not feel rushed at all. In my previous life, I was just someone looked down upon. Not even taught the basic martial arts of the family, just a mere technique. But this is the first time I am being exposed to a type of advanced martial arts. I can do it. I remember very clearly how that person moved in my memory, clearer than anyone else. Thinking of that, his gaze froze. His face suddenly serious. Wait. That man. I am not an adult like him. I am just a 9-year-old kid. If I try to completely mimic an adult's movements, of course, I won't be able to unleash my full power. That thought was like a ray of light crossing Xion's mind, illuminating the path ahead. I have to accept this body, take it slow, and naturally wield the sword in a way that suits me. With a renewed determination, Xion closed his eyes, relaxed his whole body, and took a deep breath. You raised the sword above your head, tightened your grip, and drove all your strength down into the tip of the blade. As soon as the blade touched the ground, a shockwave exploded, strong enough to make the ground tremble. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, as if a storm had just hit. Looking at his achievement, Xion nodded slightly. Good. It seems I have got the feeling now. Now it is just a matter of applying the magic power. But right after that, a contemplative look returned to his face. No matter how many times I try to apply it in my memory, it still feels like I am missing an important part. Something I can't replicate. In the end, there is no choice but to keep experimenting. All right, let us start over. He took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the sword, preparing his stance. But just then, a soft yet strong hand unexpectedly grasped his sword tightly. A strange voice rang in his ear. Hey kid. Where did you learn that technique? Xion hesitated. The newcomer was a young girl, with silky black hair and deep brown eyes. There was no doubt about it. She belonged to the Sung Mulan clan. He straightened up, cautious, and asked directly, Who are you? Contrary to his wariness, the girl laughed comfortably, her voice mixed with surprise. You do not know me? Well, that is fair. You might not know me because I do not show my face much without needing to be invited. She cheerfully asked. What is your name? With her oddly friendly demeanor, Xion hesitated a bit, then spoke up. As soon as that name was uttered, the girl lit up. She grabbed his hand, shaking it enthusiastically like holding a doll. Your name is really special. That is right. I am Lejaiwang Ho. Nice to meet you. As soon as that name was spoken, Xion immediately recognized her identity. Auntie, Lejaiwang Ho. He recalled what his uncle had told him before, that she was so different that even his grandfather could not accept her. But what really surprised Xion was not the identity, but the question he silently shouted in his heart. Why did not she mention her unreasonable strength while playing with her nephew like that? Xion squinted. Lai Ju Ho looked suspicious but still said nothing. As for the younger lady, seemingly unfazed by that gaze, she glanced over and then made a harmless comment. Your body seems a bit weak. Without beating around the bush, she strode directly toward Xion, stopping right in front of him and bluntly asking, Kid, where did you learn that technique? Xion was not the type to be easily tricked. Of course, he would not reveal anything. He tilted his head, cautiously asking back, Why do you want to know? Jung Ho just laughed, replying with a proud expression as if showing off an achievement. That is ancient martial arts. This younger lady is extremely fond of ancient martial arts. That was the air of the monsters. Right. After saying that, she pulled out an old book from her sleeve and handed it to Xion as if presenting a treasure, saying, This is a gift for you. Xion raised an eyebrow in curiosity. A gift? She nodded, signaling, Yeah. Open it and see. Without hesitation, Xion flipped through the pages, and the more he read, the more he raised his eyebrows. This is hard to read because the handwriting is so bad. But is this magic? In his mind, he subtly concluded that it contained not only magic but also records of martial arts. The level was so high that he did not understand anything at all. Perhaps the rumors about her were not accurate. After thinking that, Xion hesitated to ask. This is, understanding that her little nephew was still unsure. Jung Ho stepped closer, pointing at the book and explaining in a gentle but enthusiastic tone. Is this what you are talking about? These are ancient spells based on visible magical power. In the past, magic could only use the visible magical power within the body without needing a magic core. Modern magic relies on accumulating magical power in the heart, but can we consider ancient magic outdated? Perhaps the techniques for controlling magical power back then were even superior to now. She paused for a moment, then continued with an unusual seriousness. Therefore, this younger lady is also researching amplification techniques and transformation techniques. But the remaining records are quite scarce. Her words made Xion's mind feel as if it was being pulled into a new world. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. This was a perspective I had never considered. Thinking about the magic of infinity. Immediately, he turned around and shouted, Aunt, please wait a moment. Before Ho could grasp what was happening, Xion dashed away. Somehow, he pulled out a sword, gripping the hilt tightly with both hands. closed his eyes, and began to channel his magical power. The energy from the magic core in his heart spread throughout his body. But then he hesitated. Wait. That nameless martial artist used it with exposed magical power. A way of using magic that I could not understand. But now I could do it. A light of understanding appeared in Zeon's eyes. He gathered his strength and swung the sword down hard. Instantly, a massive splash of water erupted from the ground, dirt and rocks flying like an explosion. Seeing the result, Zeon could not contain his joy. He had succeeded, but before he could take a full breath, Ho rushed in, his face filled with extreme panic. She grabbed Zeon's shoulder, shook him hard, and shouted, "What was that? Is that the great conjuration technique?" Zeon felt a bit flustered, glanced away, and replied somewhat reluctantly, "Yeah, it is the great conjuration technique." Wow. Ho seemed stunned for a second before letting out a scream. "How did you do that?" Meanwhile, Zeon maintained his usual mysterious demeanor. He shrugged and replied simply, Of course." Ho was not satisfied with that answer. She thought, "What I mean is, how can you do that?" But Zeon was not one to be easily pushed. He replied sternly, "Why should I tell you?" At this point, Ho could no longer keep her composure. Her voice was almost pleading, her gaze sincere like a lost child. "I only found out because of that notebook you gave me. You have lived your whole life for this. I have searched for it for over 10 years. Even being kicked out of my house. I am begging you." She held Zeon's hand tightly. Junjin. A moment of silence between the two. Zeon looked at the desperate woman in front of him, then sighed softly. "All right, but you have to promise me 3 things. 3 things. The first. You cannot tell anyone about me without my permission. Of course. Neither my older brother nor my father can know." "Why is Ho blinked. But Zeon answered immediately without a second thought. "Because I do not like others talking about me without my consent." Hearing this, Ho's gaze softened. It was unclear what she was thinking, but her face suddenly looked quite sad. "I understand. I am the same way." Seeing her suddenly go quiet, Zeon was a bit surprised. Why did she look so unhappy? But instead of asking, he continued to state the next condition. "The second thing is you can't lie to me. Because we have to trust each other. I will also be honest with you to the best of my ability." Guang Ho paused a bit, then nodded, but with more urgency. "All right then. So what is the last thing?" "About the last thing, Ilash." 1 year later, early in the morning, the mist still lingered on the stones in the training yard. In the quiet space, the only sound was the sharp clang of swords. Zeon was still intensely practicing as usual. A hurried voice broke through the air. Zeon turned around and saw Kawa rushing in, clutching a letter tightly, looking panicked. "What is going on that you had to run all the way here?" Even though Kawa was out of breath, he still tried to push the letter forward as if this object was more important than his life. "Here. Take a look at this." Zeon took it, glanced down at the familiar handwriting, and with just one look, he knew what was happening. A smile crept onto his lips as he thought to himself, "It is finally here." The letter contained a brief, direct message. Not a word wasted. Summoning the subject. 9th Prince Zeon. Scheduled date. September 10th at 10 am. Content. Those participating in the naming ceremony must gather at the central arena before 10 am on September 10th. Note: anyone bringing items not listed in the regulations will be severely punished. Representative of the head of the Mai Gai Wang Trong family. As soon as he read the name Mai Gai Wang Trong, Zeon's expression froze, and he murmured, "The representative is the head of the Mai Gai Wang Trong family. He must not be home. I have not heard any news about him going to war." Before he could ponder further, the naming ceremony, Gi Wang Ho suddenly gasped as if someone had just thrown a bucket of cold water on her. Zeon turned in shock to see the youngest sister's wide-eyed expression. Her face flushed as if she were about to explode. "Why are you so worked up all of a sudden?" Gi Wang Ho stammered, trying to hold back a storm of emotions inside her. "Everything has just begun. This is the most crucial moment. If you participate in the naming ceremony, you will be tied up there. Do not participate." Seeing her expression like a child who just lost their favorite toy, Zeon could only sigh. It had been a year since he made that deal with the youngest sister. Since then, she and he had studied magic together, combining primal magic and surface magic. A completely new magic system was her lifelong dream. Primal magic helps to accumulate and transform properties. Surface magic allows for control and operation. Thanks to that, my ability to use magic has now surpassed any child my age. The flower girl kept mumbling, full of regret. "You really can't join. Studying magic is much more interesting." Not wanting to prolong it, Zeon concluded firmly with a decisive statement. "You know it is impossible. Right, don't worry. Even if time is a bit tight, I will keep practicing magic and restoring ancient magic." What you said made the flower girl's eyes widen in surprise. "How can we do that? The schedule for the naming ceremony is going to be very tight." But Zeon was undeterred, his eyes shining with unwavering confidence. "We'll do both things at the same time." A few days later, in a cold white room filled with artificial light, surrounding Zeon and Ho was a magic glass cage, dense like a light prison. The two of them sat still inside, ready for what was to come. From the opposite side, a firm voice rang out. "Today we will start the magic training. First, endure the magical attacks for 30 minutes. That is Jinggu, the captain of the Blood Tiger team. directly in charge of the training for the naming ceremony. Right after his words, a buzzing sound emerged and the entire glass cage began shooting out erratic bolts of electricity. The green lightning flashed repeatedly, shining like hundreds of thunder snakes. But when the lightning struck towards Zeon, everything suddenly stopped. An invisible barrier surrounded him, deflecting all attacks like wind brushing against a bronze wall. Jang Gu, who had witnessed many geniuses, was momentarily taken aback. Normally, a rookie who had never undergone basic training should have been scorched by now, but he managed to push all of it back with magic. His gaze unconsciously turned towards Zeon. In that moment, Zeon's gaze met his, calm, cold, and deep enough to catch one's breath. Is that kid watching me? Jang Gu thought hard, suddenly realizing the boy was not passive at all. He was experimenting, evaluating, pushing others to elevate their game to a new level. To call him just a kid is an understatement. With such ability, calling him a genius is still too light. This is no longer just a naming ceremony. It is time for me to pour all my strength and share every drop of experience with him. Thinking about the immense potential before him, Jang Gu's hand instinctively clenched. An indescribable feeling surged within him. Not just surprise but excitement. The passion that had long cooled was reigniting. Time passes, waiting for no one. After that harsh training session, Zeon sighed in relief, stretching and mumbling. Phew. It is finally over. This family is really something else. To train their ability to withstand magic, did they just throw themselves into the magic device? But I did not expect that the other side would apologize first. Zeon shrugged. It seemed people's gazes towards him began to change. Anyway, it is time to take a little break. Just as he was about to turn away, it seemed fate decided to play a trick, and a light bulb flew out from the side. In that moment, Zeon reacted like a machine that had been pre-programmed. His arm shot up, decisively blocking the sneak attack. The attacker was none other than the girl Ho. The teacher failed to strike, and the girl called out coldly, "Hey, you little brat. Come over here for a second." Of course, was not one to play along with someone else's script. He took a step back, raised an eyebrow. "What are you trying to pull?" Ho could not keep her composure and yelled out, "Watch your words. I am the legitimate child, and you are just the second one. Besides, I am 1 year older than you." Zeon did not feel like arguing. Arguing with a kid like her was a waste of time. Worse than training in a snowstorm. He just waved his hand dismissively. "I do not have time to squabble with you." After saying that, the young man turned and walked away decisively. But Ho's anger was not so easily extinguished. The girl channeled magic into her fist and shouted loudly, "Hey, do not ignore me." Feeling the surge of magic from behind, Zeon immediately turned around, his gaze darkening. "You dare to use magic? I was going to let this go, but I guess I have to teach you a lesson." The punch came close, but before it could land, Zeon leaned away gracefully. At the same time, his hand reached out, grabbing the collar of Ho and lifting her into the air. His voice cold and warning, "If you want to complain, go complain to your mother. Don't bother me. I am really busy." With that, Zeon let, and Ho tumbled to the ground. But instead of accepting defeat, she began to vent all her grievances. "It is all your fault. Because of the chaos you caused at the previous selection ceremony, I keep getting compared to you. Please know your place as a second child and just be quiet. It is so unfair. Train hard every day without sleep, while you were born with talent. I do not want it to be this way." But my mom Ho realized she had said too much. She immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Zeon raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile appearing, full of mockery. "Blaming others is not that easy. As you said, I am the second child. This status does not allow me the privilege of being spoiled. Are you not sleeping well? Then do not sleep anymore. Don't eat snacks and still can keep up. Then just skip the main meal too. If I make you angry, then use any means to defeat me, and then force me to apologize to you. Because that is the style of the Sung Mulan family." Without waiting for Ho to react, Zeon turned and walked away, his steps steady, not looking back. Behind him, the girl clenched her fists tightly and shouted loudly, "You little brat, speaking so boldly at the naming ceremony. I will show my superior achievements. Make sure to call me sister. Kneel and beg." Remember that. Zeon did not turn around, just calmly said a sentence. "Yeah, I will wait and see." That afternoon, in the training area specifically for direct family members, the young master was approaching. No one needed to announce it. The cold aura made all the servants bow down. "The lady has arrived." One person spoke respectfully. The lady passed by. Zeon coldly nodded. "Step aside. I have something to discuss with my daughter." After finishing her words, she entered the training room, where Ho was focused on practicing her strikes and forms, a small sweat dripping onto the cold floor. Just one sentence rang out. "What are you doing?" Ho startled and turned around, her hands frozen in midair, recognizing the familiar voice. She stammered, "I am training." Ho's gaze dropped to the ground, not daring to meet her mother's sharp gaze. And just as she predicted, passing by, Zeon did not come to praise her. She came to dissect all her daughter's failures with words colder than ice. "I have heard about it. You were overpowered by her." The cold voice echoed from behind the door that had just opened. Zeon stood there, like an underground storm, her eyes filled with disappointment and pressure. "I told you. If you can't suppress her, then at least keep an eye on her. Really disappointing. If you are only working hard out of fear of punishment, then stop. Her words cut deep like a knife. Ho fell silent for a few seconds. Then, as if something inside her stirred, she slowly raised her head, her gaze determined to meet her mother's. I know what you think about my training, but I do it because I want to. I will defeat that guy, but not because you command me to. It is because I want to do it. I will decide for myself. Her answer made Xian squint slightly, although her face did not change color. An uncomfortable feeling began to rise within her. She murmured softly, "Are you being provoked by some nameless person? You are the direct descendant of the Sung Mulan family. You and her, from the very beginning, are not the same. The fact that she is such a given, yet you let yourself be provoked." Saying that, she took out a small glass vial from her sleeve and handed it to her daughter with a sharp reminder. "This is dream worm. It is a type of deadly poison. If you can overcome it, then just crush it. That is just how the Sung Mulan clan operates." Without saying another word, Butch turned and left the room. At the same time, in another room, a stunned whisper echoed, "Girl, this can't be real." The maid Kawa stared wide-eyed at the computer screen, displayed the latest results from the Sung Mulan clan's internal evaluation system. Lezion. Male. Magic skills. Level 1. Weapon skills. Level 1. Theory skills. Level 1. Overall ranking. Level 1. Right next to her, Xion was smiling brightly, arms crossed confidently. "What is it, Nanny?" Feeling less worried now, Kawa could hardly contain her emotions. She hugged her little master tightly, her voice trembling but full of pride. "I did not help you at all. Yet you did so well." Xion laughed and gently replied, "You have helped me a lot." "Do not say that." Just then, loud footsteps suddenly rang out from outside, breaking the warm moment between them. The door swung open. "Kiddo, let us go practice." "What is it?" Ho burst in like a storm, his face radiating as if he just swallowed a fireball. Xion blinked, still trying to process everything, and blurted out, "But I just finished practicing." "What is it?" Ho declared loudly, flexing his muscles like a superhero. "That is why you need to keep going. Practicing magic will help you feel less tired." Xion looked at her like a middle-aged uncle observing a kid talking nonsense. "I have never heard that before." "What is it?" Ho paused, eyes darting to the side, stuttering, Really? It must be like that." Seeing this, Xion shook his head lightly but did not say anything more. He remembered something and spoke seriously. "Well, okay. Anyway, I have something I want to show you." This statement made her. Ho's expression changed instantly from curiosity to shock. "Could it be that you have reached the first star level?" Xion did not answer, just smiled lightly enough to confirm everything. The regular magic control technique has 3 distinct stages: strengthening, body enhancement, and key manipulation to change the properties of magic, and Kai release to unleash extraordinary power. However, Ho's magic system divides into special levels, combining both modern and ancient methods. At this moment, Ho transferred magic to Xion, focusing on feeling it. A moment later, she exclaimed as if she had just struck the jackpot. "Perfect. You really are at the first star level. Did you notice when using magic? I thought it would at least take another year." Xion shuddered slightly, recalling the days spent struggling in darkness, facing hardships and the looming shadow of death. "I realized this when we were just studying theory. Looking back, it really was a kind of crazy training. If I fail to control my magic power, the balance between the heart and the magic flow might completely collapse. But in reality, just letting things happen naturally is enough. Magic power is like flowing water. It will follow its own rules. In the end, our bodies are just containers for magic power." Xion's calm and straightforward words were like a drop of water falling on a lake, causing Ho's mind to waver slightly. She hesitated for a few seconds and then murmured, "A container for the body.
Ah, good.
I think I can do it too. It might take time, but I can do it." Unlike before, this time her voice was not full of excitement or sarcasm, but rather a gentle joy, soaked in the feeling of having just realized something important. Seeing this, Xion smiled softly. It was not a big smile, but it contained a sense of reassurance, like seeing a glimmer of light at the end of the road. Did she just grasp something? Xion thought to himself, but that moment of calm did not last long, because just a second later, Ho rushed over and hugged him tightly like a bear, shouting loudly, "Thank you, my little darling. You really are my lucky charm." Before Xion could react, her arms tightened around him like steel clamps, making every joint in his body crack ominously.
Hey.
"Let go. You are going to break my ribs." It was not until he heard the real scream that Ho finally let him go, with a face that showed no sign of guilt. On the contrary, she excitedly shifted to a new topic. "Awesome. Then let us move on to the second stage now." "From the beginning, I knew my first stage was different from the usual first stage. Right, in your opinion, what do you use best?" Xion raised his hand to stroke his chin, pondering for a moment as if considering his entire journey. Then replied, "The thing I use best. I think it is the sword." But before he could finish, Ho immediately shook his head, cutting him off. "I do not think so." Xian was taken aback. He frowned and asked again, "But you have never seen me practice swordsmanship." Ho shrugged, responding with a half-joking, half-serious expression. "I have. Just a few times when I was free. What I mean is that you have a talent that surpasses even swordsmanship. It is hard to explain in words. But your greatest talent is actually magic manipulation. Your aptitude for magic is so outstanding that everything else pales in comparison. I have tried teaching the magic I created to many people, but no one has been able to do it." Hearing this, Zun's gaze slightly fell. He looked down at his hands as if searching for something he had once lost. "Before I went back to the past, I was mocked for not being able to use magic." A series of vague memories resurfaced. The days of being looked down upon, the condescending gazes, the pitting remarks. Seeing Xian start to drift into thought, the old man lightly tapped his forehead to bring him back to reality. "But for you now, reaching the second star is not a hard thing, and if you succeed with the second star, then the naming ceremony will be no different than for a child. After that, I will teach you the real techniques. So focus on that." Xiu nodded slightly, his voice calm but filled with determination. "Yep. I understand. By the way, what is that thing next to you?" He glanced at a wooden ball placed on the table. "Is that what it is?" The old man replied softly, and then a sharp gust of wind brushed past Xian's face, leaving a thin mark on his cheek, before the strange object crashed into the wall behind, causing the brick and stone to shatter. "That is a steel ball. You need to learn how to release magic while moving. If you just stand still and use it, then that magic is no different than useless junk. All right, let us get started." The old man smiled brightly. There was no hint of seriousness on her face. Meanwhile, Xian felt an overwhelming sense of dread about this deadly training exercise. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, shifting scenes to a large arena where Xian and the old man stood facing Li Zongguan, the captain of the Blood Tiger team. With a serious tone and pressure, he introduced himself. "He is the captain of the Blood Tiger team, Li Zongguan. From now on, I will guide you on the techniques of Zongmiga. Choose the weapons you will use and bring them here. You have 1 minute, so do not dawdle." Without delay, Xian and the old man rushed to the rack and picked their weapons. But while choosing, the old man kept stealing glances at Xian. Finally, unable to stand it anymore, Xian turned around. "Seriously? What are you looking at? Do you want to say something?" The old man jumped in surprise, stammering, "I am not looking at anything. There is nothing to say," then quickly turned away and whispered, "You are using a sword, right?" Xian coldly replied, without saying anything more. He picked up 2 swords and a spear, then turned back to the training ground, making the old man widen her eyes. "But earlier, I clearly saw you learning weapon techniques with a sword." Over here, Captain Zhongguan took the pile of weapons from Xian and frowned. "What are you doing? You told us to choose our weapons and bring them." Xian replied nonchalantly. Zhongguan emphasized again, "I said to choose the ones you actually use." Xian shrugged as if it did not matter. "Well, these are the ones I use." At this point, the Blood Tiger captain was completely at a loss. He shook his head, blocking his words. "I thought you were not that stupid. But turns out you are just a blockhead. Remember what I am about to say. I am going to teach you a secret technique. But it is not about technique or posture at all. In Zongguan, there are countless secret skills known as imperial intentions. To comprehend that skill, first, you must awaken the essence that is still sleeping within your blood channels. From now on, I will help you unlock it, so do not worry too much about awakening your instincts." Just as he finished speaking, Zongguan wielded his spear with great power. Each gust of wind howled with every movement, sharp and relentless, forcing him into an attack position without any gaps. Seeing his fierce tiger-like posture, Ho could not help but shiver, unable to hold back her worried exclamation. What is he planning to do? As for he had somewhat guessed what was about to happen. He turned to warn, his voice cold and sharp, "If you do not want to lose consciousness right from the start, get ready." Before his words even finished, Zongguan's figure descended like lightning. With a swift movement like a flash of lightning, he suddenly closed in on Sun, delivering a powerful strike that knocked him off balance. Fortunately, in that split second, Sun managed to react, using his sword to block the blow and reduce most of the damage. That action made Zongguan burst out laughing, surprised. "You actually blocked that." On the other side, Sun gently landed, gritting his teeth as frantic thoughts raced through his mind. "Damn it. I can't believe I have to go through this crazy stuff again. In my past life, I could not even complete this training. But this time it is going to be different." Time passed in relentless training sessions. Under the special care of Captain Zhongguan, both Xan and Ho were continuously pushed to their limits. It is not an exaggeration to say they were literally being worked to the bone. It has been a month since Xian started this hellish training. He thought to himself, a 10-year-old child should not have to endure this kind of training that is more suited for adults. But I have no intention of complaining. I am starting to feel that sensation. San mumbled to himself, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips. In another corner, Ho jolted awake, her face still pale with shock. "Did I pass out again?" she asked, her voice full of confusion. San just shrugged, responding casually, "Yeah. That is your 22nd time. I have only had 16. The teasing tone was like poking at a puffed-up cat. Ho immediately got angry, her face full of regret. "I should have prepared better on the first day." At this moment, the camera shifts to the Captain Dungkwon, not far away. He watches the scene of the two kids arguing fiercely, slowly calculating in his mind. "Miss Bay, this kid has extraordinary potential. I might have overdone it a bit. Yet he has not been injured at all. As for that wild kid, I felt from day one that he was something valuable. When I first saw him bringing a bunch of weapons, I thought he was an idiot. But surprisingly, he knows how to use each one pretty well. He even exceeded expectations in actual combat. In just a month, to have results like this is quite interesting." And then, with a thunderous voice, he shouted loudly, "All right, let us start training. Everyone back to your positions." Hearing that, both Zeon and Ho immediately stopped arguing, tightened their grips on their weapons, and their expressions became very serious. Before long, Zeon realized a bitter truth. If he keeps fighting like before, he will never get a chance to touch Dungkwon. So he subtly turned to Ho and quickly said, "I will signal. You try to block once." Ho asked back in surprise, "Why do we have to do that?" Zeon shrugged and replied casually, "Yeah. If you do not want to, that is fine. I just thought we could land a hit on the uncle." Hearing this, Ho's face immediately changed. It seems she also harbored a deep resentment towards Dungkwon after those punishments on the field. She asked back, puzzled, "Are you sure?" Zeon nodded firmly. "Definitely. No need for more words." Ho immediately tightened her grip on her weapon and charged forward. "This is on you." Right after her, Zeon also lunged in, accurate as if he had planned it beforehand. A decisive thought rang in his mind. With that genius strength, I have no chance of winning, so the only way is to take advantage of our numbers. On the opposite side, Dungkwon observed the two of them coordinating. A smirk unconsciously appeared on his lips, as if there was something amusing in his eyes. He did not hesitate to voice his comment. "Coordinating with each other. It is not my choice, but that is if the plan succeeds." Just as he finished speaking, Dungkwon gently tilted his head, avoiding the thrusting weapon from Zeon. Such a simple move had predicted everything. Immediately, he countered with a swift strike like lightning, but Zeon had already anticipated that move beforehand. As soon as he saw the opponent make a move, he quickly retracted his weapon, ready to defend. Dungkwon's eyes involuntarily flashed with surprise, but not stopping there. Just a moment later, he unleashed his strength, charging straight ahead with terrifying speed. And just at the moment both sides were about to make a decision, Zeon suddenly shouted loudly, "This is the moment." He withdrew, stepping back to create some distance. Immediately, Ho rushed in to take over, swinging his sword like a lightning strike. However, that aggressive attack was easily stopped by Dungkwon. From behind, Zeon continued to watch silently. "You know this won't be easy. They won't take down Dungkwon with just a simple strike." At that moment, he decided to change tactics. Zeon threw aside his spear, focusing his energy on the special ring, the infinite weapon he possessed. In an instant, the ring transformed into a shimmering longsword. This is one of the few weapons that can actually deal real damage. The sword he obtained from the endless secret vault. Once again, he pushed power into his feet and, with the speed of an arrow, Zeon charged forward, sword in hand, radiating fiery energy. At the same time, he was knocked back by a powerful blow from his trainer, but Zeon quickly seized that opportunity to kneel down. He dropped his sword and shifted his weight into a punch thrown with all his strength. It seemed he would hit the mark, but no. Dungkwon easily caught his fist with one hand. That brief moment made Zeon let out a forced laugh. "Huh. You managed to block that." Before the question could settle, a punch from Dungkwon sent Zeon's body flying like a cannonball. He slammed hard against the wall, unable to hold back the blood from his mouth. Nevertheless, that combined attack was still enough to satisfy Dungkwon. His deep voice rang out with a hint of admiration. "So it took 37 days. Congratulations on unlocking your sixth sense. But you are still far from it, little lady." As he spoke, Dungkwon dodged another strike from Ho and suddenly swept her feet, causing the girl to crash against the wall without a chance to resist. Seeing the two children sprawled out, Dungkwon seemed to think that was enough for today. He declared bluntly that today would end here. Soon, the arguing resumed. Ho turned to Zeon, annoyed and questioning him. "You said you could take them down in one hit. I believed you. You little brat." Ignoring the two children's bickering, Dungkwon turned and walked away. Meanwhile, he discreetly glanced at his palm, now slightly swollen. A cold thought crossed his mind. In the end, even though I activated my magic, I only pierced through a little bit. Even just a small amount. But I broke the ban on using magic. Abandoning a technique like that, combined with my natural fighting instincts, will make me someone to be feared by the clan's elders. Time passed quickly like a gust of wind. On the 47th day, after Hode also unlocked her sixth sense, The training session with Captain Dung Quan officially concluded for the remaining time. Both were allowed to rest and review what they had learned, and right at that moment, someone appeared in front of San. It was none other than your older brother, Lim Wangzhang, the eldest son of the family, whose title is the Xiang River, makes both the magical and martial worlds tremble. He is a master in both fields. A figure that everyone respects yet also watches with caution. But to Sun, he is not a legend or an idol. Just simply his only brother. And Sun took a deep breath, reminding himself to return to reality. After both of them sat down, Lim Wangzhang spoke up, his voice full of regret. I am sorry for not being able to take care of you, even if it is just an excuse. I have been a bit busy lately, San simply replied, his gaze calm as if he had understood for a long time. It is, across from him, Lim Wangzhang upon seeing Ixshaosan's somewhat shy yet honest demeanor. It must be the first time we met today. Yet you knew right away who I was. San did not beat around the bush. Responding straightforwardly, of course. Even if I am just an illegitimate child. As your younger brother. How could I not know my big brother? Upon hearing this, Lim Wangzhang seemed to freeze for a moment. His eyes briefly became sad. And in a low voice, he reminded him, illegitimate child. Don't ever say that again, even though our mothers are different. You and I are still siblings. His words were not just a reminder, but also a source of pain in Wangzhang's heart. He felt bitterness for Shan, a child who had not even had a naming ceremony, yet always considered himself an outsider, unaware of the thoughts in his brother's heart. Sun just awkwardly scratched his head and mumbled, I. Seeing that expression, Wangzhang just sighed, a heavy breath filled with emotion. No need to apologize. Just understanding is enough. Next time, you do not have to ask so formally. We are siblings. Why be so polite? I understand. San smiled and nodded. In his memories from the past life, Sun always remembered that his big brother, no matter how skilled he was, always maintained sincerity and calmness. Not wanting to make the story too heavy, Wangzhang quickly changed the subject and took out a gift from his pocket. This is a welcome gift. When I enrolled at the Fen Magic University in France, got this. But I thought it would be more useful for you. This is a type of magical substance called nectar. In Exxon's hand was a small glass vial, clear and shining inside, emanating a special energy. As soon as he saw it, Sun immediately recognized it. This is a high-grade elixir made at the Magic Tower in France. Produced only 500 milliliters every 10 years. A true treasure. After a moment of thought, Sun reached out to take the vial, his eyes shining with deep gratitude. You are giving me something so precious. Thank you so much. Big brother. However, this reaction seemed to surprise Wangzhang a bit. He was slightly taken aback, and then slowly mumbled as if talking to himself. You are a bit different. Sun squinted slightly. A bit suspicious? What do you mean? At this moment, my Zhang wore a gentle smile and explained, the people I met before considered you a rival. So this feeling is both strange and enjoyable. San just smiled lightly, then expressed his true thoughts. I am not someone who does not see the big brother as a rival. Since I was born into this family, the big brother is also my rival. So do not just see me as a cute kid. Who knows? One day I might become your biggest rival. I hope we have an interesting competition. The confidence evident in Sun's eyes made my Zhang burst out laughing. Haha. Alright. I will wait for that day, when you become my strongest rival. Saying that, he gently ruffled his younger brother's hair, a gesture both affectionate and hopeful. And Ixan, in his heart, promised himself that his older brother had always genuinely loved and protected him. This time, I will definitely protect him. Time passed, and a few days later was the day of the second most important exam for the Sungmulan family. The naming ceremony officially began. On the deck of a boat rocking towards the venue, Sigzun and Ho and Mlulig stood next to each other. They were being taken to a special island, Sechthandro, where the color of the land changed depending on the density of magical energy in the air. This is the ancient site where the Sungmulan family holds naming ceremonies for new members. As the boat approached the island, a staff member came out, seriously announcing, now, I will guide you on the naming exam. The young lady and young master will have to survive on Sechthandro for 3 weeks and prove themselves. The devices issued to everyone now are for location tracking. Unless in an emergency, they must always be kept on you. The final challenge of the exam will open 2 days after the 3rd week ends. Good luck to you all. As soon as they set foot on the island, the atmosphere shifted as if warning them of the harsh journey about to begin. Suddenly, spoke up, her expression somewhat hesitant. I have something to say, but before she could finish, Xian sighed, as if he guessed what she was about to confess. You have already made up your mind, have not you? What do you mean? Ho asked, wide-eyed. Since training, you have been about to say something, Xian said directly, without beating around the bush. Xian's blunt words hit a nerve, causing the girl to turn bright red, immediately shouting as if to hide her embarrassment. How did you know that? Seeing Ho's flustered and pitiful state, Xian could not help but chuckle to himself. How could we not know? You tilted your head, sounding like you were trying to talk down to a sulking child. Go on. I am listening. From Ho's perspective, she swallowed hard, and after gathering her courage, she took off the badge from her shirt. Her eyes glanced at Xian, signaling him clearly to follow her lead. Understanding her intent, Xian also removed his badge. They quickly stashed away the devices known to track and eavesdrop on conversations. Once everything was safe, Xian asked, his tone no longer playful. All done. What is going on? At this moment, Ho no longer hid anything. Her pocket. She pulled out a glass vial containing a murky solution. She spoke, enunciating each word clearly. This is poison, called dreaming mist. It only works on children under 15 years old. If exposed to air for more than 5 minutes, it will evaporate. Once it seeps into the body, it will block magical flow for a long time. Hearing this, Xian's expression immediately darkened. His voice dropped. Who did you get it from? A simple question but heavy as a stone. Ho knew well that no matter what she said, she absolutely could not reveal that name. The person who gave this to her was her own mother. She replied firmly, I am not going to tell you that. With that, she threw the glass vial against a nearby rock. The shattering sound echoed along with the sparkling shards flying out. Ho looked up, decisively continuing, now there is no evidence left. I will defeat you fairly, without needing this poison. So you need to fight with all your strength. Her attitude surprised Xian for a moment, but then he smiled softly and nodded. I was already planning to do that without you saying it. Great. After that, they put their badges back on and prepared to leave. But before they left, Ho turned back, reminding him like an old nag. Have you put the tracking device back on? It is dangerous to rush into the center of the island without knowing the terrain. It is very risky. From behind, Xian sighed, bored, shaking his head in exasperation. Yeah. I know. Are you worried about me? Immediately, her words hit a nerve, making Ho flare up. What worry? I am just scared that before you get to fight me, you will end up dead somewhere. Just as she finished yelling, a terrifying scream rang out from deep within the dense forest. Both immediately fell silent, turning to look in the direction of the sound, their eyes alert. In that moment of silence, Ho lowered her voice, reminding with a short but weighty sentence, then do not die. I will go ahead. With that, she turned and quickly walked to the left side of the road. Her figure gradually shrank between the dense forest, leaving San standing alone watching her go. You mumbled, as if speaking to yourself, she is gone. But my goal is not the outskirts of the island. All right. I need to get going too. Straight to the center of the island. At the same time, in the observation room of the Sungmulan family, where screens displayed live images from the island, the elders and senior members were intently watching. One of them spoke up, their gaze fixed on the screen showing Ho. She is indeed the 8th child of the Sungmulan family, and she has already completed her first hunting mission. Number of monsters that Ho has taken down is quite significant. After all, this must be Ho's first real battle. But that instinct did not come naturally. It must have been 47 days. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Captain Sungmulan quietly leaned against the wall and slowly spoke. This kid was not like this before. I thought it would take at least 2 months. Inside, Sungmulan could not help but think, though talented, that is all there is to it. It is just that someone has stimulated her. That is the youngest. His gaze slowly shifted to another screen, showing images of Xian, completely different from Ho, who was fighting relentlessly. Xian seemed to be quietly exploring, taking each step to discover every nook of the island. The stark contrast made the old man frown, questioning out of suspicion. But what the hell is that kid doing? Sungmulan glanced at the screen and replied slowly. It seems he is looking for a hiding spot. Immediately, a few scornful, cold, biting laughs echoed throughout the room, acting like a scared little mouse trying to escape. Truly cowardly. Just like an illegitimate child. On another side of the observation room, Mayan was also following all the developments. Hearing the harsh, mocking words directed at his younger brother, he could no longer keep his composure. He glanced at each face around him, then coldly reminded them, stop talking. In a dangerous place like this, looking for a hiding spot is the wise thing to do. There is nothing to criticize. His words made a few of those teasing quickly cough awkwardly, then try to backtrack with empty remarks. Aha. That is right, ha. It must be because we have seen Miss 8 too much, raising our standards. However, not everyone knows to hold back. The cunning old man, thinking nothing of the eldest brother of the family, continued to make jabs. Let us, in the Sungmulan family, is it usually a sin? Right. A person of Sungmu blood acting like a commoner is quite laughable. Those poisonous words made my Gaiong clench his fists tightly. He did not respond. But inside, he was boiling. Just because of his background, they belittle a child. When did our family become like this? Or rather, we have always been like this. But more importantly, what does the Exion plan to do by heading straight to the center of the island like that? The thought made him unconsciously glance at Tifei-Ung, the uncle of both. At this moment, he was biting his nails repeatedly, his eyes full of worry. A mumble escaped his lips. What the hell is that kid thinking? That statement made Mai Gaiwang realize that he was not the only one feeling confused. He let out a slight sigh. What are you planning to do? Exxon. At this moment, Sion had found a deep cave in the forest. A secluded place to hide. He did not act recklessly. Before entering the cave, Exxon lit a handful of herbs and threw a firecracker inside. The light and smoke spread out, helping to check for any hidden creatures. After that, he covered the entrance with leaves. Every action was precise, without any unnecessary steps. A few murmurs of agreement arose from the onlookers. The stealth skills are not bad at all. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened in shock. Wait a minute. What is that kid doing? All eyes immediately turned to the screen. The image showed Sion removing the watch from the badge, placing 2 tracking devices aside. Then, he covered both devices with leaves. Instantly, the monitoring screen turned black. Behind, the captain let out a loud laugh, unable to hide his delight. Ha! It is truly unpredictable. Meanwhile, both Ti-Hong and Migi-Hong could only hold their heads in despair. In fact, Fort, that action was necessary. He could not let those prying eyes track all his secrets. After hiding all the devices, he murmured softly, "No need for others to see this. Now I can use it endlessly. Once inside the island, I have to harvest as much as possible." Now, as he spoke, he transformed the ring on his hand into a sharp blade, ready for the next encounter. Time flew. The evening approached, and under the flickering firelight, Sion sat in front of a clay pot, frowning as he stared intently at the liquid inside. A thick liquid with a deep blue color that looks just like poison, to the point where you felt like you could see a screaming face inside that liquid. You mumbled, unable to hide your suspicion. "It is probably over. But it is really terrifying. Is there really no magic here?" Old memories came back. In your past life, because you could not afford to buy cheap elixirs, you had to follow some herbalists to find magical herbs. Now, in a place like Sichthan Island, where the magical energy is thick in the air, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it to increase your power. Anta used to say that a sip of magic energy is better than nothing at all. Sion took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "All right." You lifted the pot and brought it close to your mouth. Soon after, the clay pot was tossed aside, and Exxon slumped down, his face pale as if all his life force had been drained. You sighed deeply. It really is a flavor that tastes like it came from hell. And thus, the solitary battle that lasted 3 weeks officially began. On the 18th day of the naming ceremony, Maigyeom Trong's office appeared under the clear blue sky, a house not too large with a glass design. Maigyeom Trong was focused on his work in the office when suddenly a voice called out, "Excuse me. Can we come in?" He raised his eyes to pay attention. "Come in." At that moment, a subordinate appeared from afar and entered. "Sorry to disturb you while you are working." Maigyeom Trong did not mind, responding with a concerned smile. "It is, looking at your face, I am guessing there is bad news." The person just walked and solemnly announced that a large group of drifters seems to have entered northern Korea. He is Yui Jang-hon, the vice captain of the sword team under Maigyeom Trong. He stood straight and seriously reported the situation in detail to Maigyeom Trong without missing a beat. "Initially, I thought they would disrupt the pioneering area of the dangerous zone. But they are moving south. 2 days' journey from a magical quarry of the clan." Maigyeom Trong thoughtfully rubbed his chain. "Drifters. Those criminals roaming the region." Then he continued to analyze, wanting to get input from Yui Jang-hon. Those magic orbs would not invade the clan's territory without reason. Yui Jang-hon also had doubts in his heart, pointing out some suspicious areas. They looked like drifters on the outside, but it could also just be a disguise. Surely there is some force behind them. Maigyeom Trong kept tapping his fingers on the table, feeling somewhat concerned about this matter. And there were also reports that the Long Camp had moved troops to the northern border. From the information you have gathered, the enormous power of Trungain, the Long Tri, is continuously provoking the Sungmu clan by encroaching on the uncharted territory of Maigyeom Trong. He narrowed his eyes as if he had figured out some of their intentions. It seems the news about his father leaving the clan has been leaked, and this must be a great opportunity for the hostile forces. Maigyeom Trong wanted to confirm the situation, so he spoke up and asked if the clan's intelligence department was aware of the recent information. Yang Hon clearly continued the report. "Thanks to the order for surveillance given earlier, we have quickly grasped the clan's intelligence." He also had a sense of urgent solutions forming in his mind. Maigyeom Trong stood up to make a decision. "First, let us cooperate with the intelligence department to gather more information." He pulled the chair in, turning to look outside, certain there was still something else. Maigyeom Trong clasped his hands behind his back, trying to appear calm on the outside. But inside, he was anxious, hoping this was just a false intuition. The scene changed as night fell. In a dark forest, a red magic circle appeared here. Suddenly, it changed. The symbols in the center flashed brightly. Right after that, layers of space began to shatter, revealing a black hole in the center. Some kind of artifact made a continuous clanging sound as it gradually emerged outside, suddenly appearing in the forest. In the darkness, one could only vaguely see a figure with a voice ringing out. "Is 2 nights enough to kill an illegitimate child?" Under the clear blue sky, near the dark forest, the distant site was a wave-lapped beach. Loud, angry cries rang out continuously. accompanied by the strong footsteps of wild beasts. The source of those tremors was a monster that resembled a dragon combined with a crocodile, moving around and breathing heavily. They were a level 7 monster race called Drago. He suddenly appeared before it, gripping the sword tightly. Breathing heavily, Drago raised its head high, taking a deep breath that made its belly swell red. Just moments later, it spread its wings wide and unleashed a stream of fire, leaving nothing that could survive its power. You stared with a serious expression, your demeanor clearly showing intense tension and sweat. He nimbly seized the opportunity. As the fire approached, you leaned back to dodge. The massive flames were right beside Y. With courage, drew his sword and pushed it straight ahead. He leaped high, using the internal strength he had previously accumulated to confront Drago directly. With your head bang, lightning bolts appeared in succession. Combined with a determination to move forward, he jumped right onto its head, thrusting the sword down with a combination of electric shocks that lit up the sky. Drago could not dodge or defend himself and immediately collapsed. Charred, you exhaled lightly, clenching your hand to wipe off the sweat. He was also affected, burned in several spots. You glanced over and sighed. It really is a different lineage. If I were still on the outskirts of Qingdao, I would have been knocked out from the first hit. He put away his sword and sighed. You thought to yourself, it was not until the 19th day that I reached the center of Qingdao, the domain of the lineage. But staying here too long would just be a waste of time. He did not waste time here. You quickly turned away to think. There is another reason I came this deep. Suddenly, he did not move any further but halted in the middle of the field. Your sixth sense detected something. He was extremely alert and immediately went into a defensive stance. What now? You sat down on the ground, relying on experience to lean against a tree. Your gaze fixed straight ahead. He frowned, the sharpness radiating from his gaze as he thought. Indeed, another wave of monsters appeared before you. This time they came in packs, resembling both humans and lizards. According to records, they are level 8 monsters. The lizard people, Lizaman, did not run away, standing in a hidden corner observing their every move. Something had been off since yesterday. Normally, the lizard people should live on the outskirts, yet they appeared in the center. However, when I attacked, they only ran away without fighting back. You seriously contemplated, rubbing your chin while thinking of a strategy. The lizard people have a low rank and lack intelligence. They must have been influenced by something. Having thought of a method, without hesitation, he drew his sword and charged forward. If that is the case, the Lizaman monsters quickly sensed it. One of them glanced over, and with its loud roar, the others quickly turned and fled. You successfully took a gamble, unafraid, and charged forward even faster. Just as predicted, he slashed with sharp strokes, each one causing the monsters to fall one by one. You stood small among a group of Lizaman, thinking to yourself, once could be a coincidence, but twice is not. I must sue. The sun was slowly setting, the sunset enveloping the sky. An eerie sounds echoed through the trees. A tense battle was unfolding. From within this forest, the voice came along with ominous purple mist, ready to ambush. None other than that mysterious person was the main cause. He sat cross-legged, eyes fixed on the sunset. His bloodline was indeed bizarre. This person was still diligently focused on his work, unaware that a Lizaman had approached from behind. How could such a child be capable of taking down so many? But it should be fine. As it got closer, he continued to talk to himself. After all, it was just a child. This person is the monster tamer, Nishizama Sogo. He calmly smirked. A rookie, easily falling into traps due to lack of experience. Sogo is shielding some creature in his heart, his eyes gently revealing that maybe we do not need to use that which has been prepared. I do not know when he stood on the tree, observing the situation to make a judgment. It is so obvious that I have been suspicious. But it turns out this is indeed a trap, the ability to control monsters. A tamer. He tries to shield himself as much as possible. How could an outsider get into the Sechsthan Island? He is continuously lost in thought about strategies. It is not impossible. What if there is a teleportation setup inside Sechsthan Island? Just a few minutes later, had a sinister smile, a perfect plan forming in his mind. At that moment, surely someone in the family has intervened. He frowned, slowly pulling the zipper of his jacket, reporting to the family and waiting for the Vietnamese soldiers. With determination, he clenched his fist, his gaze fixed ahead. By the time the Vietnamese soldiers arrive, it will be too late. The information about the mastermind will no longer be in my hands. He immediately put his hand in his pocket. Then there is only one way. Continuing the plan, activated his skill, the invisibility technique. He did not miss the opportunity. Quickly jumped down from the branch. I will erase my traces. He crouched down on the ground. Someone prepared to attack, then leaped forward with great speed. He flew behind Sogo, ready to strike him down. In his heart, he had made up his mind to eliminate them. However, at that moment, a bird in Sogo's hand suddenly woke up, as if sensing something dangerous, and then in an instant, It let out a shrill cry warning him about Wyo behind. About to attack, Sogo heard the cry and turned around. Surprised. When did he get here? Looked at the bird in his hand and thought. Damn it. Does he have a relic that detects danger? But he did not stop, still swinging his sword down at Sogo, who quickly dodged to the side to escape this deadly blow. Sogo struggled, kneeling on the ground, struggling to speak. The offspring of Dung Mulan is stronger than I thought, stood tall, pointing his sword at him, replying with a disdainful tone. Or is it just that you are too weak? Sogo hurriedly waved his hand and shouted. Shut up. Stop him. At this moment 3 green monsters appeared from nowhere, charging at Wyo. At his command, he quickly tightened his grip on the sword, a stream of energy quickly enveloping it. The shattered emotion sword. Third form, and then as fast as lightning, he has already skimmed past 3 monsters. So fast that he only left an afterimage, not visible to anyone. And he slashed at the heads of the monsters without hesitation. Wyo's confident expression. After slashing, the monsters vanished. But he suddenly felt something was off with his body. And he paused for a moment. At that moment, dozens of chains wrapped around him, trapping Wyo. He was stunned, unable to move. Sogo stood to the side, watching him struggle. And when he saw Wyo could not move, he burst into wicked laughter. The trap was set. At his feet, an eerie magic circle appeared, continuously summoning chains that coiled around his body. Looked around in disbelief, while Sogo kept taunting him, saying that this was a high-level ceiling magic that could block a martial artist's mana. Without mana, a person is just a useless kid. And with this immobile body, you should accept your tragic fate. Stood silently, watching Sogo gradually disappear from view. Only the green monsters left, and could not help but exclaim, sealing my mana. His face hardened, gradually becoming determined. If so, Wyo's body emitted a powerful aura, as if wanting to devour everything. He roared loudly, just needed to channel his mana. In front of the monsters, shattered the chains. A small explosion from the force he unleashed headed toward Sogo, who was still unaware of what was happening. Casually running away, he leaped over his head in a surprise attack until Wyo landed right in front of Sogo, who was now astonished to see him. With a confident face, pointed his sword at Sogo and shouted. Planning to run away, Sogo trembled and stepped back, looking at Guy, and asked, how could you break the spell? He stared straight at him and replied, no reason to tell you. Your image has already been sent back to base via communication device. Surrender. Sogo lowered his head, his expression slightly lifted. It is nothing. And then, to Wyo's astonishment, Sogo confidently exclaimed, I will kill you and regain my freedom. He was stunned as if he could not believe his own words. While Wyo was still shocked by his words, a large shadow was attacking him. A massive tail struck hard against Wyo's small frame. He could not dodge in time, and took the full brunt of this surprise attack. Flew like a cannonball just fired, heading towards a large tree in the forest. At the end of the attack, his body slammed hard against the tree, causing it to topple. While Wyo was covered in wounds, spitting fresh blood. Your body is trembling, lying still on the ground, your mind racing. Do not say it is strange. Then Wyo weakly lifts his head to look ahead in fear. A monstrous creature resembling a giant turtle appears before you. The ruler of this land, the mountain demon, clutching his wound, struggles to stand up, his mind racing. A level 3 monster, a nightmare type. How could a mere tamer like him control the mountain demon? Sogo watches him get up, unable to help but express a few words of admiration. Quite sharp. Indeed. Even though the taming is not complete, the order to kill will definitely be executed perfectly. His expression is very serious as he looks at Wyo. Sogo raises the staff in his hand, speaking while pulling out something. Do not struggle anymore. Squats down on the ground, quickly thinking of how to deal with this difficult situation. He gradually becomes serious, puts his hand into his pocket, and thinks. Stay calm. If he can't fully control the mountain demon yet, he just needs to catch the tamer. Pulls out a pill very simply, looking at it and thinking to himself. To create an opening against this monster. There is no other way. Who would have thought I would have to use this? Without hesitation, immediately puts the pill in his mouth. A banned drug due to the enormous consequences compared to the amount of magic power it provides. As soon as he swallows the pill, his body is instantly enhanced by mysterious power, bursting with energy. Behind Wyo, waves of energy swirl, with a thought. And there is one more thing. He glances down at the glowing ring on his hand, firmly grips his sword, channeling powerful sword energy into it. Constantly thinking. The technique that she taught him should only be used in life-threatening situations. Wyo's gaze lights up, his mind thinking. Now is the time. Waves of overwhelming power emanate from his body, causing the ground around him to tremble with the skill. The reverse heavenly technique leaps off the ground, causing a large hole to appear right under his feet. Then Wyo flies over the monster, delivering a decisive slash to its massive body. He lands awkwardly, thinking to himself, Even though the skin does not burn, it still has an effect. Once again, channels a powerful force into his sword. With this I will bring it down. The monster lets out a terrifying roar, shaking the mountains and forests. Hears it and is taken aback. This is the roar of the mountain demon, looking at the huge monster before him. He can't help but think, unable to move because of the mountain demon's curse. Damn it. A mysterious dark energy suddenly radiates from you, glances at the dark energy and sighs. Pushing it back, seizing the opportunity. You quickly run toward the monster. Right at this moment, gathers all your strength. Pulling the sword back for a powerful strike, you mumble something about not being awake yet. An unintentional solar eclipse, and then swings the sword at the monster. Causing it to be severely wounded, it hauls towards the sky, letting out a mournful cry with great power. Then collapses to the ground. The sky immediately clears, and light shines down once more, covers your mouth, trying to hold back the blood from spilling out, exhausted and injured. Collapse. Thinking to yourself that there is no time to waste, consequences of the destructive technique, and the reversal spell will prevent me from moving for long. Holds your injured body and runs quickly forward. Worried. Only 10 seconds left. The demon's hand has attacked the wrong target. I need to find the tamer now. In the forest, runs frantically searching for Sogo as the time counts down. 8 seconds. 4 seconds. But you suddenly stop as if discovering something. Looking down at the ground, sees a red thread appearing, seemingly leading the way for you. Looking at the narrow path in the forest where the thread is pointing, does not hesitate and steps in as the countdown reaches 3 seconds. Immediately, at the end of the thread, Sogo appears. Trying to escape through the mountain opening, he panics, turns around to look at you, and shouts, "What? How is this possible?" While Wayo is racing against time. 1 second left, you leap, aiming the sharp tip of your sword at Sogo's neck to attack. But you think, it is not enough. Just a little more. I have to push my body a bit further. Then Wayo looks at the sword and shouts, "If that is the case, then pull it back." The sword truly pulls back, stabbing into Sogo's throat, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He only manages to let out a cry before he breathes his last. The blood-soaked sword finally falls to the ground with a clatter. Breathes heavily, sitting in front of Sogo's lifeless body and contemplating. I need to keep my body steady. If I fall now, it is really over. You quickly grab a medicine box and gulp it down, recalling that you were told to take this if you used the reversal spell. Luckily, you brought the nectar. He used, gradually fading. His body lost balance and swayed, before losing consciousness completely. He thought to himself, before the monsters got close, he had to suppress him entirely. Wayo's expression showed signs of fatigue. His eyes gradually opened, vaguely looking around. Wayo's whole body felt like it was being pulled down to the ground. His breathing became deeper. A soft voice rang out. "Where is this? What happened to the beast tamer and the mountain demon?" Suddenly, his body jolted with pain, causing him to tense up, and the person in his eyes was slowly becoming stiff. Clenched his fist to endure the pain that made his whole body tremble. He murmured about his condition. His body felt like it was about to shatter. After a while, a green eye opened, staring intently at O's motionless body on the floor. A deep voice filled with disappointment echoed. "So it has come to this after all." This voice came from the dark mist surrounding his body. Too dangerous for a human to endure. How could both exist in one entity? The dark mist wrapped around Wayo's hand. Voice rang out again, carrying a tone of pity. Hoping he would not wake up, but dared to now. Then it threw something dark purple in front of him, coldly calling out, "Eat it." He woke up upon hearing the noise and exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Seeing a large beehive in front of him, he softly exclaimed, "A purple beehive. Could it be the ethereal stone?" The voice rang out again reminding him, "It is not a person, but it needs to eat this." Then in that eye reflected an image of an old turtle, urging him, "The era has shifted. Grow stronger, child of humanity." That eye slowly faded and the image of the turtle grew distant. The voice gradually became softer and faded away. "Do not let yourself be swallowed by the era." Ho tilted her head looking with an innocent expression, softly calling out, "You are awake." Hazily turned his gaze and exclaimed, "Ho, you are angry. You have reminded me so much." Then lowered her voice to ask him, "Did this kid dare to call you by your name? Since you are in pain, I will let that slide. How's your body now?" Closed his eyes to feel the energy flowing in his body. Although his musculoskeletal system was severely damaged, the magical power surged tremendously. He gradually opened his eyes and was astonished. Did he really absorb the ethereal stone? Then Wayo calmly answered Ho's question, feeling like a broken magic thread. Her insides slightly twisted, and her nerves frayed. Just a few torn muscles. Nothing too serious. Hearing her pale face, she shouted, "What? That is not serious." Seriously looked at Ho and muttered to herself. The death stone was something Lai Ho intended to obtain. A powerful elixir that enhances physical strength and boosts magical power. Mai was absorbed in the curse. Indeed, it was something she decided to obtain at Sechthan Island. But she felt a bit reluctant. However, facing his scrutinizing gaze, she had some doubts. Have you been hit on the head? Jumped up to ask. But wait, why are you here? From afar, a loud voice called out. My Wio rushed over with a worried face, and he responded with a slightly puzzled tone. Big brother, I am worried. Here's the family medicine. It will be fine. But first let me heal you with magic. I brought some healing water. Tu waved her hand and awkwardly replied. Thank you, brother. But I do not need magical healing. I would like to take the healing water. Though, my Wio silently watched him drink the healing water. But the way he looked at Wio was filled with pity and a bit of pain. My Wio turned to say, Oh, can you step outside for a bit? Let me handle this. After she left, he turned to stare at him and said seriously, If you die, I will wipe out every organization related to the beast tamers from this world. No matter how powerful they are, laughed and said, That sounds reassuring. But right after that, my Wio immediately became serious and criticized him. As a member of the Dongmu Lan, what you have shown is truly the model of a martial artist. But as an elder brother, I can see it in a positive light. That is recklessness. Scratched his head awkwardly and said, I did not anticipate the appearance of the Ku Thi Sen. Brother. If I knew it was there, I would have definitely waited. He slightly bowed his head, closed his eyes, and sighed. You know the difference between recklessness and confidence. That is good. Suddenly, he suggested, Big brother, since I have dealt with the beast tamer, the information about him also belongs to me. My Wio put his hand to his temple and said, I knew you would say that. Then he raised his eyes to look at Wio and announced, The beast tamer was once a high-level sorcerer of Japanese Amyoji. It seems he was expelled for trying to comprehend forbidden arts. The one behind provided high-level talismans and magical tools, then activated them while Kutha's son was asleep. They wanted to kill you, pretending it was the action of a monster. Fell into deep thought, looking absent-mindedly and asked, You still have not found out who the mastermind is? My Wio, with a sigh of regret. He shared important information that left you stunned, your eyes wide open. He was in a near-death state, so it was hard to extract information immediately. Then, immediately concluded that you were not the main target they were after. He paused for a moment and asked why you thought that, then presented his reasoning. They want to damage your reputation by making everyone believe that you did not notice the intruder and reacted too slowly. My Wio sighed again, gently rubbing his neck and said, It is. Right after that, he awkwardly told you not to pretend you did not know, asked back in a questioning tone. Are you okay? He reached out to pat your head and reassure you. It is. Your reputation might be a bit damaged, but it is nothing serious. My Wio looked at with affectionate eyes and said, You can be away for too long, so you will come back here. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, you grabbed his hand and called out loudly, Big brother. The gaze of Wio, with confident steps and a ringing voice, he made a proposal. Brother, would you like to make a deal with me? You saw my Wio still not done with his surprise. He explained further. Please say that you had already foreseen the beast tamer's intrusion and had given me orders beforehand. I will testify in that direction. After that, he even lowered his voice to mutter. That way, it will look as if you had prepared in advance for things the clan's intelligence has yet to uncover. My Wio, he immediately asked back. For you, would not it be best to testify to the truth? Waigo bent slightly forward to stand up. He corrected himself. That is why I call this a deal. Then he proposed in return. A deal is when both sides exchange what they need. What do you want? He immediately corrected himself. Which was why you called this a deal. Then he made a counterproposal. A trade only happens when both sides exchange what they need. What is it that you want? Waigo straightened up, full of excitement, and stated his request. To grant you access to the secret treasury. 3 days would be enough. My Wio. He patted your shoulder and asked. Even if you do not agree, you must have a way to handle this. Right. He patted your shoulder and asked. Even if I do not agree. You have surely found a way to handle this. Have not you? The phone in his pocket rang. My Wio. The phone in his pocket rang. He pulled out his ringing phone and said. It seems the sword team is calling you. You really have to go now. Before leaving, he turned back to call out and threw something to him. Oh right. Waido. He quickly caught the small sword. His face was very surprised to receive this gift. He left, leaving behind a promise still lingering in Wyo's ears, while admiring the shiny small sword. He will keep this a secret. He smiled helplessly and said. Indeed. He is still not easy to deal with at all. At that moment, was putting on her shirt when Ho walked over to ask. It seemed their conversation was going smoothly, and he just replied coldly. Yeah. She stood with her hands on her hips, her gaze slightly challenging, breaking the helplessness to ask why. Which challenge will you take on among the testing shops? It has been 3 weeks. It should be open by now, he asked evenly in return. And what about you? Where will you challenge? She asked when Ko angrily shouted. I asked first. He was at a loss for words. Saying, "If you want to know, then answer first." She put her hand on her waist. Her expression smug as she replied, "Where will I challenge?" What else but the hardest challenge, a challenging quest?" After finishing her sentence, Ho asked again, "And what about you?" He gently pulled the zipper of his jacket and said, "It is an important match." Her face was completely stiff from the question. Does that place even exist? Don't tell me it is one of the testing shops in the outskirts." Ho raised her eyebrows slightly, scrunched her face with determination and replied, "Yeah, it is in the outskirts." Ho suddenly lowered her voice regretfully and said, "Really disappointing. It seems I misjudged you. You chose a shop in the outskirts. Well then, no need to say more." She just stood still beside him and murmured, "I thought you were a worthy opponent. To be honest, I used to think you were better than me." Glanced at her as she turned away and secretly guessed. Since everyone assumes that the location determines the difficulty of the testing shop, they probably think I chose the outskirts shop because it is easier. Then the two went in different directions. He also turned his back and walked away from Ho, softly sighing and saying, "Whatever. Let them think what they want." In a dense forest, where light shines and brings a bit of dreaminess along with some rustling sounds, was parting leaves to find his way while thinking, "I do not remember exactly, but it should be around here." He lifted a branch, squinting one eye at the bright light, silently saying, "Before I return, this is the cave I accidentally discovered, and is also where I will complete the second challenge of the naming ceremony." In front of Wai was a dark cave. He tried to look inside with suspicion. A challenging match went to find a torch. He lit it to prepare to step deeper into the cave. He raised the flame and stepped inside, his face blank as he thought, from the outside, it just looks like an ordinary wall. After a while of clearly observing the contours on the rock, fell into contemplation. But of course, it is not that simple. He set the torch aside, then grabbed the sword at his hip and drew it out, kept swinging his sword against the rocks, the blue light glimmering along the path of the sword. After a while, a tall door appeared, and the stones on the side were still dripping and falling down. With bright, confident eyes, he stared at the door. Feeling triumphant, he found it. He took out the small knife he carried with him and slowly cut into his palm to let the blood flow out. He tightly held his hand, watching the blood flow. His eyes focused on the blue light emanating from the cut hand. He waved his hand towards the large door. The blood splattered along with the glowing light sticking to the door. The door, stained with blood, began to move, and a beam of light shone from within. The ground began to tremble, and the door slowly opened to reveal an altar right in the middle. He stood observing around the room. At that moment he looked very small standing in front of the door, yet to step inside. He slowly approached the altar, his clenched hand still dripping blood drop by drop. He extended his hand to let the blood flow into the bowl, his tone serious as he reported, "The descendants of Sung Mulan wish to take on the challenge of the ancestors." He watched as his blood turned into green smoke, surrounding his body, mingling with his plea, "Please allow it." The echo from the building resonated. The content of the battle challenge had only one task. The green smoke revealed an illusion of himself, and the challenge announced was to defeat himself. He stood opposite the illusion, quickly preparing his sword while reciting the rules. With no limit on attempts, he could not leave until he won. Even if he gave up, he drew his sword from its sheath, readying himself and muttering, "Let us begin." He pushed off hard from the ground to attack, his foot hitting the ground with a loud thud. But before he could strike, an illusionary sword swept across his head, causing him to freeze in shock. His head felt like it was severed from his neck. He gasped in horror, his voice trembling, alongside the illusion of himself frozen in the position after the attack. That panicked voice was still ringing out. Still happening. He hurriedly clutched his neck and shook it, his face clearly showing panic. He hesitantly touched his neck, reassuring himself, "Just now. Surely my neck was cut off, right? An illusion. In this battle challenge, I can teach." He forced himself to stand upright, feeling a reality that was frighteningly intense. At this level, a normal person would probably go insane. His eyes held a cold glint mixed with suspicion as he looked at the illusion, thinking, "Can I really do that?" He gazed at his own illusion, muttering to himself, "Can I reach that level?" He took the sword back into his hands, murmuring to himself, "The illusion of the battle allows me to use my power perfectly." He recalled the moment he was struck by the sword but did not die, only left with a fleeting sensation that made him realize, "This means that right now, I have not fully unleashed my potential. If I could completely unlock it, I would have blocked his attack earlier." Without waiting any longer, he got back into position and shouted, "Okay, let us try again." Before he could finish, the illusion struck first, creating his own unique conclusions. But on the third try, he got stabbed in the stomach, dead. The next illusion changed its method to a chokehold. On the fifth attempt, he blocked the sword but then his neck was snapped, Dead. Continuously experienced the feeling of losing his head countless times. The 10th time. Dead. The 1st time. The 18th time. The 20th time. This time. You quickly countered the next move of the illusion. Both swords clashing and causing both bodies to be thrown backward. You fell and slid on the ground. Completely in control of your landing with your own legs, your breath was becoming more rapid. And you counted silently in your mind. Was it the 75th or the 80th time? Suddenly enlightened. Your eyes widened. Your face darkened as you muttered to yourself. I understand a bit now. I can learn everything. You gradually realized the true rule that the challenge created. Your greatest strength is freedom. An overwhelming transformation. You transformed the initial sword into a spear. Your hands gripping the spear shaft with determination. You glided with the spear, confidently executing the move with your mindset. An unpredictable fighting style. You charged again toward your own illusion and exclaimed, "This time for sure." The two spears clashed, the illusion quickly parrying your spear thrust. Then both sides transformed their weapons back into swords as you narrated. Keep trading sword strikes. Gradually. Then revert back to spears and continue as the struggle showed no signs of stopping. After a while of fighting, the situation finally aligned with your thoughts. Your stance matching his. Your own illusion was pushed back. And since it was an illusion, it seemed not easy to lose balance. Illusion transformed its spear back into a sword and looked at you with cold eyes. Next, you intentionally left a gap in your defense. And just like before, the illusion charged at you. The illusion's sword thrust across your stomach. It pierced through as if almost out of blade but did not draw a single drop of blood. Your voice, filled with triumph mixed with contempt, rang out, leaving the illusion perplexed and dazed. With one hand, you grabbed the hilt of the illusion's sword, pulling it towards you. The other hand swung the sword and shouted, "I purposely left that opening. You fool." The sword you unleashed caused a green light to appear in the space, the ground cracking beneath it, and this sword move was called no magic. The illusion of yourself had now died, your body gradually dissolving into small green specks. Your whole body faded away in the space, and just before disappearing completely, the illusion had a slight painful smile. You stood in the middle of the room surrounded by floating green lights, murmuring to yourself, "If I can overcome the challenge of the checkpoint, bloodline from the depths will unleash hidden powers." In your previous life, your abilities were just the most common type. A transformation. Your body now emanated a bit of golden energy. You whispered softly, "And in this life." You felt astonished looking at the golden light. Your eyes seemed to have hardened. You hazily reached out your hand to catch the golden energy. Your voice faintly asked, "What is this power?" Outside the room, there were many people. Perhaps those who came to take on the challenge. The little boy is standing outside the door. He is so anxious that he keeps sighing, both hands crossed in front of his chest. His voice whinny. He thought this time he would behave. That annoying kid. People have a naming ceremony, and he causes so much trouble. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. He jumped and turned to look at the door. The magical energy was changing. Everyone turned their eyes to see him step out after the loud call. He was opening up. His face fell, and he struggled to step out of the room unsteadily. The little boy ran over, shouting his name. "Hurry up." He worriedly supported his body, guiding him and asking, "Are you okay? Wake up." His skin was so dry, he struggled to cry out. "A little." The little boy wondered. "On." His face looked sickly, hands trembling as he raised them to ask for help. "Water. I am so hungry." He supported the pale body, who had no strength left, mouth agape in helplessness. His whole body was shaking now. The anger that had been suppressed was about to explode. His voice rising. "Girl." A powerful voice rang out, causing the birds around the cliffs to scatter. "That kid." In a grand house, a heartfelt call echoed outside. "Young master." The lady was very emotional, her face full of worry, tears welling up. The lady held him and cried out, "Do you know how worried I have been? From hunting beasts to mountain demons, and the challenges set by our ancestors. Nurse, you are so dirty now. Been outside for almost a month." She caressed his cheek and scolded affectionately. "At first, I planned to scold you harshly, but welcome home," he shyly replied. "Thanks." The lady let him go, gently wiping her tears and said, "I have prepared a bath for you. After you bathe, I will prepare a meal for you." He rolled the blanket in his hands and asked, "Nurse, what about my aunt? I thought she would be the first to come." She suddenly paused, her voice soft, making him a bit suspicious. "About that, what is it? Auntie is so excited to welcome you, my dear nephew." At that moment, Auntie was locked up in a cell. He laughed loudly. "What did you do?" "You are smiling through tears." "Sorry, but seeing you safe is good enough." Even locked up, Auntie still cared about him. "But what on earth did you do to cause your magical energy to spike like that? You have not even digested the energy in your body yet." She cheerfully told him to sit down to rest his legs. Come on. Sit down. I will be with you. He was caught off guard by Auntie's words, realizing she was a bit too excited. She felt embarrassed. It is. I did not expect you to go this far for me. Auntie remembered the reason she was pushed into the cell. The reason she was locked up. At that time she was so agitated that she caused a disturbance with the elders, and had to be restrained by 2 people. She has always been a turtle. It is because of you all. Right. You did this? She caused a ruckus in the control room with the elders and the big boss. She yelled, scolding everyone. Again and again. Just like always. Why is Grandpa apologizing for his silly actions? Dear. Because she thinks they did something weird to you. So she could not help but lose her temper. Grandpa was surprised to hear her confession. She just felt incredibly angry. Thinking about not being able to see you again. Grandpa grabbed his throat, complaining to you. And suddenly her throat felt tight. You were reminiscing about the memories of the 2 of you. Deeply lost in thought. To be honest, I had never fully trusted her before. But I do not know when I started to see her as part of the family. You sighed, embracing this new feeling of yours. And okay. Now I accept. You turned around, getting ready to leave, but did not forget to remind Grandpa. I will take her out soon. Please wait a little longer. She reached her hand out from the bars, waving you over. How can you do it? It is. Do not push too hard. You gave her a warm smile. You won't have to do anything. Anyway, you will be released soon. You closed the door to the room, saying goodbye to Grandpa. See you next time. At this moment, outside the airport, a plane landed right in the night. When it safely docked, the stairs were already prepared, and there was a line of people waiting to greet. TXN stepped out of the plane, and the subordinates respectfully welcomed him. You have arrived, sir. As he walked past Xian, who was bowing. I kept you waiting for so long. She politely declined. It is. The hot spring is ready, so please take a bath and enjoy your meal. Yu Xihan stood still, listening to the adults talk. TXN responded to her. All right. You glanced around. After the naming ceremony this time, I thought I had matured quite a bit. The eyes of the father and son accidentally met. You had many thoughts. But how far is the distance between me and Dad? I still can't measure it. Dad's hasty turn made you think more. Had their eyes met, TXN walked ahead boldly, saying casually, I have always said that those who do not know how to fight are unnecessary for the family. But this person wanted to find a meaning for his words. Among them, there was only one child who held a strong desire to win against me. TXN's words made you waver. Who was he talking to? Was it the big boss? You sighed helplessly. I tried to control my emotions this much. And he still noticed. The scene shifted to the grand hall of Sungmulan. The red carpet was laid out, and people around were chatting animatedly. You chose a small corner in the room, quietly observing, because this was a rare event at Sungmulan. The scale of this party was much grander than other naming ceremonies. You observe each person one by one. Thanks to memories from a past life, you can recognize them. That person is the youngest tower master ever known. At this moment, someone approached, breaking your privacy. Excuse me. Young master, the butler respectfully informs you. The clan leader wants to see you. You did not expect this situation, so you asked him again to be sure. Father, the butler replied. Yep. Please follow this way. You walk behind the butler, feeling puzzled. Why did father summon you? Hopefully, it is not something serious. Outside, under the starry night sky, you politely greet your father. Father, what did you call me for? You looked up and were surprised to see another person besides your father. Standing beside him is your older brother. You broke into a sweat, feeling anxious. Could it be? Before you could finish your thought, your father spoke. I believe you know why I called you. He ordered you to tell the story. I want to hear about what happened during the naming ceremony. According to my Guy Wang Trong, you discovered an outsider who broke the arrest order. You instinctively lowered your head when you heard your father ask. This plan was yours, was not it? You felt a pang of guilt. Realizing your father already knew, you gathered all your courage and admitted to your father. Yep. That is right. I was the one who suggested the deal with my brother, with the condition that I could access the library for 3 days and help my brother avoid this public backlash. Your father was at a loss with this youngest son, only able to lightly scold you. Considering your contribution to this matter, I will overlook your false report. He warned you one last time, but there won't be a next time. You nodded apologetically towards your father. Yep. I understand. Now it is your turn to face punishment. On the contrary, you will have to receive a fitting penalty later. Organizing this banquet is your responsibility. Go back to your work, your brother said while patting your back. Listen to him. Yep. I will do that. Before leaving, your brother still wore a reassuring smile for you. You anxiously glanced at your brother, unsure if he was all right. When your older brother left, Your father continued talking to you. Aside from the false report, the merit this time belongs to you. And you will receive the reward that your brother promised. You remain silent in response to your father's words. Finally, since you discovered the challenge of fighting, I will grant you a reward. You expressed your wish. If so, transitioning, your father stood on the podium, opening the banquet, thanking all the guests who made the effort to come. Hope our two sons, the main characters of today's banquet, will be blessed on their path ahead. Now we will continue with the naming ceremony. His warm voice rang out. Step forward. She smiled and accepted your father's words. You have been chosen by the holy sword and will always shine like the sun around you. Always stay true to this righteous path. He gave her a name, one that means eternally shining. At that moment, the nameplate for him was also lowered. The girl happily replied, Thank you. When it was his turn, his gaze became sharp. Next, the whole auditorium fell silent as he invited the next person forward. He stood up and walked forward, noticing the expressions of those around him. Their reactions were no different from the previous selection. But it was fine. He boldly walked down that path, not caring about the surroundings, listening to the comments about himself, saying he was tough and sharp, yet also flexible without breaking, like a blacksmith gathering iron from all directions to forge a single block. I have also forged myself. He spoke seriously about him, saying he could not find any better words to describe him. Instantly, he snapped his fingers, the sound echoing throughout the room. His nameplate was lowered. So I will name you Cheon. He stood silently before his nameplate. Previously, he had been named with the meaning of living fiercely like steel. He smiled, a bit, but now, that meaning had changed. He placed his hand on his chest, saying that until he reached the pinnacle of Sungmulan, he would not stop. He proudly stated his new name. My name is Lee. Smiling brightly at his father and saying thank you. Transitioning to the isolation room of Sungmulan Justice. It is a room fully equipped for one person, but someone is about to go crazy. Groaning in that room, she could not stand being trapped in that room anymore. Clutching her head and crying out, she was shaking the bars, screaming to the world, wanting to get out. It was too suffocating and frustrating. She could not even witness naming her child. Her noise spread out of the room, and it made the guards want to signal for help. Help me. Suddenly, the phone rang, catching their attention. After finishing the call, he walked in to see her about to transform, biting the blanket and crying out, wanting to get out. The guard unlocked the bars, telling her, You can go out now. She froze, staying right where she was. She was excited to hear him say that about the discipline. It would be announced later, but for now, she was allowed to leave the isolation area. She eagerly ran out of that prison-like place. Amidst the noise, the guards worriedly reminded her not to kick around. Suddenly, someone called her back. Wait a minute. She was even more delighted to see him waiting for her at the door. Little one, she asked her beloved little nephew in disbelief. Did you really let me out? He replied. Yep. That is right. She was confused, wondering how. Before she could finish her sentence, he held up a piece of paper in front of her. What is this? You are reminding me that you owe my child a favor. What is this? He is still focused on reading the paper. What a pompous position. The more she read, the more shocked she became. Appointing him as the master of young Master Lai, he smiled brightly, raised his hand in front of her, and said he hoped she would teach him from now on. Seeing change, he adjusted his clothes, and Kawa curiously asked him if they were starting today. Seeing him can dress in traditional clothing, she felt touched, tears streaming down her face. He smiled and replied, This is just the beginning. While Kawa sniffled, Isn't he already 13? He walked out the door, saying goodbye to Mies. I am off. I am 13 years old as Lay. In the clear space, with the sky bright and clear, his voice rang out. Good. He stood gazing at the school gate. The life of a new student was about to begin. While standing in line on the schoolyard, there were whispers about him. Is not that the illegitimate son? That is right. It is the 9th child of Lai. I heard he caused quite a scene at the enrollment and naming ceremony. Their words dripped with contempt. He probably just got lucky. After all, he is an illegitimate child. Relying on luck to achieve such results at the naming ceremony is a bit hard. Right. It makes me curious too. He stood seriously in line, unable to ignore their nasty comments. How many times have I heard illegitimate child? It is giving me a headache. Suddenly, a voice came from beside him. It is the 8th lady. So they were talking about Sawin. Her elegant demeanor made others envious. Truly, the descendants of the family have a different aura. At this moment she was Lei Sawin, 13 years old, but in his eyes, she was doing something quite strange. He noticed the way people treated her was different from how they treated him. Their reactions were completely different. Sawin approached to greet him. Hey kid. He politely replied. Yeah. It has been a while. She shyly asked him. You are not still upset about what happened at the naming ceremony, right? He confusedly asked back. Naming ceremony. Sawin quickly corrected herself. I meant the disappointment we talked about. Then he remembered that incident. You are predicting the future. Growing up, it is not much different from being cold-hearted. But I still have to say nice things to her. All right. I won't take it to heart. Sawin happily wanted him to confirm. Really? Is that true? She laughed carefreely. Thank goodness. You are a bit petty. Are not you? He frowned. Wanting to clarify her comment about being petty, Sawin was curious about many things. She asked him. I heard you are studying with the little lady. And even going into the scriptures. Right. He was about to explain when a loud announcement interrupted. Attention. All student managers line up neatly. The person in the middle will speak. We will now proceed with class assignments. New students whose names are called. Please gather in front of the coach in an orderly manner. He started to feel anxious. What should he do now? He is getting tense. If he ends up in the bad class, it is all over. Sighed helplessly. That reaction was understandable. The training period for students is 3 years. So class placement is very important. Each grade is 5 classes. And more capable students will be assigned to higher classes. The dorm supervisor's voice rang out as he approached Sawin. Miss Lai Sawin. Grade 1. Congratulations. She happily accepted the acceptance letter and thanked him. He drifted into his thoughts. Lai Sawin got into grade 1 as expected. The supervisor's words interrupted his thinking. Next was young Master Lai. He stepped forward to receive the acceptance letter. Yeah. Thank you. He held the letter, reading the information on it, while glancing at the expressions of others. Their displeasure was clearly visible. He had anticipated where he would end up, knowing it would be like this. But he did not expect them to leave him with such a humiliating loss. He seemed quite satisfied with his assigned class. Class 5. Also known as the dumping ground. The place for repeaters and those who were expelled. Everything was arranged by Guizhen. Her danger level was rising. Class assignments for the younger generation were based on the evaluation of the naming ceremony, and the evaluation committee was in the hands of the Elder Council and Miss S. Beck. Everything seemed to be going according to his plan. They thought they had put him at a disadvantage. But on the contrary, this was actually better for him. It saved him effort. Just then, a dorm supervisor came over to guide him. Young Master Lai. Class 5 this way. He quickly turned to follow him. Got it. I am on my way. He glanced over at Sawin, who was standing nearby. And she looked somewhat angry. She was furious, practically breathing fire. Why are you like this? Aren't you going to complain right away? He hesitated at her reaction. Look at that face. I can tell if I do not do something. That girl will take matters into her own hands. He did not really care about this issue. Turning back to wave at Sawin. I am totally fine. And returned to his plan. Now what is more important is that there is a more crucial issue to resolve. Damn it. Class 5. Will I even be able to graduate? The other kids were also making a fuss. What should he say to his dad? He could not possibly end up in Class 5. His family would laugh him to death. He felt helpless with the teaching staff here. It was really disappointing. Why did the students of Sungmulan have this kind of attitude? Suddenly, a student approached to chat. Hey. You are the youngest master of the main clan. Right. He replied. That is right. The boy smiled. I really wanted to greet you. He grinned and introduced himself. I am Kim, the son of a small blacksmith shop from Sungmulan. It is an honor to study with you. He was surprised, recalling his connections from his past life. Kim Han. He had no memory of him from before. He wondered. Why me? Kim Han seemed innocent. You are quite the prominent figure, so I always see you as my idol. Looking at that goofy face, he lowered his guard. You are not lying. Right. Kim Han. Is that you? You asked about Kim Han. What do you think about being placed in Class 5? He replied innocently. Well, I guess my skills are just at that level right now. But that kid's gaze was determined. Who knows what will happen in the future? The teacher was surprised by Kim Han's reaction. The boy's turnaround impressed him. He smiled gently at Kim Han. Feeling the innocent joy of that kid, the teacher marked him as someone who had potential. The comment left Kim Han confused. As soon as he entered the classroom, his old friends warmly welcomed him. Very glad to see him. The rookie. They are counting on you. The boy in the middle is a student, 15 years old, named Choi and Ha. The classmates were still puzzled, trying to understand what was going on. Come on. That is right. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. A round of applause interrupted the excitement. After the questioning, everyone should pay attention. Dungho lightly punched the air to introduce himself. I am Lee Dungho, the teacher in charge of Class 5. Today, since we have new students joining, there won't be any lessons. Just a brief introduction. This is the teacher in charge of Class 5, Level 5 Warrior, Lee Dungho. He stood back quietly observing, still full of passion and determination as before. In his previous life, he had also tutored him since he could not keep up. He always maintained a friendly attitude towards his students. Alright. That is the end of the introduction. Inha. Go ahead and lead the rest of the introduction for the new students. Let Inha take it from here.
Yep, sir.
He cheerfully waved to greet everyone. Hello everyone. New student here. Although a bit shy. I have been the class president for 2 years now. The friends around him were chatting excitedly, while only he and Kim Hem were paying close attention. Do not take too long. You all must be tired. Right. If anyone wants to sit down, feel free. Now we are going to choose a class president, even as students. There will be times we will be thrown into real combat. Koina calmly pointed out each issue. So being class president is somewhat like being the captain of a sub-team, unlike teachers who are only responsible for training and teaching according to a plan. The class president is like the person in charge of everything else in class. A classmate raised his hand to ask, so how is the class president chosen? At this point, he suddenly remembered. I forgot to explain. I do not know about other classes. But here, we will have a light match and then vote for the class president. Choyina clasped his hands and smiled brightly at everyone. Great. Then let us start the match. Since this is a weight match, no magic is allowed, and there will be a break after each match. Suddenly, a deep voice spoke up. Really serious, he was sweating profusely from worry. Looking at the teacher, who had something to say. The teacher pronounced each word carefully. Everything, including what you are doing and what you have said. He slowly picked up the sword from the stand. Snap out of it. This is a serious matter. If you want to play around with students, do not enroll in this academy. Go to a regular school in the safe zone. Akoyana hurriedly denied. That person's words are a bit too much. We just want to resolve this peacefully. The sword was thrust down, causing the tiles to crack. Talking like this? You can't possibly understand. He raised his sword with both hands. Challenging. Come up one by one. From now on I will fight all of you. You gripped the sword tightly in your hand. She opened her mouth wide to take in more air. Please. The common stuff lying on the ground. Jinzi. Spare my life. Achoyanhao was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. He had taken down so many people by himself. Suddenly hearing his name made him flinch. He glared at him with wide eyes. Hurry up and call the next one. Achoyana fearfully nodded. The pressure was really terrifying. This is the final match. He lifted the sword onto his shoulder with a light laugh. Oh really? You seem eager. Come on. Both rushed at each other with their swords. The two weapons clashed and made loud sounds, while Choyanha was still lost in thought. He used strength to knock away Choyanha's sword. Why was he going this far? A match with no rewards. No value. This is just a practice match at the academy. His desperate, breathless appearance made Choyanha confused. He was not even able to strike seriously. He helplessly clenched his teeth. The truth is I know very well. Choyanha seized the opportunity to slash at his side. I used to be like that too. No matter what, I wanted to win. You swiftly dodged. I used to think that compromise was another way to live. That accepting reality and growing up was the right thing to do. Choyanha looked back in confusion. But I want to win. I crave victory to the point of madness. He saw an opening and swung his sword. You delivered a swift strike to Choyanha's sword grip, successfully knocking it from his hands. The moment the sword hovered above his head, Choyanha knew he was in trouble. Choyanha knelt on the ground, painfully clutching his injured arm. He gasped for breath. Take him to the infirmary. What you said next made him stare in surprise. It is not over yet. Choyanha grabbed the sword recklessly and slashed. It is still not finished. You managed to block that strike and analyzed. Left-handed sword. Using your left hand because your right is injured. Choyanha's pupils dilated with rare competitiveness. His gaze was completely different from before. With just one strike, he could knock your arm aside. He switched to gripping the sword with both hands. His gaze focused intently on a point. He slashed into Choyanha's stomach, causing him to double over in pain. Choyanha's eyes turned white, saliva dripping from his mouth. In just a moment, Choyanha collapsed on the ground, while the other guy remained standing in place. The other students rushed in to help him. Take him away. The other guy gently stepped forward. I have lived a second like an hour like a year. He stepped onto the stone steps and shouted below. Who does not know that living easy is better? But if you do not fight for every second, every minute, in the end, you will lose everything. Therefore, even while breathing, I fight. Fight against myself and everything around me. The students below stood together, their injured bodies huddled in one spot. Have you ever lived like that? The other guy's hand slowly clenched tightly. That is what we call struggle. Dungho came over from a distance. Choi, you have gone too far. 4 people have broken bones, and 3 have internal injuries. He bowed his head and closed his eyes tightly. If you want to survive in the chaos, At least you should know how to smile through those wounds, he explained. Those kids have their reasons. The authority in the other guy's voice scared Dong Ho, the stubborn instructor. Dong Ho. Even the students understood. Do I really need to explain to the instructor? He walked past him. People like him are rare in the chaos. He is a good person. Dong Ho stood frozen as the other guy's back gradually faded away. But they are students of the chaos. If they go astray, even if it means playing the villain, he should pull them back. He was a bit unhappy and quietly clenched his fists. Just do your duty. From underneath the dome. The sky today is unusually clear. Transitioning. The other guy arrived at class before dawn, his whole body feeling so sore. While he was still complaining, he suddenly paused. I really overdid it yesterday. The students in the class were lining up seriously in the yard. Although some felt hostile or uncomfortable, none of them avoided or turned away. They looked at him with determination. If they were still scared like yesterday, there would truly be no hope. But it did not seem too bad. The other guy walked past each one with 100 concerns. There he is. That little brat. Someone from behind cheerfully called out to him. Young master. You are here. Seeing it was Kim Han, the other guy greeted warmly. You are early. He scratched his head and smiled goofily. Yep. I am afraid I performed poorly in front of you yesterday. We are still just students. Being bad is natural. The bruise on Kim Han's face was still dark, but he smiled and chatted cheerfully as if it did not matter. He suddenly shifted to a polite attitude. Young master. If it is not a bother, may I ask you a question? The other guy readily accepted. Sure. Feel free to ask. Kim Han clenched his fist firmly. How can I be strong like you? The elder enthusiastically pointed at one temple and said, I am still not skilled enough to teach anyone. But you have a very good eye. Or maybe a keen intuition. The more you explain, the more amazed Kim Han becomes. You avoided my strike 3 times in a row yesterday. Take advantage of that. I think you are more suited for technique than strength. If you bet your life on hunting what you have, one day you will stand out. Kim Han hesitated but finally managed to say a complete sentence. Thank you, a strange voice echoed, making the elder turn around. Greeting the young master. A Choi In-ho appeared with his arm in a cast. Looking so pitiful. He can't possibly train like this. He sighed helplessly. If I decide to rest, will you leave me alone? Or are you going to throw out some fighting talk and call me a coward? Choi In-ho brushed past the elder. I just came out here because I did not want to hear any more of that. He smiled contentedly. Thinking. Things have changed. Have not they? The atmosphere was still shrouded in darkness, but the training ground was lively. Gathering everyone. Dong Ho stood above, loudly addressing. 4 people are sick. 5 are absent without reason. And we have 11 left. Seeing the state of the kids made him worried. They all looked drained. The students all kept their heads down, saying nothing. Different from their usual energetic selves. Furthermore, the atmosphere was different. Just because of one predator, the students were so tense. Dong Ho pretended not to notice the strange atmosphere and continued to announce. Today we were supposed to test basic physical fitness. But given the current situation, he seemed to have made a decision. Tightening his grip, I will change the plan. Dong Ho stood among the students and shouted. Right now. Let us start the physical fitness test. As night fell, the students sat sprawled on the ground, panting. The physical fitness test was over, and from now on, free training will be led by the class monitor. The elder was still standing but sighed in frustration. It took 10 hours to test fitness. I am a bit tired now. Quickly, he adjusted his mood. But he could not stop. The elder stepped up the stairs while the students behind whispered among themselves. Wait. The instructor seems a bit unusual today, right? A quick-thinking friend guessed it was because of yesterday's match. Many got injured. And if it were before, he definitely would have given them a break. A voice interrupted their conversation. Attention. The elder standing above announced. No need for introductions anymore. What? Your class monitor. Choi In-ho also widened his eyes, staring at the person up there. Just as he mentioned yesterday, Kim Ha looked at the elder with admiration. Listening further. The class monitor has full authority over everything except the instructor's orders. There is a guy biting his teeth in anger while you are speaking. Our training period is going to be extremely tough. Whoever can keep up. Keep up. Those who can't. I have no intention of dragging along. A displeased student with raised eyebrows. That annoying guy. He is a 5th grade student. Kimbo Seowon. Y concludes with a strong motion of slamming the tip of his sword down. If you are not satisfied with me, feel free to challenge me. Just beat us once, and I will hand over the class leader position. You pointed decisively. All right. No more word. Let us start right away. Fight the person next to you. Scene change. The sun is getting higher. There are only a few students left on the field. Still catching their breath. 6 people finally remain. The others have all given up in the middle of the field. All students could not move even a finger. Stop. That is enough for today. Disperse. You did well. The students began to gather and badmouth. Why? That damn prince. It is because of him that I am suffering like this. I really can't stand that prince. What does this even mean? Another angry friend criticized. I have no intention of following that kind of behavior. Kim Han, even though he could barely breathe, still shouted. Enough. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. To be honest, I feel really frustrated. Even if he is really tired, we still can't hit them even once. A student noticed Choi and Ha looking down and came over to ask. Wait. Inha. What do you think? Another student added. Last year we had so much fun. Or do you think? Tired to the point of being kicked out. The other student was surprised. What? Choi Inha struggled to stand up and briefly explained. If things do not change this time, I will truly live like a failure. Even if I get my arms and legs broken. I want to try at least once. Really? Really want to? The students could only silently listen to him. Jack, you guys know? That little prince. I mean, you understand what he wants to do. Right. The students quietly watched Choi and Ha gradually walk away. He could barely stand but was incredibly determined. I will try to fight. This time may really be the last. So stay alert. Do not resist uselessly or pretend you do not know anymore. A fine day. In the laboratory with the cold mechanical sounds. Now, kid. Transform. He was sitting motionless with his eyes closed on a chair, holding a flickering blue flame in his hand. The blue flame was burning fiercely at the front while the back was dying down. Stop. That is enough. He rubbed the back of his head tiredly. Another failure. Every time he tries to create an aura, its form collapses. She kept pointing at the complaint paper angrily. I did not expect this issue to arise after 3 years. He raised his hand at her a few times. Dare you to have documentation on how the ancients used magic? It would be so great. You sit still on the chair, lost in thought. If it is the memory of eternity, I still can't read the next memory. Anyway, the letter delivery trip brought unexpected results. Since ancient times, humans have had to confront those dark things, shrouded in black mist, which terrified the monsters. Even the brave generals of the kingdom were defeated. That black mist lurked in the deep mountain passes. Countless heroes sealed it. In the northern region of Van Kwai Mountain, the king bestowed the land to honor that great achievement. And the heroes gratefully created a sword in honor of the king's decree. A sword they forged together, like a beacon for humanity back then. And they named it Eternity. He clenched his fist. Finding information about eternity is a major breakthrough. His mood suddenly bloomed unusually. Anyway, you have touched the aura already. Stepping into 3 stars by yourself is really impressive. She looked at him fondly. The current deadlock will soon be resolved. In fact, the shrinking technique and transformation technique are almost perfected by you already. He buttoned his shirt and responded. Yep. Thank you for always teaching me. You looked at Poe reminded him with sparkling eyes. Wait. If I reach 3 stars, what will I learn next? She picked up a pen and explained slowly. You will learn how to use energy techniques and aura skills. But mastering them will take a lot of time. Poe eagerly awaited. He shared with her. By the way, how's the student training going? I feel tired all the time. He sighed. It is just normal. That is all. Poe sent a hopeful glance. Really? If it is difficult, let me help you. Okay. Hong Hanen. How do you plan to help? What? Ho confidently placed his hand on his chest. You will find out soon. Just trust me. Quickly. He made a face of slight regret. Hearing that trusting someone made him anxious, a gentle breeze blew through Ho's hair. Today there will be a special lecture on magic. Everyone straightened their outfits and maintained their positions. Waiting, she stood in front of the class in a formal white doctor's coat. This is Eldalama. Oh, a researcher from Dung Emils. Dung Ho pointed at her to remind everyone. And everyone applauded. Ho rubbed his face and chuckled a few times. Feeling a bit shy, she picked up a chalk and winked at the students. I do not like long-winded discussions. Let us start the lecture right away. Seeing Mooter. Ho happily rambling on the podium made why. He had a thought. Her skin seemed to enjoy teaching more and more. She clapped her hands together loudly. All right. That boring part of the lecture ends here. Ho was so excited that he lit up completely. From now on, it is just the dry part. I will pass on the improved version of the technical plan from the Research and Development Institute. Dung Ho was very confused. Was not the lesson just over? Ho rolled up his sleeves and said loudly. What is going on? The main part starts now. Everyone sit down neatly. I will only demonstrate once. So pay attention. I was pushed away by her. Feeling bewildered. What is happening? Ho stood behind. Mumbling. When direct descendants enter the academy, they often get support this way. But I have nothing. That is why she tries a little harder. He felt warmth all over and smiled. Thank you, miss. That is great. Ho patted his back a few times to reassure him. According to the theory, the power will double. Absolutely not. I took a deep breath to regain his composure. Yep. You are truly amazing. He continuously clapped his hands, urging the students. Everyone pay attention. From now on, we will continue practicing by directly applying the magic taught by the elder. Everyone find your opponent. I instinctively turned around when he heard the call. Young master, be my opponent. Choi In-ha was already holding his sword, saying first, I won't hold back. I excitedly pointed the sword at him. Honored to fight you. I will let you strike first. Seeing the two kids recklessly charge at each other made Mir. Hosai. My little one is really ruthless. Tramshiru could not take her eyes off. It looked just like me when I was young. Suddenly, a whisper from behind car. Ho's attention. Honestly, I can stand that kid. The students were whispering. Even if the second child is discriminated against, he is still different from us. Different physique and awakened abilities. From the starting line, it is already different. Another student pointed and said, that is right. We have tried our best. What does he know? Ho unexpectedly appeared behind them, startling them. Hey. You guys. The student stammered. Sir. You are still here. Ho leaned in close to that student. Just now. Were you talking about that kid? About my disciple? The students felt fear in their hearts. At the sight of him, they bowed and apologized. Sorry. We spoke too rashly. Ho was filled with rage. Do you think you know anything to dare speak to that child like that? The students trembled. Please forgive us. Another student approached him to question. Does not the young master know anything? The dissatisfied student asked. Ho. We have worked hard too. But we are treated like this every time. Growing up in different circumstances makes a difference. Right. Ho coldly turned away. Does he really not know anything? He looked puzzled. She gave the dissatisfied student a meaningful glance. Yep. Maybe it is better not to know. If you knew how much that child craved you, you would realize your life is nothing but playing with kids. The old man clenched his fists in anger until the veins popped. After all, what is so special about that kid? He gritted his teeth. Determined. Fine. I will show you. The sun was now directly overhead. Today's training session ends here. The old man frowned slightly. Glancing to the side, he looked at the old man resting with envy. What is the difference? Just shouting about fighting. In the end, it is just because he has been blessed differently than us. A group of trainees approached the old man and whispered. You guys said you wanted to follow that youngest kid. Right. The trainee looked at him worriedly. But is it really okay to wander around the family grounds like this? The old man confidently replied. We are trainees, so it is fine. Plus we are not heading to a dangerous place. And that kid does not even live in the main family area. In his eyes was an indescribable determination. I can't let him overshadow me like this. Today I will see for myself. The old man waited by the wall. How long has he been in the research area? It is already 9 p.m. One trainee said. Let us head back. The day's training has made me too sleepy. Another trainee added. I am exhausted too. The guy in the middle agreed. All right. Anyway. Who knows what that kid is doing in there? Seeing the other trainees wave goodbye one by one made the old man look down on them. Weaklings. Just as he saw him step out, he perked up. He is out. He patted himself for encouragement. Come on. The old man quietly followed every step he took. Finally able to go home, he pushed the door into another courtyard. Surprising him. The training yard is reserved for the main family. He can't go in there. Strange sounds came from the courtyard, startling everyone outside. The trainee was confused. What is that sound? The trainee beside him also wondered. Is it training? The trainee behind suggested. Old man. It seems that youngest master is really impressive. Let us stop here. The young master has not said anything wrong. The old man was still rambling on. We will try our best like In-ha. But the old man interrupted. I will never skip personal training. It is no different. The two trainees looked at each other for a moment. No one dared to say anything more. The old man just stood quietly watching the two trainees leave. What is the difference between me and that kid? The two friends awkwardly left. Well, sorry. We will head back first. The old man hid to the side, watching him take a break. I will prove that I am not wrong. He continued down the dark hallway. The old man closely followed each step to avoid being detected. When he saw the old man walk into the hospital, he felt a bit uplifted. Finally, he was home. From behind, a light shone on the old man's back. Wait. Someone. Stop. The night security guard pulled his hat up higher to see the person in front better. What is this? Is that a student? The guard shone his flashlight on him to check him out. Although the young master came here every night at this hour, the old man was still surprised to see him bringing a student along. Every night he raised both hands, trying to explain. I have a little business. The guard, losing patience, urged him. According to the rules, This is not allowed. Hurry back. The old man slowly lowered his hands, his gaze still secretly looking behind. Seeing the light from the second floor of the hospital still on, he wondered. The light has not turned off yet. It is already 2 in the morning. The old man turned away, muttering, "Well then, I wish you good luck." At this moment, he did not hesitate and just turned to leave, as dawn broke. The sun had not yet appeared on the horizon. Only a faint light of early morning. Just as expected. He had come home too late yesterday. He slowly lowered his hands, his face filled with astonishment at the sight before him. The old man had been there for who knows how long, stretching and rubbing his shoulders. He really looked exhausted, even though he had the natural talent and abundant magic of the main line. But could a 13-year-old child endure a life of only sleeping 3 or 4 hours a day? Remembering yesterday, the old man had still had time to lie down on the couch in shame. And what about me? When I get home, I usually watch TV or play games to relax. For the first time, stepped forward without carrying any jealousy towards the old man. I also often practice alone, but still get enough sleep and rest properly. The old man looked up at him suspiciously. What is it? The old man raised an eyebrow when he heard the question from the old man. Do not you feel tired? A moment later, he replied with a statement that left the old man stunned. It turns out that among those who followed me yesterday was a student. Suddenly, he expressed his feelings, leaving the old man speechless. Indeed, the young master is from the main line, so he received support. The starting point is different, and more importantly, he sincerely recounted. From a young age, I had lived like this. Before joining the student team, I did sleep a bit more. Not getting enough sleep would naturally make one tired. The old man felt embarrassed and lowered his head. So why? Why would you go to such lengths? The old man stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder, speaking softly. You already know the answer. He reluctantly lowered his head, his lips trembling from trying to hold back, waiting for the doctor's figure to fade away. The old man silently cursed in his heart. Damn it. T-Hexen, holding a sword, stood still with focused attention in the vast hall. Someone entered from outside, capturing his attention. In the family's main hall, the steward brought over a stack of papers. Sir, the task assignment has been completed. T-Hexen extended his hand. You see, he picked each sheet up and examined it closely. This still is not enough. This is a level 7 and 8 copy. And with the current level of the student team, it is very dangerous. T-Hexen turned to look at the steward, expressing his worries. Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but people cannot. Now we need to create people who can survive. The steward nodded slightly as if he understood. I will handle it according to your instructions. After that, Inge paused for a moment before daring to continue. There is one more thing to report. A quiet stillness enveloped the hall until T-Hexen finally spoke up. Did the youngest do that? Thinking of that child, who does not seem like a child. Leon sighed. That kid, even from a young age, had a different gaze. The gaze of someone who has been stripped away, who has been knocked down to the bottom. T-Hexen looked and held his hand, feeling confused. But leading people and changing them is a completely different matter. He handed the documents back to the steward Choi, reminding him, adjust the content of the test a bit. Conveniently, the 8th one is also in the same class. Please raise the standards of the entire student team. Leon quickly took it. Yep. I understand. T-Hexen smiled with hidden meaning. Does that boy really have what it takes to lead people? This time, I will examine it closely. Early in the morning at the training ground reserved for Class 5, Dongho walked into the training area out of curiosity. The scene before him left him stunned. Lost already? Give up? Damn it. It is not over yet. The students were neatly lined up running around the field. Did these kids come out here so early on a weekend? A few other students were paired up to practice, which made Dongho feel a bit relieved. Then there is no need to endure training anymore. A student accidentally turned around and saw Dongho. Hello, coach. You are here? He praised. Yep. Still working hard on the weekend. Dongho approached the student, lightly instructing. If anyone is not here, go call them back. There is an announcement to relay. The kid quickly followed suit. Yep. Once everyone had gathered, he solemnly announced. Although it is a bit rushed, the first quarter assessment schedule has been moved up. Dongho was very excited to share the good news with the students. The rule will grant a week off. Consider this your last day off and rest well. He still had something else he wanted to say but suddenly stopped. In the end, seeing the students, even with injuries, still full of spirit made Dongho very satisfied. There is no need to remind them to maintain at least minimal training during the break. He shouted loudly in front of the class. I believe you all can take care of yourselves. You have worked hard. That is it. Everyone together. Shout loudly. There. Wyong lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Suddenly getting a break like this. Is moving the assessment up early okay? Feeling someone behind him, he raised his face. Why has not everyone gone home yet? Kim Hen chuckled loudly, looking at the young master, asking Inhalix to look at Io curiously. During this break, what does the young master plan to do? You just casually said something that left the other students confused. A break is personal time for everyone. So why ask? The next statement made them even more bewildered. When you need a break, just take it. I have no intention of forcing anyone during the break. They started whispering to each other, surprised to hear this from the young master. We actually thought the young master would make us clean during this hellish training. Like, is there really someone who intends to rest? And then force the whole group into a concentrated training session. Seeing them openly talk behind his back made Young frown in annoyance. Why not say it louder? What do you think I am? Then you made a suggestion that scared everyone. So during this break, should we try again like on the first day? Yo let out a helpless sigh. When you need a break, just take it. Resting is important. I know even if I say to rest, you won't just sit around doing nothing. Take care of yourselves. Rest well and see you after the break. Just as you turn to leave, the whole class behind erupted in cheers and excitement. On a beautiful day in Li Gongho's research room, Gyung Ho was displeased and questioned sternly. I heard we get a break, but I have a ton of research to do. You were forced by Yon to sit and read while being criticized. Clearly, you were just messing around on your phone earlier looking at random things. Gyung Ho angrily shouted. What do you mean random? I am reading something important that the main character recognized. And even the leukemia is getting better. Yo immediately asked. Wait. What are you looking at? You seriously brought up another issue. That evaluation was really pushed up early because of my father's orders. Gu Hong nodded in confirmation. It was a direct order sent down. Young bent down into a state of panic. Then this upcoming inspection will be tougher than I imagined. Right now, I am stuck at a magic barrier. To get through, I might have to search for the next memory of the infinite. Remembering that time Yo failed made him feel frustrated. If the memory can't be read yet, it proves that something is still missing. I tried to improve it to see if I could unlock the next memory. But it did not work while Yo was not paying attention. The documents next to him shook. I can only keep looking for a way. Suddenly, the stack of papers fell down. Cracking. What is this? Be careful. All the documents scattered on the ground. I told you to clean this place up. As you were picking them up, you unexpectedly saw something. What is this? The research document talked about harmony. The key difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their objectives. It can be inferred that back then, human techniques focused on fighting monsters. Young carefully read the research and analyzed the objectives. Surely Trakma was the same. Trakima originally was an excessive technique. Suddenly you stood up abruptly, causing Sir Hyan to stop eating. What is wrong? Good. Young rushed off without saying goodbye. Madam, I understand now. I will explain later. I need to go train right away. Sir Hyan was still confused and did not understand when the documents on the table flew everywhere. She watched Duo, who was like the wind, gradually disappearing, singing loudly. That damn kid. A blue light enveloped the sword, and a hand gently reached out to grasp the hilt. Wang firmly grasped the sword in hand, ready for action. Now imagine your opponent. He slowly closed his eyes, trying to concentrate. In Wang's mind appeared a huge, dark figure. Someone bigger than him. A monster that was not human. A gigantic beast. A technique that did not yield results. A series of attacks. Conserving strength. Dodging or defending. The more he focused, the more the green energy was absorbed by the sword. Useless things without destructive power, or just meant to deceive the opponent. Waima's gravity suddenly changed, causing the ground beneath his feet to shake. A clear target for Trinavi. A loud explosion erupted, and the surrounding earth and rocks flew everywhere. Waim jumped up, raising the glowing sword in his hand, slicing through the monster. The direction of the blade was a massive, dark monster with many tentacles below. He swung a long cut, accurately hitting the monster's limbs. The sword emitted a powerful light, enveloping Wang's entire body. In that light, smoke continuously rose, and a gentle breeze blew through Iobang's hair. He stood frozen in the thick smoke, the entire space engulfed in silence. At that moment, a swirl of black smoke wrapped around the sword. Okay then. Darkness gradually consumed Wyo, but he looked on eagerly. Now, what will appear? As the night faded, Wyon looked around. Where is this? A hazy courtyard appeared before his eyes. Is this the training ground? Just like when we first received the Endless. Why does the perspective change only when reading the memories of the Endless? Wyong hid behind a pillar, startled when he saw something. A fighter was battling inside. That person was from the previous memory of the Endless. Such incredible speed. Wang's pupils widened in shock. What is that? At first, he held a sword in his hand. Then it transformed into a spear. Noticing something unusual around him, he quickly concluded that when the weapon changed, the aura changed as well. Very quickly, The weapon in his hand became an axe. It was not the aura of that person changing, but the endless was changing the aura. Wyoming's gaze could not keep up with the movements of that person. Changing the method again, the fighter paused for a moment to talk to someone. Do not peek at others' training, the other person curiously asked. Since you have it, have you named those techniques yet? The fighter shook his head. Not yet. But honestly, it is not at the level to be called a technique. That person suggested. Then let us name it. What do you think about Vin and Bin? Wyo quickly hid when he saw them moving. Not bad, the fighter suddenly asked coldly. Wait. Are you bringing someone here? The more he denied it, the more anxious he became. There is no way. The space felt like it was being torn apart. Something just brushed by, causing chaos everywhere. The two of them started to duel with swords, planning to test each other. What reason would there be to bring someone here? Wyong peeked out to observe further. He briefly saw someone's hair flying by. Wyong scrutinized the cold face of the newcomer, the eyes and hair color. When he clearly recognized that person's identity, he immediately noticed the features of the mainstream in the dense fog, the dark night sky enveloping the vast forest. At that moment, a vehicle sped by. Wyong rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window into the distance, with a thought running through his mind. This scene was no different from the future or the past. A grim, somewhat dilapidated gray wall stood in the middle of the forest, looking quite strange and mysterious. The wall divided the safe area from the dangerous area. In the path, a massive water stain appeared near the Pacific Ocean, a mysterious space that humans had never officially explored. And from there, unseen monsters overflowed. Humanity fought against them for a long time to reclaim territory. But there were still unexplored lands. These places are called unexplored areas, or also known as dangerous areas. He still had the old habit of resting his hand on his chain, pondering everything, raising a bunch of challenging questions in his mind. During that time, a curious voice rang in his ear. Recently, people say that the walls have divided the boundary between the safe area and the dangerous area. Right. Kim Han broke the silence, flashing a bright smile with his eyes closed. The closer they got to the danger zone, the more desolate the scenery became. Hyung quickly replied. But anyway, we are still inside the wall, so the level of destruction is only to this extent. The settlements near the danger zone have very primitive civilization. He remembered his difficult past life, with a helpless and somewhat suffocated face. He had also lived there for a while to hide. The vehicle sped past the city wall at a very fast pace. Everyone should stay alert. The wheels were suddenly braked. A mysterious voice rang out. Because from now on, we are entering. When the vehicle stopped, it was also when everyone began to step out of the car. He looked carefully ahead. It was an unexplored dungeon. Immediately after, the supervising teacher called for the members. The teacher's face had no unnecessary expression, both serious and somewhat authoritative. Gather. We will set up a base here, check the necessary supplies, and then begin the test. He and the students quickly gathered, everyone wearing a serious expression on their faces. Everyone listened intently to the instructions and guidance from the supervising teacher, while the escort guards were only tasked with protecting this base. From now on, you all have to fend for yourselves. Dong-ho reassured the little ones, finally showing a bit of emotion, lightly punching his chest as he confidently declared. But we are not worried. He looked up at his students with a determined gaze, stating that he would do everything he could to support them as their coach at this base. Everyone, show everything you have prepared up to this point. The enthusiastic response from the students was powerful, as if shaking the heavens and the earth. After the supervising teacher's instructions, stepped up to stand in front of everyone with an equally serious face, announcing that he would take on the leadership role from now on. At this moment, his expression began to change, his gaze becoming hazy and his intense demeanor making it hard for others to meet his eyes. But before that, he spoke in a cold, unwavering tone, saying that this test would definitely be tougher because of him, and this is the last chance anyone who wants to leave should do so now. In the forest of spider-human faces, white threads were spread thick across the tree canopy, creating a dark and eerie atmosphere. Indeed, anyone looking in would know that this precious test was not meant for ordinary students. It was a dungeon filled with spider webs, and any intruder would be immediately detected by the monsters. Remembering his father's determined attitude, he thought to himself that our mission is to film a mature spider in this forest. Clearly this is the test his father had set. His train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a firm voice. Now no matter how you try to test me, it is pointless. In a side and spoke with a very decisive attitude. The strong presence of the coach made others feel overwhelmed, and he continued formally. We have faith in you. Lai showed a surprised expression for a moment, as if unable to contain his astonishment, but then quickly sighed in relief and smiled. Starting his teasing campaign, he scanned the group with his eyes, and after taking in everyone's expressions, he began to tease. You all naturally said these corny lines. The coach could not help but feel shy, blushing as he spoke. It is because of the lack of skin that created such an atmosphere. After a slightly awkward and joking response, everyone's spirits seemed to lift, and the coach confidently clapped his hands to direct everyone to begin. All right. I understand. No one is giving up. Final check of communications. Gather supplies and head into the forest. With a passionate spirit, they rallied together. The forest of spider-human faces. They behave like ants or bees. Very difficult to deal with. Stepping into the forest, he lowered his voice to ask, I am sure everyone is clear. Right. The group began to step into the forest, and the coach briefly outlined the mission in the forest for everyone. Our mission is to record the behavior of the spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years, using recording equipment. You turned your head, glancing at Choi In-ha. From now on, the commander is Choi In-ha. He was surprised, wide-eyed, and asked, what do you mean? You turned around, pointing at yourself to clarify. I will act alone. I will become the bait for the spiders. The others looked confused, their faces showing many questions. Then they all gasped in horror when they realized the situation. Their faces changed uncontrollably. What? The purple and gigantic spiders, along with their webs, wrapped around the treetops. At this moment, he had separated himself from the others, moving on alone, firmly thrusting a spear into a giant spider. Blue liquid gushed everywhere, splattering onto his clothes. His face was slightly pale, struggling to catch his breath, but he finally gathered himself. At this point, he was standing among a group of huge spiders, with sharp teeth and blood-red eyes. It is worth killing a few to lure them with dangerous pheromones, as the humanoid spiders will bring valuable nutrient-rich prey back to their nest for feeding their larvae. His eyes fixed on a spider approaching, he thought to himself, the simplest way to make them see me is. He began to showcase his power, lightly touching the spear, and dazzling green light erupted across the sky. A nutritious prey is proof that it possesses terrifying strength. He started to move the spear as the spiders from all sides rushed in, eager to attack. His gaze froze, with blue liquid splattered everywhere. The spiders, with their glowing red eyes, lunged at him, each gaze filled with a dense aura, but did not faze him at all. He tightened his grip on the weapon, eyes locked on their every movement. At that moment, he seemed very calm, his expression showing only a slight ripple. As the sharp claws charged towards him, he simply smirked lightly in disdain. He found himself in a strange place, looking around and wondering, where is this? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he realized, inside the cocoon of the humanoid spider. Then it is going according to plan. He began using magic, the green light wrapping around his body. His stomach felt a bit uneasy from the poison, but his condition was not too bad. First, he needed to use invisibility to mask his presence. He waved the spear, cutting through the thick webs in front of him to avoid unnecessary obstacles. Then, the webs began to break apart, each strand gently falling down. Immediately after, he sat up and began searching for their larvae. If this is their nest, then the larvae must be concentrated here. He plunged the spear into their nest, creating an opening for a clearer view. He suddenly stopped, his eyes unable to comprehend the sight. As he looked through the gap, his eyes widened in shock. In front of him, the cocoons were scattered everywhere. How could there be so many food cocoons? It could not just be what they caught today. They should have eaten them all by now. Right. Why is that? Thinking of this, I suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes filled with astonishment. A strange black spider cocoon, unlike any other. What is that? The cocoon began to stir, releasing dark purple mist all around. He started to sense something unusual from the cocoon, his face clearly showing confusion. I gently touched his back. A stream of dark energy was resting on him, resonating with it. The cocoon gradually broke apart, releasing a purple mist all around. Right after that, a clawed spider leg emerged from the gooey liquid. Sharp claws resembling human fingers began to grasp at the chaotic mass that floated out. A half-spider queen stood right in front of him, with 3 pairs of deep black eyes, a terrifying smile forming a grotesque shape. It was the spider queen with a human face, a level 5 monster. Her voice echoed with fury. My children, are you hungry? Yo gripped tightly onto the cocoon that was holding him, trying to peek through the gap that had just been broken to see the spider queen better. A level 6 spider queen in the dungeon could actually use human language. She had not spoken at all. The black claw began to charge towards the nearest cocoons. Along with the Obong's thoughts, is the black energy reading the consciousness of this spider queen? The spider queen stabbed through those cocoons, a stream of purple power escaping. Then she forcefully stabbed into the cocoon encasing him, causing it to shatter in an instant. Wyong quickly crawled out of the cocoon, trying his best to dodge the claws and debris. Telling himself there was no time left to maintain the invisibility technique, the spider queen stood in front of Yo, a strange light radiating from her lower eyes. In his small form, sat before the enormous spider queen, amidst the haze of smoke that had yet to dissipate after the destruction. Seeing the green liquid clinging to Wyong's body, she questioned, what are you? What awakens me? Lying within you? Why does a human possess that? The furious spider queen screamed, her face contorting, 3 eyes shining brightly as her jagged mouth opened wide in a bizarre manner. "Give it to me," Wang, undeterred, raised his sword towards her, his eyes fiercely determined, ready to face the terrifying pressure that only a high-level predator could create. Wyong stared intently at the Spider Queen while formulating thoughts in his mind. But the pressure had no effect on him. The Spider Queen seemed to be taken aback, her jagged face growing angrier but losing much of its power. "You dare resist my magic," it growled, looking towards you, with its sharp mouth gaping wide. "You old creep." In the end, it had to use 6 eyes with sparks to look at the forest blown to pieces, the large flames raging everywhere, the stones flying around creating a chaotic scene. Looking at the fiercely blazing fire, it felt a moment of helplessness. "Our forest." Behind it, Wyong subtly opened his mouth amidst the questioning words. "What have you done?" You smiled brightly, illuminating the dark forest, your eyes sparkling, a mix of mockery and triumph. "That is a weapon called explosive magic bullets. Luckily this cursed forest has plenty of flammable stuff. It is simply about detonating them at my signal." At this moment, Team 1 gradually arrived, their spirit soaring, and has begun. Team 1 has set off. They will reach the base in a maximum of 30 minutes. On the instructor's side, he was also not idle, his eyes glued to the screen while wearing headphones to explain every position and task in detail. He focused intensely, not allowing a single moment to slip by. "This is the base camp. The young master has detected a level 5 magic source in the base. It seems that on the other side, they have caught the signal of hesitation from the molten rock." Hastily responding, "We are fine. Just make sure to support the students first." At this moment, the Spider Queen was so angry she clenched her teeth, beginning to retaliate against Yo. How dare humans? With her half-human, half-spider body, she stood confidently among the red-eyed spiders, raising her head and roaring furiously. The other spiders began to go wild, as if wanting to tear apart anything that intruded. "You all, hurry up. Protect my lair." You looked tiny standing in front of the Spider Queen's spiky legs, like an ant lost in a new world. "I will personally crush you." The Spider Queen continued to assert her dominance. She stepped forward. "You arrogant little brat. Do you think you can defeat me alone? Or do you trust your teammates rushing to the base? Are you sure they can make it here? You can't do anything to me." She looked down at Yo with bright eyes. But what surprised her was that he showed no signs of wavering. "It is you who are underestimating me too much." The Spider Queen paused, stunned. "What?" Yo narrowed his eyes, a barely concealed calm on his face. Then, he smiled at the Spider Queen, one hand gripping his mirror tightly while the other cast a spell, as if the game had just begun. At this moment, Team 1 was advancing. The small captain was trying to direct everyone's actions. All teams continued firing magic bullets to distract the humanoid spiders. Team 1 pushed straight into the base to support the young master and create an escape route. The instructor exclaimed in surprise, while everyone was still trying to run as fast as they could. "Wait, there is a variable in the base. Can we act like this?" Choi In-ha maintained her focus as she rushed forward, explaining to you, "This is the young master's order. We just follow the plan." Nevertheless, Choi In-ha's gaze still vaguely changed, feeling anxious inside. "Young master, please try to hold on a little longer." The forest of birds was engulfed in a sea of fire, burning a vast area. The ground shook violently, debris falling chaotically through the air. Amidst the chaos, the queen spider's roar echoed with fury. The queen spider could not contain her madness, howling in rage. "Why are not you dead yet? Why are you still alive?" Li Waiwang's face half hidden in the darkness, amidst the debris of chaos. He exhaled sharply, glancing up at the queen spider. What was that look in her eyes revealing? The golden figure in Waiwang's eyes appeared with astonishment. Hidden things. Invisible currents of power. Eyes that could see through what is called the demon's eye. He covered his mouth after coughing up blood, trying to minimize the mess. Thanks to the demon's eye, we could read the flow of magic power, dodging fatal blows, but the gap in power was too great, so he could not completely evade them. Waiwang took a blue potion from his pocket, pouring it onto his injured arm. Luckily, this queen spider had just hatched and could not control her body perfectly yet. Despite the numerous wounds on his body, he did not hesitate. There was only one chance. Waiwang grasped the sword with both hands, facing forward. The blue light from the sword radiated everywhere. Waiwang was using his basic awakening. His eyes shone brightly in the night. Trying to swing forward, he lashed. The blue light enveloped a wide area, covering the gigantic queen spider. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Streaks of blue goo scattered wildly. Waiwang struggled to focus on it, gasping for air. Still too shallow, the queen spider began to writhe after losing part of its body, desperately screeching in pain. Then came his thoughts. As expected, cutting through that tough armor with just one blow would be too difficult. The queen spider struggled to stand up. From behind, the queen spider with 6 sharp horns could be seen clearly, suffering many injuries after her attack. Excruciating pain. She uttered a curse. I will turn you into my servant. Pull out what is inside you. Then restore myself. After that, you will. She still refused to bow her head, her hands radiating purple light as if challenging her opponent. Enduring endless pain, Yum gritted his teeth, trying to dodge the beams of light from her. A beam of light struck his head, transmitting a hallucinatory signal deep into his brain. Yum's eyes glazed over. A voice echoed in his head. Submit. As those words rang in his head, it felt like it was about to explode. Yum clutched his head, screaming in sharp pain. Seeing this, the queen spider laughed heartily, feeling more satisfied than ever. That arrogant face of hers. The laughter was cut short. Suddenly she vomited that green liquid, leaving her momentarily dazed. It used its sharp hands to embrace the grotesque face, in a state of bewildered shock. What the hell is this? The spider queen used her black, veiny hands towards you, as if wanting to squeeze. You stood still, silent and unmoving, staring at it. Then you opened your mouth, giving it a piece of advice that would never be used. You have to be careful. Spiders are weak to fire. You watched the spider struggling in the fire, desperately trying to escape. Meanwhile, Yum coldly said, "It is too late." At this moment, the others had rushed over. They quickly assessed the situation. "Sorry. We were delayed because we had to clear the way." You laughed as you threw your arm around Kim Han's neck, while his face looked pale. "When we get back, I will have you guys undergo special training." Kim Han sighed and said, "Even in this situation, you still say that?" Then everyone quickly left. Kim Han helped the injured Yum. "Okay. Let us get out of here quickly." They all replied loudly. Yep. At the same time, the supervising teachers were meeting together, each saying something, ultimately doubting that the boys' team had abandoned their post. "The first-year boys' team is falling behind schedule. We received a report that they returned 30 minutes ago. They did not abandon their mission like Team 4. Did they? It is understandable. It is a special level 6 dungeon. Plus, there were strange phenomena occurring." Just then, Teacher Dungho pushed the door open, breaking the earlier atmosphere of suspicion. On the teacher's face was a clear look of urgency. "Sorry for being late. There are many injured. We need to get them to the hospital first." Dungho walked towards the podium with the remote control, ready to start his presentation. "I will report right now." His face was contemplative as if he was reverting back to that time, very serious as he narrated from beginning to end. Team 5's mission was to record the movements of the adult human-faced spider in the forest. However, while on the mission, we discovered anomalies and proceeded to gather information. First of all, Team 5 entered the dungeon, divided into 4 groups, and placed 132 explosive magic bullets. Suddenly, the teacher interrupted, with a slightly incredulous and anxious expression. "Wait, did I hear wrong? You use firepower?" Dungho confirmed without hesitation. "Yep. Exactly. Additionally, we used 52 bullets when fighting the monsters, totaling 184. The teacher, who had just been angry, shouted. He stood up, slamming his hand on the table with a very furious attitude. "Are you planning to blow up the whole dungeon?" In the previously quiet room, a series of questioning erupted. The teacher shouted loudly. "Initially, the mission was just to film the anomalies. Do not tell me you blew up the dungeon and called that a success." The teacher's face darkened, his gaze slightly evasive, not wanting to look directly. Slowly replied, "The mission was, indeed, completed." He had no intention of stopping, continuing to shout, "Where's the footage? Play it now." Just then, Liang walked in through the door holding the recording device, and he quickly spoke up to lighten the mood. "Sorry for being late. The recording device broke down, and it took time to fix it. Here's the video." Liang held the recording device out toward the young instructor, who looked a bit surprised as he glanced at him. Xiaohan was furious, her face turning red and her eyes wide, covering her mouth with one hand as she tried to whisper to Liang, "Is it normal to set off a bomb in a dungeon? Plus, you do not have to get captured alive. You know." Liang did not look at Xiaohan, still maintaining a calm demeanor. He replied, "If I want to film, this is the surest way." The room returned to silence. Only a faint voice of disbelief could be heard. The instructor rubbed his forehead with one hand and clenched his fist with the other, his face darkening and his eyes losing their light. Feeling overwhelmed, the content of the report was completely shocking. Using a bomb in the dungeon was like bringing a gas can into a burning house. "Do you think this is a reasonable plan?" Liang remained confident, his expression unchanged, calmly responding, "I just chose the option with the highest success rate for the mission. With a standard plan, can the trainees succeed?" He immediately hesitated. Well, his brows began to furrow, but his gaze remained determined as he continued. "I would rather use any means to complete the mission than fail or withdraw." Liang was unconcerned, openly stating, "Sung Bulan only cares about results. That is it." The instructor clasped his hands in front of him, looking to one side as he tried to think of a way out. "It may seem like a variable, but in reality, it is a plan. That guy had absolute faith in his plan. Other instructors began to murmur, their faces darkening. Clearly, the advantage leaned towards Li Yong. The young master's plan was too groundbreaking to serve as an example, and it would be hard to score. At that moment, Li Yong finally relaxed his face. Smiling lightly, his eyes filled with confidence in the praise surrounding him. Since no one died during the mission, it could be said to be a perfect score. In this assessment, Team 5 was the only one to achieve full marks in the Sungmu clan's main hall. A voice reported, 32 people dead, 78 seriously injured, many with minor injuries. Since the contract included a clause waiving personal rights, there is nothing to worry about. Takeson held the report in his hand, his expression darkening as he asked, what about the measures taken for the casualties in this assessment? The steward Choi gently answered, the treatment costs for those seriously injured will be fully covered, while those with severe, irreversible consequences. Knowing he was in a tough spot at that point, Takeson flipped to another page, saying, please continue reporting on the progress. You have worked hard. The steward Choi politely replied. Yep. I understand. Then he turned around, grabbed the remote, and said, and here are the documents about the dungeons that we received reports on this time. Takeson observed everything, hand over mouth in amazement. It really has an impact. Looking at the screen, he commented, the forest of Imyeonju is indeed in a dangerous area. But Butler Choi agreed. Yep. It is at the very northern end of Gangwon province. In the video, the image of the Spider Queen appeared, commanding the spiders to attack. Then the footage got distorted. Takeson remarked, it is short. Butler Choi also agreed, explaining what he knew. According to the report, the recovered video only goes this far, but it seems to have been edited. Takeson lifted his cup of tea and took a sip, gently commenting, this kid is really interesting. Then he opened his eyes, smiled, and asked, what do you think? Butler Choi placed his hand on his chest, honestly responding, he has completed a difficult task with intelligence. It is indeed impressive. However, I am worried that the young master underestimates traditional tactics and strategies. Hearing this response, Takeson pondered. Even you think so? This made him curious. Yep. Images of his previous battle flashed in his mind. Takeson sincerely remarked, unconventional, unorthodox. That is just a display of its boldness. Only when mastering traditional approaches can one create miraculous moves. Not just the trainees but even the instructors do not oppose this plan. That is enough to prove the leadership ability of the youngest. He spread out the reports calmly and said, the fact is that there is no information lost, and the plan has succeeded perfectly. Next, Takeson clasped his hands together and said, not only in this evaluation, but also the frequency and overall assessment level should be elevated. Butler Choi quickly bowed to acknowledge the order. Yep. I will handle it that way. As Butler Choi left, he smiled with excitement. It seems the other children are starting to notice the youngest too. A few months later, in the training area dedicated to the male students of the military academy, a hand was raised, followed by a stuttering voice. Young master, that person is Kim Han. He is a troublemaker. You know we just finished the final assessment yesterday. Right. The teacher crossed his arms and confidently replied, so I gave you all a break yesterday. Hearing this, Kim Han sighed and said, I mean, never mind. Despite his gloom, the teacher continued addressing all the students in class. Even though this year's final assessment has ended, but do not forget, there is still the promotion exam waiting for you. I do not want anyone in our class to get held back. Got it. Hearing the teacher's warning, everyone replied in unison. Got it. Understood. Then he turned and sighed, feeling helpless. Kim Han, I heard you got exhausted from using up all your magic in this assessment. You will spend all day today memorizing the 10 basic rules. Kim Han flinched upon hearing that. Next, the teacher had all the students run, and he stood with his hands on his hips saying, let us start with some physical training. All the students complied. Seeing their enthusiasm, the teacher secretly smiled. They have become stronger, not just physically but also mentally. They no longer collapse under shortcomings and know how to compensate for them. He suddenly became nostalgic, recalling memories from before. It is hard to believe it has been nearly a year since they entered the military academy. And aside from those eliminated early on, no one in our class has dropped out or died. Suddenly, someone ran over from afar. Dong-ho politely asked, young master, you are right here. The teacher looked puzzled and asked, what is going on? He reached out, explaining the reason. I have some information to convey about the promotion exam. Without any delay, the teacher stepped forward and replied, all right, I will go right away. As soon as he entered the room, someone called out to him. Hey. Over here, the silhouette of a girl appeared in the distance. She kept waving her hand and calling. Over here, that is Sawin. She patted the seat next to her and said, Sit down. I have something to tell you. As soon as the teacher sat down, Sawin praised him. You did really well in this assessment. The teacher politely replied. Yeah. I heard class 1 did really great too. The girl who was praised shouted with excitement. Yeah. That is right. Then Sawin shook her head and continued, reaffirming her purpose for starting the conversation. But wait. That is not the important thing. The girl became serious and carefully whispered to him. Wait. For this promotion exam, you are going to run into trouble. The 6th sister and the 7th brother were called into the room by their mother not long ago. And then there are rumors that both are meeting with the students. The teacher, hearing this, showed no worry. The sister sighed and asked, Are you planning to eliminate me from the promotion exam? He noticed her reaction was not what he expected. Even while whispering, Sawin was angry, knowing it was impossible. But no one could guess what they would do. That is the scary part. You are so calm that you do not feel anything. The 6th sister and the 7th brother. They are both really scary. The teacher emphasized the word scary. He calmly crossed his arms, eyes closed, and said, If you intended to warn me, it is too late. Since the quarterly assessment, those annoying incidents have been happening continuously. Which surprised Sawin. That guy does not answer the girl. Just puts his hand on his chin and thinks. Every time we get evaluated, we are either marked down for poor quality or purposely have training content overlooked to create discrimination. Recently, I heard someone approached Bozio again. Sawin is not upset about being ignored. Very determinedly says, I have already warned the others in class a bit about this. This time, I will compete fairly with you and win. I will definitely come in first and make you call me sister. Looking at the girl full of spirit, that guy does not understand why he foolishly asks, Why are you so obsessed with that misty way? Suddenly, there is a voice from above, successfully grabbing both of their attention. Is everyone focused enough? The instructor walks in with an air of authority, places his hand on the table and says, Today marks the last quarterly evaluation of the year. I will convey the content and schedule related to this level up exam. He does not wait long. Starts explaining. As you all know, the final score of a school year along with the results from the level up exam will determine your advancement. And this exam will take place at Gate Y7, about 3 kilometers north of Gizong. This makes that guy startle and think. The gate. You raise your hand to your chin again, starting to think. I anticipated there would be changes for the exam, but did not expect it would be the gate. At this moment on the platform, the instructor holds up a card to announce. Inside the gate there will be different types of tasks beyond just words. Each student will also have a name card. If it gets stolen, you are considered eliminated from the exam. Additionally, there are no other rules. Just take as many name cards as you can. The audience is silent. He continues explaining monotonously. This level-up exam is not just a test of combat ability. It is more accurate to call this a struggle for dominance. The smile on that guy's face shows. So that is how it is. A vision of this game appears in your mind, and you silently analyze it, taking name cards, stealing name cards, and survival. Losing your name card means losing your rank, and the number of name cards you hold will determine your score in the exam. A simple rule. A scene of someone else stealing the number 1 name card comes to mind. That guy understands internally. But the so-called deadly handling is actually a trap. Even if the name card gets stolen, outsiders can know either. So just steal or search for hidden name cards. As long as you have a name card, it does not matter where you got it from or who you took it from. You keep tapping your arm. The calculations in your head gradually become clear. Furthermore, this is an individual match involving all the second years. Someone must have had a hand in this. Then that guy smirks disdainfully, realizing one thing. A level-up exam takes place at the gate, isolated from the outside world. There is no evidence left behind. No matter what happens with an illegitimate child, this is definitely an opportunity they can miss. Sihai looks at that guy with scrutiny, mumbling. Why though? You are still lost in your own thoughts. But that also means I can take advantage of it in my own way. The scene shifts to another room. A pair of legs propped up on the desk swaying to the song. Another voice interrupts, stopping the song. What are you doing? The person cheerfully replies, as if humming another song, watching his adorable younger brother work up a sweat. The 7th son of Sunmuli, Lee Jaeuk shows little expression, usually getting scalded. You idiot. She crosses her arms and laughs. This kid dares to talk back to his sister, the 6th daughter of Sungmuli. Lee Suna spreads her arms out lazily, saying, Of course. Compared to this one, the youngest is way cuter. Acting like a little bunny, she raises a knife to her face, licking her lips, making people want to snap her neck. Then Sina smiles, asking Jaeuk, Wait. Besides that, what do you think? He focuses on typing and replies, What do you mean? Her voice rises. What else? Mom's orders. Right. Jaehyuk suddenly furrows his brow. Sighing. She said it is time for an evaluation. I do not like it at all. A royal child wearing the name tag of the main line. The knife falls. Her hand catches it. Someone who does not know their place being so arrogant. Then she drives it straight down onto the table, accompanied by a sound of dissatisfaction. So I will teach it a lesson myself. Suna leans on the table, smiling. But her hands keep fidgeting, saying, relying on that weak brother and still being so cocky. It is time to show him where he stands. The advancement exam. This is the test for students to move up to the next year. And this time it is a competition for badges in a stabilized secret realm. Kimmin glances at the guards, curiously asking, yeah, is this a stabilized secret realm that still has such tight security? He casually replies, probably to reassure the civilians. It might also be a precaution since this is a research and experiment site. After saying that, he can't help but glance around. But the numbers are fewer than he expected. He quietly zones in on 3 people in the distance, thinking to himself, does he think I would not notice, acting so openly? Or is it just that the student's level is that low? Thoughts swirl around why. He quickly brushes those thoughts aside. After all, it does not really matter. Turning to look at the students, he asks, everyone ready? Ina clasps her hands behind her back, excitedly replying, of course, he quietly says, then let us go. Then he turns his back, leading everyone. All the students reply in unison. Yep. The scene shifts to the office. Suna grabs another piece of cake to eat and compliments. This office has a lot of good snacks. Jaehyuk, while handling business, advises his sister, that is for guests. Eat just a little. She picks up the whole box to eat in response. No way. But hey, still no contact. I am really busy and came here personally to say that. The clattering of the keyboard echoed steadily as he replied. The instructor just reported that all second-year students have entered. Sina held up a piece of cake in front of her, beaming with excitement. Just thinking about those kids struggling in that mess gets me excited. Mom said if we do well on this, we will be rewarded. Right, she cheerfully hummed. But it made Jaehyuk's fingers freeze on the keys. He needed to think about what he wanted first. He stopped typing, staring at the screen, thinking, but will everything really go smoothly like this? Even though I believe it will go according to plan. In Jack's mind, the image of my Jaiwang Trong appeared again. He gently advised, listen, little brother, that oat guy is no match for you. Be careful. That made him uneasy. It was something his older brother had come to say not long ago, and back then, he just brushed it off. But why does it keep lingering in his heart? Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated, pulling him out of his thoughts. Suna immediately jumped up, curiously asking, what is that? Is it over? Jaehyuk did not respond, his eyebrows furrowing. She, impatient, directly snatched the phone, demanding, what is it? As soon as she read the information, Suna said easily, 21 people got eliminated. 15 withdrew. Her face turned completely dark, so angry that she crushed her phone. All the 5th grade students were still alive. No way. Still can't do anything about that bastard. Jaehyuk could only cover his face. Breathing heavily in despair, he ran his fingers through his hair, lamenting in his mind, we have lost, and it is a complete loss. Especially to that bratut. Lai Yang. Inside the secret realm, Soon and Jaehyuk ran away together. This is so bad. Damn it. Jaehyuk ran while panting, unable to hold back, shouting, it is just a bastard. He is in 5th grade. Soon snapped back, running away with the bag. If we hide in the cave, he won't find us. When both of them had hidden in the cave, Scene whispered, did we lose him? Immediately, a sword flew toward them like slicing through the wind. It plunged straight into the ground, creating a deep dent. The kid saw the sword coming and panicked. It is coming. But Seong could not dodge it either, getting stabbed directly by the sword. Yoon grabbed the kid's hand, cheerfully telling Jaehyuk, gotcha. Lai Young is here. He was filled with excitement, moving closer and exclaiming, you really hid well. Jaehyuk nervously backed away, pleading, I searched so hard to find you. Do not come closer. I told you not to. Have we lost? Why are you leaving me? Yoon did not show mercy, grabbing his collar and asking, the way you talk makes it sound like I was the one who attacked first. He raised the sword, his voice like, if you dare to point the sword at us, you have to pay the price. Then, a loud explosion erupted from inside, accompanied by Jaehyuk's mournful scream. After a while, Ina happily called out, young master, we have taken care of this side, standing in front of the 2 who had fainted. Yoon praised, good. Now let us act immediately. There are still a few who can target us that have not been dealt with. So he promptly followed. Got it. I will regroup with Kim Hun's troops right away. Before letting In-ha leave, Yoon seriously instructed. As planned, I will act alone. Everyone else handle Jaok and continue collecting the badges. Ina quickly replied and then flew off. Understood. After he left, Ying stretched and thought. The most important thing in this promotion exam is still the number of badges collected. He closed his eyes, concentrating on thinking. Stealing badges from other students has low efficiency. Then opened his eyes to use his magical eyes. Curiously thinking. And that is why I came up with a hypothesis. Ying tightly gripped the sword at his waist, trying to use his magical eyes to see if he could find a badge with them. The light from his magical eyes led to a mountain peak, and he thought excitedly. Found it. Ying quickly made a move, jumping up with his feet. As soon as he reached the top, he found the badge. Thinking. This works. This is worth doing. Holding the card tightly in his hand, Young smiled. That is great. You jumped down. Happily confirming. But this time I can also train my control skills. After a while of searching, he looked into his bag and said, Girl, this is it. Inside the bag were all shiny cards. Young exclaimed. I did not expect to collect so many. No wonder the bag felt heavy. He ignored that bag, looking down instead. But at this moment, there was a constant clash below, Young said sadly. And now I can't train anymore. He could only sigh, thinking to himself, the exam is about to end. I have been fighting continuously since morning. A figure suddenly flew over. Young thought about who it might be. And then, if I keep avoiding, I will surely be bothered. That person landed safely, letting out a dissatisfied breath. Finally found you, the girl excitedly called out. Young, but when she saw his attitude, she immediately lost interest. Surprised, Young just replied simply, I knew you were following me. That is why I did not avoid you, the girl said. Then you should stop for a bit. Young made a face like he was annoyed, shrugged and replied. Here. I stopped for you. Did not. The girl quickly tied her hair back. Confidently said. Good job. No need to say much. Then she raised the sword in her hand and challenged him. Let us have a match. The girl turned her thumb down in provocation. Let us settle this clearly. All right. You have to call me sister. Young was not backing down either. Asked back. Then what if I win? Then the girl answered in a tone that made Young shiver. And I mean if you win, I will call you brother. Young hugged his shoulders, stepping back and shouted. If you are trying to deal psychological damage, it is quite effective. The girl immediately got angry and yelled. Shut up. Do not say that. Then she did not say anything more and rushed forward. The girl firmly held her sword and cheerfully advanced, while Young also faced her seriously. The training area appeared tranquil under the dim moonlight, casting a cold and quiet layer of light over everything as the snow gradually melted. After the promotion exam ended smoothly, the evaluation system became more stringent, with this exam having 2 people from the main line participating, making it a hot topic indeed. The household staff were restless, continuously discussing the competition. Of course, Miss Ut will come in first. Right. Even second-year students are participating. Can the top students from Vietnam hold up? Besides praising, they were also gossiping amongst themselves. And what about those kids? Right. In the blue sky with a few drifting white clouds, the ancient tiles of a majestic temple emerged, along with Young Ut and the first-year 5th grade class. He confidently stepped forward, looking straight ahead, accepting the certificate he was awarded. Congratulations, Youngly. Sir, you ranked first in the promotion. Sir is promoted. The top student of the entire course. You calmly closed your eyes, hands outstretched to receive the diploma, thanking them. Honestly, I thought I would not be the top after all, but deep down, I thought differently. After all, they could not be too obvious in their unfairness. He recalled how he had defeated Sawin earlier with an indifferent expression. If Lee Sawin's results in the exam were not bad, we would not know yet. But I took all the badges from her at the very end, after handing out the certificates. Duo happily looked towards Wai. He exclaimed. You are really calm. Being the top of the academy is a very proud achievement. He was holding the diploma he just received, thinking the nurse would be very happy. And anyway, thanks for the congratulations. As soon as you stepped out, while walking down the stairs, you received countless compliments. Congratulations. Young master. Congratulations to you. Choi In-ha was happily standing in front of you, suddenly called out, making him turn around to look. Next, student Choi In-ha. Please come up. Hearing his name called, he stepped forward, and Choi In-ha walked step by step to the podium. Suddenly, he held the diploma in front of him and exclaimed, Congratulations on your promotion. Choi In-ha has been promoted, ranked 13th for the entire course. He blushed slightly and looked down at the diploma in front of him, unable to believe it. Choi In-ha reached for the diploma. Jung kept saying, Thank you. Wai stood behind him, glancing at him, reminding him not to be complacent. Choi In-ha, just give it your all. But if you get cocky, nothing will change. He exhaled lightly and replied.
Yep, sir.
After awarding Koinha, Jung called the next name. Next, student Kim Bo-seol. Congratulations on your promotion. Bo-seol looked at the diploma in disbelief and said, Thank you. Kim Bo-seol is promoted. Ranked 24th for the entire course. It was Kim Han's turn to receive his diploma, but he did not seem very happy holding it. Student Kim Han was promoted right from the first year. Worked hard. Congratulations. Kim Han promoted. Ranked 34th for the entire course. Kim Han stared intently at the paper, fingers lightly brushing the edge. Thinking, the ranking is really disappointing. He was not satisfied with his rank. Kim Han looked up with determination. It is. Everything is just beginning. I will definitely become as strong as you.
Sir.
He stood straight, reminding himself to try even harder. Kim Han crossed his arms behind his back, head held high, telling himself that he was determined to change, so as not to be a burden to that person, and not to live a mediocre life anymore. I moved confidently ahead of everyone. They followed, determined in their hearts. From now on I won't lose anymore. He seems not to pay much attention, quietly bending down with a smirk. For them it looks like it is all over now. Right, you are feeling lighthearted, thinking to yourself. But now there is nothing to worry about. He turns around and says, Everyone has worked hard. The whole class has leveled up. Everyone's faces suddenly went serious, nervously listening to you. If anyone failed, I will make them do extra training. What a pity. He immediately returned to seriousness. You spoke words of encouragement that made them respect you in silence. Doing well will be even tougher. There will be a lot of eager folks wanting to tear you apart. He carefully reminded them. But he also believed in them, saying, I trust you guys will figure it out. They stood up straight and shouted in unison. Yes, sir. He received a response he liked. Gently smiling. Then, you raised your head high, clapping your hand on your chest with a brighter smile. Let us fight. You can do it. The girl frowned, murmuring in protest.
Me.
I do not accept that. Stood next to her, looking bored, sighed and said, What else are not you accepting? She could not accept it. Getting furious. Fists clenched. Singing out. If it were not for that upgrade exam, I would be the top student already. Dirty trick. You can knock me down. But why take the badge too? She rushed right in front of you, expressing how hard it was for her because of you. Do you know how much I struggled to gather back that badge? The girl turned away, refusing to look at him, mumbling, If I had a sword in my hand back then. He thought to himself, that is not wrong. I thought it would be easy to win, but it actually took more than an hour to finish. You watched her walk away, recalling her strength, analyzing that she had become stronger than you imagined. She still had not unlocked her sword technique, and her special abilities probably were not mastered yet. The two of them walked together. He closed his eyes, sweating coldly, thinking, but if she can do all that now, honestly, I do not want to face her. Suddenly, she raised her hand to her mouth and softly called, but once promised. You must keep your word. You anxiously looked back at her. He spoke in confusion. What are you suddenly saying? She raised a finger indicating. That is the way to shout. I made a bet after all. She thought for a long time, sighed a long sigh and said, Are you going to call right now? Before she could finish, he rushed over and covered her mouth. You frowned, firmly commanding, If you say one more word, it is a death match. She was stopped, only able to mumble a few sounds. Are you still uncomfortable after that? He released her, turning to shout. Stop babbling. Hurry up. She flinched a bit, turning to reply. Okay. A while later, after chatting, the two walked away together. They quickly arrived at their destination. Standing in front of the large wooden door, Waikwang pushed the heavy door open, while Si-hein followed behind him. Two stepped inside, respectfully clasping their hands and bowing. We request an audience with our father. Tessie glanced at the two, then spoke up. All right. Come in. After a moment of greeting, all three sat down on the sofa to enjoy some tea. Tessie sat in the main chair, holding a hot cup of tea while looking at them. After finishing his drink, he gently set the teacup down, then spoke softly. I heard you both completed the first-year program at the academy. Tessie sat up straight, glancing at his two children. Each of you. What have you seen and felt? Si-hein said nothing, silently looking at Su while Wai raised his cup to his lips, thinking, what is going on? Why are you staring at me? Not getting a response from Su, Si-hein bravely exclaimed. I have seen the true face of the family, causing Wang to choke on his tea. Tessie, confused, leaned toward the girl, questioning, what do you mean by true face? Si-hein honestly explained for him to understand. I know competition always brings rivalry, But witnessing such unreasonable things happening is just natural. The girl looked directly at him. Her hands clenched tightly. I want everything to be clear and fair. No matter what I achieve, I want to do it with my own skill and strength. Tessie nodded slightly at her words, calmly responding, fairness and integrity. Not bad. On the surface, he appeared normal. But inside, he had already recognized her. There is a reason for you to be chosen by the sword. In the past, you were still weak and frail. But this changed. After thinking, Tessie turned his gaze towards him. Seeing the boy in pain from the burn, he asked himself, it must be because of the child. Right. Then Tessie spoke up and asked, what about the youngest one? Has she felt anything? He quickly regained his composure, his eyes shining brightly as he answered, what I feel is despair. The Academy of Trainers is the root of the Misty Realm's decay. But the Academy has gone astray. Hearing that, Tessie clenched his fists, bowing his head in contemplation. Has it really gone astray? He spoke seriously to everyone, turning to look at his father. Continuing, they never fight. They might be weak, they might fail. But those who give up fighting are not worthy to be part of the Misty Realm. In his mind, he could not help but imagine the scenes from the competition, voicing his thoughts. And I have seen too many trainers like that. It must be due to the abilities of the coaches, or the training methods being problematic. Tessie did not react strongly. He gently closed his eyes and chuckled. That is quite audacious. Both of them were amazed. They exchanged glances at Tessie, thinking, did he just laugh? He then praised, even though they are just trainees, it is commendable that you have formed your own thoughts, no matter what. Tessie still worried about the two. He reminded gently, but always stay vigilant. The pitfall of narrow-mindedness is hard to escape once you fall into it. Sihyun's face lit up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. He still gazed at him in disbelief, never expecting his father would personally give such advice. Sihyun bowed respectfully, her voice loud with gratitude. Thank you, sir. He placed his hands on his thighs and said, me too. I will remember. Tessie said nothing. Looking at the two children, he said, over the past year, I have heard about your learning process and your tasks, although the tests throughout the year are not like the official tasks of a true trainer. In essence, they are not much different. You have realized that this is the assessment I set, and you completed the task seriously. Thanks to their efforts, Tessie decided to do something. The reason I called you here today is to reward you for those efforts. Sihyun was immediately excited upon hearing this. He was different, feeling a bit skeptical about everything. His father was always strict about rewards and punishments, yet he personally rewarded this time. Could there be a special reason? The girl eagerly volunteered, raising her arm high to request. Then I want it. A rare armor. The hard armor. I really want to have it. Tessie replied neither fast nor slow, happily accepting. Sure. I will note it down for tomorrow. With the approval, Sihyun obediently replied. Yep. Thank you, sir. After hearing Sihyun's request, Tessie turned to ask him, what about you? My son. What do you want? He frowned. His lips moved several times before finally saying, I would like to be allowed to enter the Heavenly Favor Mountain. Tessie was taken aback. His eyes widened in disbelief, while Sihyun gasped in shock. The sounds in the room kept echoing. He was carefully counting some things before taking them away. Herbal books, gloves, the whole set of pharmaceutical tools. Good. Seems like everything is ready. You inventory each item, then carefully put it into your backpack, because the favored mountain is a sacred place. So there is not only the sacred herbs, but also the sacred medicine. In Than Island, only second-rate medicine can be made. This time it can be done from the tissue. He slightly pursed his lips. You bowed your head and thought to yourself, I can't believe I actually got permission to enter the favored mountain. Thanks to that I can push forward the warrior journey. Amidst the mist, the mountain ranges stand tall, reaching towards the clouds. The warrior journey, the final test for the members of the Sungmu family to be recognized as warriors. And before setting off on the warrior journey, they must pass by the favored mountain. He analyzed thoroughly. You unexpectedly turned to him hesitantly. Moreover, you turned to look at the neatly placed swords standing against the door with determination. The favored mountain is a place I must step foot in someday. Suddenly, just as he was deep in thought, a knock at the door caught your attention. Yep. Come in. Kaho and Ken pushed the door open. She put her hand on her chest and softly called out. Yep. Young master. Someone is contacting you. He asked back in confusion. Contacting? What contact? She hesitated to speak, finally gathering enough courage to say. It is. Young master. The seventh has sent an invitation. You were startled and surprised upon hearing this. Jia smiled slightly. He carefully lifted the teapot. It has been a while since we last met. This is the first time since the Central Beast event this year. Right. He sat up straight with his hands on his thighs. You smiled happily and obediently. Yep. Brother still remembers. Jiek put the tray back on the table. Then sat down opposite you and spoke. I am not so foolish as to forget something like that. He quietly observed every gesture. The way he behaved and his demeanor judged. Just as the rumors said. He is not easy to deal with. His conversation is as natural as a casual chat, making tea himself. Even the way he chose his seat had no flaws. Compared to unpredictable kindness, overt malice is easier to deal with. After pouring the tea, Jiek extended his hand toward you, smiling so broadly that his eyes closed. Try it. Tea is my only pleasure. It should be good. He also had to pretend to go along with him. You brought the teacup closer to your mouth and smiled in response. Thank you. Brother still makes tea for guests himself. Jiek quickly replied to your question. He held the small teacup in his hand and cheerfully said, depending on who the guest is. This tea is what I bought from the foreign hills 2 years ago. He gradually calmed down. You lifted the teacup to take a sip, still calculating in your mind. He has poured so many times but has not gotten to the point yet, an untimely flow of conversation. But you knew how to hold the situation. Indeed. Not just a useless guy with some martial talent. After enjoying the tea, he set the cup down on a nearby plate. Thinking it was enough to probe for now, at this moment, Jiek began to get to the point. The reason for the call was because of the events that happened during the recent promotion. He sat across from Wyo, starting to inquire about what happened earlier, to find out if it was orchestrated by him and Luca. Politely replied. Yep. To know. Then the conversation will be quick. At this point, Jiek started to present his main intention. He began to justify what happened this time. It was not my intention. Upon hearing this, he chuckled. Realizing this was the direction they were heading, Jiek, with his refined scholar appearance, raised a hand to push up his glasses, saying that Lige is famous not for strength, but for politics, administration, and commerce. A cunning person, always maintaining relationships to avoid making enemies. People call him the Golden Sword. Analyzed him thoroughly, and on the surface, he did not seem to have any ill intentions, meaning he did not want to see me as an enemy. Jiek glanced at him, extending a hand to apologize. But clearly, there was also fault on our side. If you want, I'll apologize. Did not let him finish speaking, quickly interrupting and refusing. No need. This made Jiek pause for a moment. He looked up brightly, hands clasped in front of his chest. Simply saying, this situation is just one of many clashes that will continue in the upcoming competitions. His attitude quickly changed. Squinted, sounding as if he already knew everything. Do not tell me that you only did what mess Becky wanted. Jiek did not overact. He looked straight into his eyes and spoke. Competition. Are you seeing me as an enemy? Placed both hands on his thighs. Asking back. Someone touched your people, and is still playing games. How can you not see them as enemies? Hearing this, Jiek's gaze subtly changed. His eyes filled with cunning. His expression showed a hint of reluctance. Feeling increasingly frustrated, thinking to himself, what should I do? Should I handle this right away to avoid future trouble? Jiek quickly dismissed that thought. He sighed softly, wondering what to do for you. Faced him, extending a hand with a meaningful hint. Show your sincerity, because it is not just you who suffers. Jiek saw his expression and felt angry inside, though he had to keep smiling on the outside. It is ridiculous that he would not accept an apology and instead demanded compensation. But I kind of like that. Then, Jiek extended his hand to show he meant it. Shaking hands with you. Sure. I will send a decent potion for all the 5th grade disciples. And you will also receive a deserving reward. We smiled at him, and you shook Jiek's hand gently, saying, Han has already taken care of it a lot, so let us not bring this up again. He smiled gently, still holding your hand. Chuckling. Among the Haim brothers, I feel most compatible with you. I did not care much and responded casually. Is that? I am not so sure. After the discussion, I stood up from his chair and said, I will take my leave. Jiek crossed his arms and watched as you spoke up. I have a piece of advice. He leaned in to look, but then cautioned why. Be careful with Laska. Unlike me, he does not think well of you. You did not care much and replied. It is. Saying this, I turned to leave, but before going, he did not forget to leave a glance that signaled. You won't be in this family for a year. An ancient-style room, decorated in a traditional manner, with light streaming in, creating a serene and elegant atmosphere. Suddenly a loud noise rang out, piercing the silence. Jusevon raised her hand to slap Sana, who tilted her head to the side and softly called. She frowned, her eyes full of hatred. Don't call me mom. I have never given birth to a failure like you. Sienna rushed over, grasping the hem of her dress, yelling. Sienna's eyes were filled with fear as she desperately tried to explain. I can explain everything. I am not using my duties to escape. Juexodon was angrier, her eyes wide open. Shut up. Seeing that terrifying look, Xiana instinctively felt scared and flinched. Letting go of her grip, Xiana knelt down, banging her head on the ground, accepting the scolding. What you did was to run away, which is something a true bloodline of the house must never do. Xiana remained silent, enduring the punishment, her nails digging into the floor until they bled. If you were my child, that would be unforgivable. Xiana slowly got up, trembling all over as she said, "But you can still blame me." Xiana raised her hand to slap back, one hand pointing outward, shouting, "As long as you can crush that bastard, it is." Izan immediately scolded, "You really do not understand anything. If I could do that, I would not have to put you through this." After she finished speaking, hearing Wei Zan's words, she froze. She quickly continued, and upon hearing this, Xiana's face darkened. "That bastard will be favored for a year." Wei Zan closed his eyes, his expression calm but wanting to manipulate, saying that if a person could regain their honor, then it would not matter. But for those who have even lost that chance, they have tarnished the reputation of the entire family. She turned her face away, leaving Xiana, who was lurking behind, threatening that if the next time he showed up in front of her looking like a defeated man, then that slap would not be the final price to pay. As Wei Zan stepped outside, and Jakes was already standing there, greeting her politely, while Xiana was inside the room repeating a phrase. Damn it all. After Wei Zan left, he glanced into the room through the slightly open door. Xiana was even more furious at that moment, scratching her nails until they bled, muttering about that damn brat. Gritting her teeth, Xiana swore in hatred, "I will definitely kill you." And Jakes was still there leaning against the door, watching inside the room, thinking to himself that the lady was quite ruthless. Now, Xiana would be haunted by the need to fix this. Then, a certain smile crept onto his lips. Jax was waiting here. Keep Xiana and Yai. Ultimately, who is the more valuable one? The future to come is truly worth looking forward to. He then remembered that this morning, he had left with a backpack, with a look full of anticipation, calculating that the day he returns is a year later. At this moment, he was sitting in the car, so tense that his hands were clenched. He sat upright and safe in the car, his lips pressed in resignation. Then slowly, he lifted his head, looking ahead, wondering why. Choi was happily driving, smiling brightly and saying, "Luckily we are on the same route." He looked at the gentle demeanor of Koi, feeling awkwardly curious. Is the butler Koi also here? His eyes lit up with a smile as he said, "Even just for these 2 short days, I hope to be taken care of." "Young master," Butler Choi gently reassured him. "No need to feel too much pressure today." He quietly sat in the car, unconsciously expressing thanks when receiving concern. "Thanks," he explained calmly, "because before the Lunar New Year, it was time to clean the ancestral graves. I also have something to convey to the keeper of Mount Thean V. I am only accompanying because it is the master's orders." At that moment, he burst out laughing, realizing that having someone along made him feel less lonely. Then he thought, but really, it can't be just a coincidence. He was still lost in thoughts about Butler Choi. His aura and presence seemed like an ordinary person. But he was definitely not an ordinary person, an important figure in the family, holding a position even more significant than many elders. The distance between himself and Butler Choi was truly hard to gauge. Suddenly, his voice rang out, bringing him back to reality, reminding him, Butler Choi, sitting opposite, curiously asked, "I heard that before heading to Mount Thean Vi, you would stop by Mount Sungmu. May I ask why you are stopping by the ancestral grave?" He raised his hand and scratched his head happily. "I want to visit the grave of the previous family head, because this is my first trip away from the clan. I think it is right to pay respects to our ancestors first. I can't help but think, while it may be justified to say it is for a good reason, I also want to show that a younger child is willing to make a long journey to pay respects to our ancestors." He smiled approvingly. Truly the young master is very thoughtful. Many elders will be pleased to see that the young master has such respect for the ancestors. You politely thanked him. Being recognized like this truly touched me. I silently assessed. You spoke as if you understood my thoughts. At that moment, Butler Choi hesitated for a moment. Young master, may I boldly say something? He smiled obediently. Yep. I am listening, he asked. Do you like climbing mountains? Young master, you replied. I do not think I have ever climbed a mountain properly. At this, Butler Choi slowly opened his eyes and smiled. I actually quite enjoy climbing mountains. Then he began to share a story of his own. There was a time I climbed a very treacherous mountain. The trail was so narrow that I had to forge my own path. If it were you, young master, what would you do in that situation? He seriously raised his hand to his chin, hesitated for a moment, then replied, I would quietly look ahead and climb up. That way I would reach the summit faster and more accurately. He smiled and nodded. Indeed. Then you would climb up quickly. Then he gave you an example. But in reality, it is not like that. Sometimes you have to look back and glance at both sides. Observe the terrain to see if you are on the right path. If you only focus on looking ahead, it is easy to get lost and take a longer route. Now Butler Choi slowly opened his eyes and said seriously, especially when the mountain is higher. He suddenly realized, could it be? He was talking about martial arts. Past images slowly appeared in your mind as you reminded yourself. After regression, I have not even digested the new power before hastily accepting other things. But I never thought that would be a problem. If this continues, even if I have time, I will still just be busy looking for something new. He bowed his head politely, thanking him for the valuable advice. Butler Choi waved his hand and smiled. It is nothing. Please just consider it the ramblings of an old man. After a while, Butler Choi looked outside. Let us. It seems we have arrived. The luxurious black car quickly came to a stop. This is Mount Sungmu. He stepped out of the car and looked at the majestic peak right in front of him. You suddenly called out to the person who had been with you the whole way. Butler Choi. He held a sword in one hand and tightly gripped the strap of his bag with the other. I heard that only those who carry the bloodline of the Sungmu clan or are permitted can pass through the gate. So can you go inside? He crossed his arms. I am fortunate to have been granted that privilege by the previous head of the family. They both began to walk. And at that moment Butler Choi spoke up. I will go clean up his grave. Young master, where do you intend to go first? You look over there. I am thinking about where to place the ancestral tablet first. Suddenly, you feel something unusual, a strange sensation. Have I crossed the boundary of the ancestral tome? You keep opening and closing your hand, feeling like you just stepped into another world. At that moment, Butler Choi bows his head and says, Then I will take my leave. I hope you achieve what you desire. Young master, you move forward. Turn your head and smile. Thanking him, the sound of footsteps echoes in the quiet space. A tome appears right before your eyes. You have arrived at the tomb of the first family head. You slowly open the door, politely saying, The descendants of the Sungmu family request the ancestral tablet. Saying that, you draw your sword, just in case it is disrespectful to draw a sword before the ancestral tomb. You look at the sword, the corners of your mouth curling up, hoping the ancestors forgive you, as this step was preordained by them. After a moment, you gently place the sword on the table, holding a wine jug in one hand. You can't help but think, it is just a sword. But it is not merely a sword. Then you lift the cup of wine to the sword. Before returning, the secrets of the clan revealed by your elder brother. The sword beneath the wine slightly shudders. It is sealed by 9 seals. A surge of power surrounds it. The seals I know total 4, of which the first proves I am the master of the sword. An image of you when you were still lying down appears. The second proves I carry the bloodline of the Sungmu family. The rocks around you explode. The third, surpass the naming ceremony. The first challenge set by the ancestral founder. On the sword, several characters appear in a blue glow. So far, I have broken a total of 3 seals. His ancestor stands watching the stream of spiritual energy radiate, hinting at what the next seal might be. Suddenly, the incense stick right there shines brightly in a strange way. A line of text appears. Yes. Indeed it is the Bias Mountain I once knew. Just the Bias Mountain. The Bias Mountain is where the ancestral founder felt the spiritual energy and chose to train the descendants. Right now in front of you is the Bias Mountain, a place full of magical power. Even though I have read the documents, this is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes. A voice from behind gradually comes through. It truly is a magnificent mountain. He is happy. Yep. It feels very different from the Sungmu Mountain or the Chi Than Island. The steward looks at you now. Sanjiji is fuming. Oh my. My head is killing me. Those guys are coming in like a pack of dogs. He is surprised and turns to look, thinking to himself, since when did I not sense anything at all? The bodyguard beside him reminds. Young master. Steward Choi. Step back. He is a master. He angrily points and shouts. You guys must want to die. Speak nicely for once. Get in line. The bodyguard ignores him and orders. Everyone. Form up. Sanjiji immediately presses the bodyguard's head down to the ground. Enough already. You black-headed bunch. A cold glint appears in his eyes. Just holding a piece of iron. And you want to fight. He stands there, watching the scene unfold in an instant. After dealing with everything, he grabs a bottle of wine and drinks it heartily. A group of bodyguards lies flat on the ground, not moving at all. Sanjiji lets out a frustrated sigh. Honestly, they do not know their place and dare to rush in. Then he turns back and says, Hey, you really are the type who does not know the rules. I told you at least to notify me a month in advance. Showing up empty-handed like this means certain death. Steward Choi smiles friendly. About that, but you are being a bit unreasonable. He is annoyed. Unreasonable. Lately, you people are getting too bold, daring to argue back. He stands beside hesitantly speaking. Steward Choi. He coughs lightly and looks at you. I forgot to introduce. Saying that, he gestures forward. This person is the guardian of Bias Mountain. Sanjiji frowns. It is the one Taishin brought back from outside. Steward Choi says. Yep. This is the young master. He will be going up the mountain this time. Sanjiji suddenly asks you. You have seen a part of my unawakened self already. Have not you? He is unexpectedly serious. Thinking. Did not expect he would recognize that, then hesitantly replies. Yep. I have seen it. He reached out to stroke his chin, looking at you with an assessing gaze. You have got a bit of Taishin's charm. Like a strange ascent on you. Suddenly, one of his eyes turned red. You held your eye at Sanjiji's words, saying, this kid has such strange eyes too. A beam of light radiated, leaving Y in shock. After a while, he kept drinking and laughing heartily, praising, Western wine is really different. This wood scent is quite strange, but it brings an indescribable taste to the tip of my tongue. The butler happily said to the person next to him, I am glad it suits his taste. You just smiled silently, thinking to yourself, I do not drink much, but I can tell this is not just any cheap wine. Sanjiji slammed the wine bottle down on the table. All right then, tell me your story, he added. Sending a scrawny kid like you here for training. They must really hate you. I replied. I am here entirely voluntarily. Sanjiji laughed loudly. Is that? He turned his gaze elsewhere. Just like a child caught up in death and fate, you quietly sat there, sweating and clenching your fists in thought, while he also pondered the illusion your eye just showed me. And the identity of the mountain keeper I heard about before returning. I quickly guessed the identity of the person in front of him. He is a Dokabe. A Dokabe who can predict the future with eyes filled with stars, including reading destinies. Azupan reveals seeing things that are predetermined and unchangeable. Sanjiji asked. So what? You have been given an entire year. What do you plan to do with it? Then silently thought to himself. Let me tell you. Right now my father hears everything you say. I sat there in silence for a long time under the gaze of the two people. The scene outside was now enveloped in darkness. The sound of Sanjiji echoed outside. Damn it. I have seen some weirdos before. But him. As soon as I mentioned the training ground, he rushed straight in. He waved the wine bottle in his hand. Another person. Wait until I finish treating those weaklings. Then I will head out with them. Butler Choi sat upright, thanking him for allowing the use of spiritual water. Looking at the butler's face, Sanjiji spoke up. Then he threw the wine bottle behind him and asked seriously, Why are you here? You are not just here to deliver wine. Are you? Butler Choi nodded. I do not like beating around the bush, so I will get straight to the point. While that person tightly held the wine glass. Could it be that the mountain keeper has read the heavenly signs? The head of the family told me to come ask. Sanjiji slowly placed the wine glass down and said, Heavenly signs. I have read them, but I can't say much. He smirked teasingly. Surely a dock cabbie that has just been served wine would not refuse to lend a hand. Would he? He was angry. Good. That is an apology. Butler Choi gently said. I have brought over 10 bottles of wine. Sanjiji cursed while drinking. Damn it. I knew this would happen. After drinking, he slammed the wine bottle down on the table and let out a deep sigh. Then he was serious. There is still a long way to go. The heavenly gate has been open for a long time. The power of humanity has reached its peak. Chaos will follow. Tell him not to rush and just go with the flow. He smiled, holding a glass of wine. Yep. I will pass this message to the head of the family. He is seething with anger. If I had won that damn wrestling match back then, I would not have gotten caught up in this mess. Then he continued. Anyway, it seems like you like that arrogant little brat. Are not you worried? The housekeeper seriously looked at the glass of wine in his hand. As a servant, I simply serve the bloodline of the martial arts family. Sanjiji Jotli is different. You heard he wants to go there. Right. He is still just a rookie. He was surprised to hear the other person say. Just keep an eye on him once. He smiled. You will find it interesting too. Martial artist. The scene shifted to a training ground illuminated by a few lights. A small hand slowly emerged. Wyong stepped out, amazed at the sight in front of him. It always astonished him. A familiar sight leading to the training ground. He looked around at everything. Even the place where the martial artist was yesterday had an entrance to a cave. So this is the magic of Dakabasao. Then he raised his hand to start. To be honest, I still have many shortcomings. From now on, I have 1 year. Wyong summoned the sword. Magic. Secret techniques learned from Muji and Mujin. Evil eyes. Directness. And dark energy. I must turn them all into my own. He smiled with determination. The goal is 1,000 times. If that is not enough, I will keep going until it is. Meanwhile, somewhere else Sanjiji was lying down rubbing his belly. That guy is really too intense. I have never seen anyone like him. Looking at the image of Wyaong training hard, he trains until his body is exhausted, then recovers with spirit water, repeating over and over. It sounds easy to say, But it is like self-torture. Then he snapped his fingers, and the illusion disappeared. No wonder his fate is so bleak, even suppressed his innate energy. A creature without a destiny. When was the last time I saw someone like that? Suddenly Sanjiji snapped his fingers and smiled. Indeed. Bloodlines do not lie. Your family is really strange. Even the heavens must be fed up. Time passed quickly. 3 months later. He was angry. That guy said it would be interesting. Sanjiji had enough of the noise. I am bored to death. I won't even watch anymore. That kid only practices the basics all day. What is interesting about that? He turned over and closed his eyes. Aside from asking for permission to go gather herbs, he hardly said anything. He is probably not dead yet. Suddenly, a sound startled Sanjiji awake. He sat up. That was the cry of a spirit beast. Bucky. Something has infiltrated the mountain. Has nodded. Then he immediately snapped his fingers lightly. An illusionary mirror appeared. I had already set up the barrier. That should not be happening. Uncle Sohai is running away. Did some big shots from the clan mess something up when they brought food and leaned in? Sanjiji stared into the mirror. Furious. What is that kid doing? Do not tell me he is trying to eat a spirit beast. The man quickly chased after Uncle. He immediately opened the door wide and stopped right away. The wind quickly blew through the treetops. The man kept chasing it without stopping. Holding a small haul, Sanjiji angrily shouted. Hey, you little brat. Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? You stopped. Sweating. And greeted. Hey, long time no see. Brother, you said seriously. But could you please step aside for a moment? Sir. I am 14 years old. Sanjiji pointed at the man. Continuously scolding. How dare you target a spirit beast right in front of me? I have never seen a kid like you before. You unexpectedly shrank back, then raised an eyebrow, asking, what are you talking about, sir? He still could not get an answer. The thing that was radiating auras was that spirit beast. The man was not afraid of Sanjiji's anger. On the contrary, he calmly said, which made him dumbfounded. Why would I kill a spirit beast? Sanjiji glanced at you, looking at the tools you had, exclaiming, a basket and a cleaver. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out. You saw Uncle and raised the cleaver. That brat. Sanjiji quickly placed a hand on your shoulder to stop you. Wait a minute, he blocked you. Trying to keep you from going. Wondering. Why are you chasing Uncle? You frowned and shouted. That guy stole my secret medicine. Before Sanjiji could understand what was happening, you dashed past him. Sorry, but I will explain later. Sanjiji opened his eyes wide in surprise. He reached out with all his might to stop you, saying, hey you, if the spirit beast has run away, how do you plan to find it? But just as he had not finished his sentence, Sanjiji had to halt. He looked in the direction you ran. His eyes narrowed as he thought. That guy is chasing exactly where Uncle is hiding. No matter how sensitive the perception, it is hard to find that exact spot. Feeling unclear, Sanjiji observed you, then looked down at your feet, surrounded by a green force that was hard to believe. Although the force emanated from the tips of your toes, the ground was not harmed at all. Was that kid that fast? You leapt up, reaching out towards the north, causing it to scare and run away. He still stood still, watching and wondering. It has only been about 3 months since I took my eyes off it. Could something have happened in that time? After a while of chasing, everything got back in order. Sanjiji raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat softly. While I was looking for the last ingredient for the secret medicine, that is when the North stole it and ran away. Right. Sorry about that. You frowned. His voice was a bit thick. At least it is about 40 or 50 years old. Sanjiji could not hear clearly and muttered. You stood in front of him, your head lowered, continuously complaining. Dang Shan. White ginseng. Dragon flower. Sticky mushroom. The cordyceps grow from the corpse of the ghost insect. I struggled a lot to gather them. And when he heard that, he suddenly turned away silently. You see, he did not react at all. His face looked even more gloomy as he spoke in a dejected tone. That is the medicine I have painstakingly crafted over 100 sleepless days. It is all gone to waste now. Sanjiji quickly reacted. He panicked, wanting to reach out to comfort you, but hesitated. About that, his eyes were sad. You sighed in exhaustion and pain. So one of the reasons I came to Timeby Mountain has failed. That medicine was one of the important goals. Unable to take it anymore, Sanjiji leaned closer to you, saying, I allowed people to pick it. So what is the big deal if it got taken? He pretended to be naive. And you clapped your hands together, realizing that is true. Even so, he still did not let Sanjiji off the hook. Your words pierced straight into him. Do you allow it? But in the end, I still got it in your territory. If I could not manage it, that is my fault. Extremely angry, Sanjiji slammed his hand against his back. his mouth wide open, shouting in annoyance. All right, I will reward you, just waiting for that opportunity. The moment he said it, his expression turned cunningly cheerful. Anything is fine. I will accept it all. Hearing the pleasing words, you replied slowly. Earlier, you said anything is fine. Right. Listening to him, Sanjiji was excited and ready to act. You looked up, your face smiling gently but with a hint of menace, saying, by the way, Sanjiji, there are 2 things you need to help me with in a dark, damp basement. A strange growling sound echoed in the old, musty space. Something horrifying appeared. A gigantic black foot covered in sharp spikes stirred. A terrifying spider queen, with a frightening face, stood before him, large and imposing. You were completely unafraid. But the one wielding the sword behind you absorbed strength for the blade, thinking to himself, remember this, the sword was continuously enveloped by a red energy. He tightened his grip on it, reflecting on the power of the Ori skill when used continuously. You spread your legs wide, swinging the sword horizontally to unleash power. It won't change from the first time, using the skill of strengthening energy. Fire and smoke, the streams of power shot towards the spider queen, wrapping tightly around her like a red thread, causing her to scream. A massive sound erupted, sending him flying. Forcing you to brace yourself with your feet, you gripped the sword tightly with both hands, swinging it back with streams of green energy swirling around it, enhancing the energy technique. He used all his strength. You swung fiercely, slicing into the spider queen. Striking true, it let out a huge scream. Blue and yellow scattered everywhere. He clenched his teeth with difficulty. Damn it, the spider queen was injured and unstable. One of her arms was severed with pain. You thought she was not heavily injured. Isn't there enough strength to kill her? She quickly regained her composure, thrusting her spiked leg towards you. Suddenly, a golden talisman appeared right in front of him, and you looked at it in surprise. That thing hovered in the center, shining for a moment before gently falling down. Sanjiji leaned down to look at the talisman, then picked it up with his fingers, mumbling, damn it. Why do I have to serve a kid? He held the talisman between 2 fingers. Sanjiji sighed, waving it back and forth, wondering why he promised to do these things again. However, seeing him so tired, he became more open and asked, hey, kid, do you want to take a break? You were out of breath, wiping the sweat off your forehead, and exclaimed, remember right now. Sanjiji did not say much. He quickly guided him. It is up to you. Focus and visualize the target in Gyanda's memory. And you immediately closed your eyes to follow. Sanjiji raised his hand and tossed the talisman away, which slowly disappeared, revealing an illusion of a figure holding a sword. The 2 quickly faced off, neither willing to give in, creating an explosion of power, while Sanjiji watched from the outside, feeling amazed. Oh my. The love energy just flowed out like that. I did not expect to know and be helped to practice with illusions. He gritted his teeth in anger, the fire inside him rising, his hands clenched into fists, wondering how the kid knew to request illusion training. And for a full 4 hours at that, Sanjiji calmed down, putting his hands in his pockets to dismiss his earlier thoughts. It is, so let it go. It is not that hard. Suddenly, Sanjiji turned around, glancing over at the person not far away from him, analyzing that over the past 3 months, their body had become significantly stronger. Overall, they seemed more refined, clearly more skilled. And had he grown taller too? Not necessarily stronger, but more stable. Seeing the aura of power surrounding him, Sanjiji narrowed his eyes, but chose to overlook it. He fell silent. Sanjiji crossed his arms, intently watching his actions. Perhaps he should ask about that weapon at least once. As night fell, he sat comfortably soaking in the hot tub, tilting his head back with a sigh, feeling as if he had come back to life. If it were not for the healing spring, he probably would not have been able to endure it. If only there were a healing spring outside of the favored mountain, it would be so much better. Just like being at home. Suddenly, a hairy foot slowly appeared. He lowered his foot to step into the tub. The person sitting in the tub jolted. He widened his eyes in worry. Someone. He could not even sense their presence despite being so close. Sanjiji stepped into the tub, looked at him, and spoke, seeing someone so exhausted. They must really be a person. He sat up straight, making it easy to ask. Sanjiji smiled. Are you shy to come here for something? He frowned, soaking in the tub, and said, I have been through a lot too. Can't I take a break? You have been here for a while now. Have you rested properly? He raised his hand to rub his head, shyly smiling. I always take proper breaks. Suddenly, Sanjiji cut. What I mean is, besides coming here after each training session, he leaned one hand on a rock, the other holding food to his mouth, saying, I have been around for quite a while, but this is the first time I have seen such a stupid trainee like you. The other person sat there looking at him and replied. He was holding an egg in his hand again. Really? You seem cheerful on the outside, But inside it is the opposite. That said, still feeling a bit uncomfortable, he stepped out of the tub, wrapping a towel around his waist, saying, I feel fully recovered now, so I will excuse myself. Before he could leave, Sanji slammed the egg down on the rock, causing it to shatter, saying loudly, Wait. He was shocked by his action, eyes wide open in silence. I still have something to say. Sit down. After a moment of contemplation, Sanji finally spoke, curious about the item he brought with him. Wait. What was the name of that thing you used earlier? As he reached out to hear the question, he hesitated. Are you talking about this? He had a serious expression, his gaze scrutinizing. Yep. Where did you get it? Sanji crossed his arms, his voice low and cautious. Promise me you won't tell anyone about it. I'm not sure. But this is about its identity. Knowing it would be hard to deceive him, he felt a bit scared but still had to say it. Its name is Mujin, and it came from the family's treasury. Sanji looked up, slowly raising his hand, using his power to draw in the hot smoke, forming a small whirlwind, and began to speak. I do not know how much you understand about that, but I have seen something very similar a long time ago. The smoke gathered thicker. His gaze remained calm as he recounted that long ago, there was a sorcerer who could communicate with souls and read the stars in the sky. Sanji raised his hand, the hot smoke from the bath gradually coalescing into a dense whirlpool. He rested his hand on the stone, and said that the sorcerer always carried something with him. An image of a sorcerer as imagined by Sanji appeared. He held a stone in one hand and created a flame with the other, a stone that could freely change shape. With that stone, the sorcerer could perform all kinds of magic. He was majestic, looking straight ahead without flinching. Speaking of using forbidden techniques without paying a price, that person naturally became the most powerful sorcerer of his time. Just as he was speaking grandly, he suddenly waved his finger, pulling forth a small green energy at the tip of his finger, seeming hesitant. But then, the sorcerer was horrifically transformed. He was no longer human but had turned into a monster. The stone he trusted eventually swallowed him. He lost all reason and began to wreak havoc like a monster. Sanji gently closed his eyes, waving his hand continuously, saying he changed like that in less than a year. He did not die easily. So in the end, they sealed him, and he faced him curiously. What about the stone? Seeing your curiosity, Sanji did not hide it and said straightforwardly. They gathered the power of countless sorcerers at that time and destroyed it. He listened and bowed his head, resting his hand on his chin in thought. It was similar to a story he read in Chanjiangak. He looked up at Sanji, based on his guess asked, could it be that the sorcerer was sealed in a place called Mengwushan? He calmly denied. He was sealed on an island in the east, then recalled the image of a small knife and a large rough stone, thinking to himself and making his own deduction. Then it is not the one recorded in Chanjiangak. The stone and Mujin are two separate entities, but they are related. Just as he was focused on his thoughts, Sanji continued, catching his attention and returning to the story. He suddenly became serious, pointing straight ahead and saying, back then, I smelled a full odor from that stone. Sanji's finger was not pointing aimlessly. He directed it at him, analyzing, and that smell was very similar to the scent emanating from you right now. A strange odor that was neither human, nor beast, nor spirit. He lowered his hand to rest on the rock, suppressing his emotions and bursting into laughter. Mujin is an alien object with an unclear nature. There are better weapons out there, so why do not you give this one up? But in his laughter, he sensed a different kind of emotion. He felt the pressure rising. His tone sounded like a gentle suggestion, yet it carried a suffocating pressure, as if his heart was being squeezed. He quickly composed himself, looking up to stare at Sanji in response. When I got the ghost eye, my father advised me to hide it in the room, and I said this, word for word. If it is a power granted to me, I will make it submit and use it. Hearing that, he leaned down slightly, a wide grin spreading across his face. That proud little brat. You said that to me. Not long after laughing, Sanji turned to him and said, like a kid, do you think that is similar to a ghost eye? He dismissed it, eyes half closed, uninterested, saying, not much different for me. Hearing that, Sanji suddenly stood up from the hot water in the tub, raising his hands to say, well, then there is no other way. Sanji curved his hand upward, slowly absorbing the sources of power. Without further hesitation, Sanji's eyes glinted. He gritted his teeth, holding the thorny staff, ready to use force to take it. Losing patience, Sanji swung the staff strongly toward him. Holding back just a bit, he calmly watched with a hint of fear. But the staff only swung down and stopped in front of him. Sanji showed no respect, his gaze threatening. Hand it over while we are still talking nicely. He remained silent, not responding. He furrowed his brow, observing Sanji's actions. It has been a while since I have wielded my weapon, I am not sure I can hold back. Without any fear, he chuckled softly, saying, "You won't be able to do it." Old man. Just one remark from him made Sanjiji stop. He tightened his grip on the staff, unable to do anything because doing so would break his vow. Remembering that, he lowered his hands, rubbing his eyes with a sigh. Annoyed, Sanjiji started sweating, forcing a smile as he asked, "Do you know everything now?" He replied calmly, "Of course." He had a gentle expression, not the slightest bit angry despite the threat, saying, "To protect the mountain and help those practicing here. That is the vow I made with the founder. You are just testing my will." Right, Sanjiji, angry at being teased, scolded him. "If you know, why not just say it outright, you little brat?" Suddenly, he asked again, a question that left him silent for a moment. "You do not actually intend to take it, do you?" Sanjiji clicked his tongue, his voice dripping with disdain. "As I see it, you should live by your tongue and your skills instead." If he hears this, he will laugh uncontrollably. Thanks for the compliment. When he sees you smiling happily, he gets really annoyed. That is an insult. Good. Sanjiji gradually calms down, resting the big staff on his shoulder, pointing a finger at you in confusion, asking why you do not just use force to take it. You could have taken it under the pretext of helping him. That thing does not have the weird aura like the wizard's item. Maybe it is not the kind of monster that devours its user. He does not want to say much. You lower your head to look at the black ring on your finger and reply, "I understand now. Thanks for letting me know." At this moment, Sanjiji is slowly retracting his staff. He suddenly speaks up. "Forget that for now. Will you, buddy?" He tilts his head, showing a puzzled expression. Is something wrong? Around him, stars begin to twinkle. You have a bright smile, putting your hand on your chest, indicating yourself while laughing. "Just now, you threatened a student with a weapon, did not you?" "I am pretty particular about calculations. You know that, right?" Sanjiji is furious with you, unable to hold back. You little brat who always leeches off the gods. In the desolate wilderness, a small yard and a lit wooden house appear. It is the temporary residence of Lei Wei. John Weezon, a sword surrounded by strange black energy strands, raises it with both hands. You sit cross-legged, holding the two pieces of the sword, mumbling, "I can't believe it took 3 whole months to read Judo's memories." Remembering when you first left, Wei was given 2 swords by his loved ones before departing. John Weezon, "I received 2 swords from my 7th brother, Lai Ji, the Judo's ultimate saber, the exquisite Fanbo." The ring on your hand glows. I lift it close to his face to examine and analyze its function. Fanbo possesses innate negative energy. It allows him to emit cold air. His memories are not many, so he absorbed them back at the main house. You maintain that position, staring intently at the ring, silently thinking, "Let us test the abilities of Judo." The second memory of Mujin that I saw before assessing the value of the student division, and the new powers I gained from Mujin. Wei extends his hand out, and from below the ring, a long green thread appears, replicating the ability to wield the weapon's power. That source of power quickly darts toward the sword leaning against the wall. Without waiting for Wei's command, the long thread wraps around the sword's handle several times. In a swift motion, that thread pulls the sword toward you. I reaches out to catch the flying sword, exclaiming, "The ability of Judo is the power to transfer attributes from one item to another." You look down at the sword in your hand, gripping its body with both hands, thinking, "Just copying the shape 1T demonstrate its abilities. Perhaps I can only use the power from weapons absorbed through black energy." He grips the sword tighter, closing his eyes and whispering, "Since I have also broken the seal at Sungmu Mountain, I should check Hyukia's memories too." Very quickly, he penetrated into old memories, going back to the past. He saw the sword being gently and carefully placed. "Before I broke the seal at Sungmu Mountain, I could only see this much." He stood behind the young master, glancing at him, thinking to himself, "The important things start from now." He stepped aside, and the mysterious young master spoke up, "I intend to seal this sword. I won't let my children be influenced by its power." The mysterious figure in the shadows quietly considered and said, "Sealing it is not as hard as you think, so no one will be easily chosen by it anymore." The young master did not want to think too much. He did not wait for the mysterious person to continue and replied, "If they are not worthy, it is better not to use it." He understood what that person meant. The mysterious figure raised his hand towards the sword. Got it. The source of power emanating from him gradually seeped into the sword, causing it to glow. The glowing inscriptions on the sword. The mysterious figure gently touched them and announced, "The sealing is complete." 2 of them continued discussing. Suddenly their words became unclear and cheap. Regarding the content of the seal, he stood behind, feeling disappointed as he could not hear anything about the unbroken seals. The mysterious figure turned to the other person, speaking with caution, "When the 3rd seal is broken, its power will be released. Is there anyone who accepts that?" The young master picked up the sword to reassure, It won't make a big difference. So it is fine. The young master turned away, firmly holding the sword in his hand, creating a source of power. He exclaimed. Still, I have to test it. The sword continuously emitted a strange source of power. He observed everything and thought, could it have a mana flow inside? In terms of complexity, it is no different from a human's mana system. The source of power quickly manifested on the young master. He raised his hand to create a source of power, like a flash. The young master swung the sword, making it glide swiftly. He focused, using all his strength to drive the sword straight down. Misty smoke appeared. He saw the event unfold and pondered. Mana was not only blocked but was also being reflected. After completing the action, he raised the shiny sword to his face and said, I will have to reinforce the seal a bit more. After merging into that old memory, he quickly returned to reality. His head started to ache, causing him to raise his hand again. He raised the sword in his hand, with his other hand rubbing his head excitedly. A power that could erase mana. Who else could possess such a weapon? He stomped hard on the floor, dust flying everywhere, his face extremely angry. He charged forward with great force. In front of him was the Spider Queen, a level 5 monster. He swung the sword at the Spider Queen, cutting her in half. After killing the Spider Queen, smoke filled the air, and a voice rang out. Wow, kid. You really did it. It turned out to be Sanjiji's voice. His face filled with excitement as he continued. You know this is your first victory after all those failures. Right, It took 7 months. He replied without hesitation, smiling as he added. You know you can beat me anytime now. Right, awkward. It is a special case. You little rascal. No more joking around. Sanjiji asked seriously. What do you plan to do this time? I think it is time to stop training. He only slightly agreed. Surprisingly excited. Even patting your back. That is a good idea. And I might as well let off some steam too. Just as he was starting to feel happy, you continued. His eyes suddenly lit up, filled with enthusiasm. I think it is time for a challenge, he said, placing his hand over his chest and speaking grandly. The challenge created by the founder. The Bloodless Dream. The Bloodless Dream has challenges created for the martial clans. It holds enough power and domain of John Guizan, and is an illusion enhanced by the magic of Doc Cabby, and it selects worthy individuals to be challenged. It is one of the binding words with the mountain participants. Sanjiji asked you seriously. Do you really want to take on the challenge? He answered seriously. Yep. I have worked hard for it. Your face fell when he asserted that. You have now are not strong enough to overcome the challenge. Until he exclaimed the word but. He curiously looked up. Then Sanjiji reached out his palm. He broke into a smile and announced to you. It seems you are ready to take on the challenge. Sanjiji, the 9th generation of the martial clan, allow you to challenge the Bloodless Dream. You shook hands with Sanjiji, gratefully responding, Thank you, sir. Shortly after, he led you to the entrance of a cave and introduced. This is the entrance to the Bloodless Dream. You were a bit puzzled, quickly turning to ask, Isn't this the cave that leads to where you live? He took a step forward and replied, For now. Yep. Then Sanjiji extended his palm forward, and green energy began to radiate. He placed his hand on the stone wall, and the energy swirled into circles. Just moments after he placed his hand there, the blue energy enveloped the entire space. Moments later, Sanjiji turned to say, You probably know, once you enter the Bloodless Dream, you can't leave until the challenge is over. Go ahead and enter. You quickly stepped past him, declaring before you left, Then I will come back. He smiled, satisfied, and replied, Feel free to do that. But in his heart, he thought, I really can't stand his face anymore. The door you pushed opened, shining a beam of light, behind which was a wish from Sanjiji, wishing good luck. The light was so dazzling that he had to raise his hand to shield himself. While he was thinking that for some people, he was a war god, and for others, he was a dragon slayer. The more noble titles had been carefully listed by him, or even legendary symbols in fantasy stories. The founder of the world's top martial arts family. At this moment, the founder Li Hunhyan appeared before him, and he quickly bowed in respect. A descendant greeting the founding ancestor of the martial arts family. He tightly gripped the weapon in his hand, secretly amazed that the presence was overwhelming, as if he were still alive. Then he focused his gaze ahead, reminding himself that in history, only a few had challenged the Bloodless Dream across generations. There was only one victorious event, defeating the founder at the age of 15. At this moment, he held the sword sheath in one hand, while the other was drawing the blade out. He was closing his eyes, carefully calculating his strategy in his mind, with the task of exploring ahead. Before he could do anything, blood suddenly gushed from his throat. At that moment, the blade in Li Hunhyan's hand had pierced deep into his chest, and he let out a loud shout as he regained consciousness. Now, his whole body was lying on the grass, his mind swirling with questions about what had just happened. His heart pierced. He lay with his hand on his forehead, thinking he had not been careless. then sat up quickly, the grass flying around. I have been sliced in a simulation before, but at least I knew how it happened. His face darkened, deep in thought this time. Aside from being stabbed in the heart, I do not know anything else. He gently shook his head, trying to calm himself down. To stay calm and think carefully, he placed his hand on his head, continuing to ponder. He did not use any secret techniques or special moves, even the aura enhancement technique. Suddenly his eyes widened. It seemed he had realized something. The recent block flashed in his mind. That person attacked like lightning, even with my sixth sense. I could not detect anything even with my eyes closed. Could it have been a blind spot attack? Now there were many questions in his head. He did not know which deduction was correct. But how could that be? He must have read all my moves to do that. He raised his hand to grip the sword, preparing to stand up. Meaning he was that strong. He stood up straight, with a serious expression. His foot stomped down hard, a powerful aura emitting. He walked straight forward, confidently taking steps. Looked pretty cool, but in reality, he was very tense. Haha. I really do not know if I can win. Elsewhere, in a lavish house, our family received news from John Gweisel. T-Hexen opened the wooden tiger. Taking the towel inside, he carefully wiped the sword in his hand and spoke softly. So it has entered the cave. Yep. It has been 10 months. T-Hexen stared intently at the shiny sword, secretly impressed. But it should not have that skill level. T-Hexen remembered his son's battles, all of which he had noted down. That kid has never truly lost. Gweisel, the guardian of the Blood Lake, the queen of the faceless curse, in terms of win-loss record. It did not win everything, but it has never truly lost either. T-Hexen's lips curled slightly, looking quite proud. In other words, it has never experienced hitting a wall. He sheathed the sword and asked the butler Choi, "Do you know why the survival rate in Bloodless Dreams is below 50%? A picture of Ung standing before a towering mountain suddenly appeared in Texan's mind, along with a statement, because they collapse mentally when they hit the wall named Li Hun Hyen. Then what happens to someone who has never faced such a wall when standing before it? Ung just finished a battle. He dropped the sword on the grass. But what about a kid with no experience breaking walls? Ung lay down on the grass, his hand over his face, breathing heavily. What would he do when facing a real wall? Ngen Jiangyin Lao, I did not understand what just happened. Did I just die in one hit? Ung silently recalled the fighting style of his opponent. The fight happened very quickly. He threw fire at my guard. He lured me in directly, then attacked from the side. He sat up abruptly, hands on his knees. A completely blind spot attack hit me. He had recognized all my attack patterns. Ung looked at his trembling hands, silently thinking, it has been a long time since I felt like this. He clenched his fist tightly, filled with determination, helplessness, and despair, knowing he could not win right now. His chances of winning were quite low, but Ung still reached for the sword, as if he could not break down or give up here. He gripped the sword tightly with both hands, sparks twinkling around the sword. No one in this world understands this feeling better than me. Ung ran forward quickly, thinking as he ran, when you fall into a deep abyss, the only way to escape is to go up. He soared high, his gaze extremely fierce. His efforts were not in vain. Founder also showed no fear. He raised his sword to block. The founder merely flicked the sword, and instantly, Ung's head was severed from his neck. I started to understand. The founder did not use any strange power. He even pierced through Ung with his hand. The source of the founder's power was his talent, since he found the right answer for his own development. After many failures, he finally understood some things. He knew how to act perfectly at every moment like it was instinct. The essence of martial arts. Every basic thing is a solid foundation. Look here. The path of swordsmanship of the founder. While Ung was deep in thought, the founder attacked him. Ung panicked, then looked in the direction of his sword. A thought flashed in his mind, and he quickly pulled out his sword to block. A horizontal slash from left to right. After blocking, Ung smiled triumphantly. Suddenly blood splattered across the sky, not knowing whose it was. Next time. Definitely, the sky was a deep blue, with grass and trees flying everywhere. The two moved towards each other, their swords clashing. The first strike, he fought fiercely, showing no signs of weakness. The second strike, the battle was still ongoing, with no signs of ending. The third strike. The fourth strike, I could fight the founder fairly. The founder's gaze began to turn more ferocious. His sword enveloped in streams of blue light. The founder slashed straight at him, and he immediately dodged. He instantly broke into a big smile for dodging a fatal blow. Finally, I used my arm. He sat down with his body on the ground, hands planted down, preparing to unleash his unique close combat style. All about unpredictability and freedom. He switched to another weapon, ready to continue fighting. And what he was lacking? Handling all kinds of weapons. All those techniques were built on a solid foundation. At this moment, he reflected deeply and realized the purpose of Mu Hyen Mong. Now I understand. The true purpose of Mu Hyen Mong. He rushed forward quickly, thrusting the spear straight at the founder. Breaking down the wall called cell, he gripped the new weapon tightly, thinking to himself, everything, even the founder lacks a power that I did not even know I had. He recalled Zhang's compliments, which awakened him, saying his talent for magic was incredible. And this aunt guaranteed it. He was extremely excited, thrilled as if he would struck gold. Thanking her, he raised the spear to the sky, using all his strength, unleashing the ultimate technique. Wind gale. Both sides continued to charge at each other, neither willing to back down. The two types of weapons clashed, strong enough to create sparks. Suddenly, debris flew everywhere, scattering across the ground. It turned out the wall had been knocked down, but both sides still did not stop. The wall was collapsing. Elsewhere, where the majestic mountains and fragile branches are, Sanjiji was sitting drinking wine, talking to himself as he drank. It has been a month since that kid joined Muyin Mong. Right before this, no one had received a challenge match in 1,000 years. Who would have thought one would happen after 50 years? He slammed the wine glass down on the table, splashing liquid everywhere. While sitting and drinking, the house shook, making Sanjiji extremely angry. What the heck is happening with this mountain? But then he got excited. Jumped up. Do not tell me that. Sanjiji was overjoyed. Rushing straight towards the gate, he stood in front of the gate, a solid iron gate. At this moment, Sanjiji could not hide his feelings anymore. He expressed his thoughts. The kid really has gotten through that challenge. The iron gate slowly opened. Dust and smoke filled the air. The bright face of Yum gradually appeared, wearing a smug smile. Yum stood proudly in front of Sanjiji, declaring that he had returned. I am the guardian of the mountain. After coming back, he went to take a hot spring bath. So how was it? The two laughed and joked, not teasing each other. I never want to go through that again, he said. I said that, but looking at him, he did not seem too dissatisfied. Almost everyone who came out of there had a deathly look. Their personalities had completely changed afterward. Suddenly, Yum lowered his head, deep in thought. Seemed like everyone had found their own answers, but remembering something, Yum turned to Sanjiji and asked, do you know what happened to my dad? He wondered. You mean Tetsun? Was excited, opening a can of beer while saying, always curious about your dad. Do you know what he said right after he came out? Sanjiji recalled Tetsun's younger days. Mimicking him. That was enough training. I will come back here. Thanks for everything, he said. Wait, you just imitated my dad. Ah. The scene where the two bathed was extremely beautiful. A bright green that was very pleasing to the eye. Right. Are not I good at that? Yum denied. No way. He continued. But today you have achieved a great milestone. You completed the Muon Mong challenge at the youngest age ever. Yum closed his eyes, enjoying it, a faint smile on his lips. I was lucky to get through it when I realized many things. Sanjiji wondered what he would do next. Ben asked, what will you do with the remaining victories here? Train more. He was surprised when he heard Wyobam's answer. I plan to rest and organize what I have realized. Then he laughed heartily, not teasing him. Ah. Thought you had not changed at all. Turns out you have changed a bit. The kid just said he is going to rest. Are you sick or something? What did that weird training do to you? Sanjiji was still laughing loudly, showing no signs of stopping. Hey. The mountain guardian, Yum beamed, demanding his reward from him. It is time for me to get my reward. Yum did not forget to bring up the past, making Sanjiji's face turn dark as a pot bottom. You did not forget how you scared me last time. Right. He turned his face away. Wait. This kid. That was just... His cheerful face is getting harder to look at. Seeing that, Yum said, I am not asking for anything unreasonable. That is even scarier. Then suddenly, his face turned unusually serious. He said loudly, I want to borrow that. The Spike Club. From you. Sanjiji was taken aback by his request. What? The old man pointed at Yum. That kid. That is not something a person can handle. You can't even use it. He reassured Sanjiji. It is. I just want to touch it once. Yum assured him. Touching it once definitely won't cause any damage. Right. Sanjiji stammered. Well, it is not exactly like that. The old man rubbed his head, feeling troubled. Damn it. Okay. Sanjiji had to go along with his wishes. I can't do anything about it anyway. The old man's hand glowed, as if preparing to transform into something. A sharp spike club appeared, surrounded by a mesmerizing blue light. The old man held it proudly. Yum recalled information about it from his past life. Sanjiji handed the spike club to him. I will give it to you for exactly 1 hour. The old man added a few more words of advice. If you try to force it, you will get into trouble. So be careful. Good. Yum happily accepted it from the old man. Thank you. As soon as Sanjiji let go, the weight of the spike club made it hard for him to hold. It dropped to the ground with a thud. Yum used all his strength to lift it. But he could not. The old man stood by, chuckling. I told you. You can't even lift it. Sanjiji walked away, leaving him to figure it out. Well, just enjoy it for an hour then. Seeing that, Yum panicked. But what can I do? I have to deal with it. After some time, he managed to bring it back to that stone room. It took a while to move it. I had to use magic just to lift it off the ground. Yum shifted his shoulder. His arms were sore from the spike club. And this was not even its complete form. He assessed the spike club, a weapon said to withstand storms, tidal waves, and flatten mountains with just a flick. If released completely, it would be a disaster. Yum infused it with magic. There was only one reason I borrowed this spike club. A dark energy swirled around the spike club. If the dark energy is considered an aspect of the weapon, can I absorb it? Or does it only work under certain circumstances? I need to find out more about it. Suddenly, he heard a scream. Always so stubborn. What do you plan to do with that? Everything clashed together, causing Yum to be hurt. He knelt down in pain, his hands clenched tightly, trying to endure. Yum did not think he could be defeated so easily. He was blown away by just one sound, yet he could conquer what he wanted. But if I could read its memories, I could absorb it. Your excitement is rising. And if I can absorb it, I can handle weapons that no human has managed to before. Scene change. Yum is wearing a backpack, gathering everything up. Sanjiji's voice makes you turn back. No wonder everything seems lively at the foot of the mountain. He holds a bottle, smiling broadly. Is today the day you are leaving?
Kid.
You respond.
Yep.
Today marks exactly 1 year. Sanjiji is surprised. Really? He pulls out a bag. Sanjiji tosses it up and down like a ball. Yum curiously asks, what is that? He chuckles. That is salt. I am throwing it because I want to send you off on your journey. Your face goes blank when you hear him say that. Quickly regaining your smile, Yum expresses gratitude. Thank you for everything. I will come back to visit next year. Joking aside, he is also very sad to say goodbye. But he has not teased you yet. You know you can't come empty-handed. Right. Sanjiji makes a deal with Yum. Bring a bunch of alcohol when you come back. Okay. You sigh helplessly. A guy who just threw salt at me is saying that. Suddenly, Yum asks him. The mountain keeper. Are you satisfied living on this mountain? His face shows a hint of sadness. Satisfied or not? What does it matter? This is my land. I am here just because it belongs to me. Sanjiji casually replies. It may look like I am stuck here, but I go out a lot. You think all the alcohol and food I eat comes from nowhere. He irritably tells you to leave. Now do not bother me anymore and just go. Yum still tries to stay. Not right now. But your words make him move slightly. One day, I will bring your name back to you. Sanjiji is surprised. How do you know about that? When Yum is left, he still stands on the mountain watching, recalling what you said to him. When the time comes, you will need my help. Yum left a deep impression. How does that kid know about this? Seriously. What a strange kid. Long ago, there was a Dakabi who wandered through 8 districts. A man caught that Dakabi, took him, and let him go, not accepting defeat. The Dakabi made the man wrestle with him. And after losing that match, he made 2 vows. The first was to guard the mountain and guide newcomers. The second was to create Mu Hai on Mung and select suitable people to challenge it. Weem Chiu looks far away. That is a past everyone knows. He remembers his past. At that time Sanjiji was pushed down by a bad guy. The other guy arrogantly told him, because I won. From now on do not cause any disturbance in this realm. To prove this, I will take your name. Sanjiji's gaze was indifferent towards the other person. The name is the essence of a person. Their soul will now be tightly bound to me. That bad guy even kindly offered to support him. But that is not necessarily a bad thing. That guy is hypercritical. One day, if a child with my blood returns this name to you, then finally, our potential will be fulfilled. Sanjiji sighed sadly. I guess it is not really that bad after all. Hun Hyen. This kid. Is he really the one who will carry out that task? He turned his neck, letting go of life's troubles. After all, they say it will bring back the name for me. Suddenly, he burst out in anger. And it ran away like that, leaving him with a sense of helpless hope. His steps were filled with frustration. My skin should have been rubbed with salt. By evening, he had returned home. He had to stop at Sungmu Mountain to seal Hukia. So it took a bit longer. Steward Choi was already waiting at the door for you. It has been a while. Young master, he asked politely. Are you doing well? You were also surprised by his presence. Steward Choi, you smiled politely. If Steward Choi is waiting for me, then my father must be calling for me. Steward Choi confirmed.
Yep.
That is right. I will bring your luggage inside. Please head to the main building now. Their footsteps echoed in the night sky. You politely followed Steward Choi. You habitually took a different route. But he stopped you. Today. We want to go that way. But this way. Excuse me. Young master. You were surprised by this change. You walked with doubt. This path must surely be. He remembered this was the way to the private training ground of the clan leader. Tae-sin was drawing his sword. Serious. Hearing footsteps. He turned around. You have arrived. Tae-sin slowly sheathed his sword again. He was not even surprised anymore. He looked seriously. You have arrived. He slightly bowed his head in greeting. Father. Are you still well? Tae-sin looked at you with a cold gaze. It seems like you have gotten something pretty good recently. The distance between the two was very close yet very far. Yep. But seeing father, I realized I still have many shortcomings. He gently closed his eyes and smiled. You have learned to hold back outside. If it is like this again, I will be disappointed. This was the first time he did not see his father's strictness. So he was a bit dazed. Wait, was that a joke? Did father just smile? The butler approached and respectfully bowed. Father has arrived. Sir. Tae-sin quietly replied. Thank you. He turned his head and called you. This way. The jade teapot was incredibly luxurious. The steam from the hot tea rising made it even more enchanting. Tae-sin sat down and calmly asked Han. How are you? He silently filled the teacup for him, while you were deep in recounting everything. It was not a report. Tell me your own feelings. If I wanted a report, I would not have called you privately like this. Your hands were fidgeting with worry. If father really wanted to hear your true feelings, you then looked directly into Tae-sin's eyes. Well then. He hesitated, tangled in his thoughts. This feels really strange. Tae-sin gently lifted his teacup to take a sip, talking to a kid not about its activity report, but about its feelings during training. This was the first time. That was all. After putting the teacup down, he spoke up. You have not wasted your time. He smiled modestly. You cannot waste the time that father has given you. The question he raised made you pause for a moment. Then why did you come back late today? Tae-sin listened intently to what you would say. It is because I stopped at Sungmu Mountain to pay my respects to my ancestors. You straightened up not to show any weakness before his gaze. Is that all? You gathered all your courage and spoke loudly. If this is something I have to mention one day, then believe me. I want the elders to see that moment too. Suddenly there was an invisible pressure weighing down on the entire room. Having just achieved a little accomplishment. Have you become arrogant already? Tae-sin exuded a kind of pressure that made others shrink back. Are you really saying to me that you visited the resting place of your ancestors just to boost your reputation? You forced yourself to stand tall against it. This enormous pressure. You have made up your mind. But because of Hyukia, I have to go to Sungmu Mountain often. I can't keep going through this every time. I try to speak not just with words, but I want to express tradition and respect through actions. Not just words. You sit up straight and firmly declare to Tae-sin. They may see you as a kid, but you also carry the blood of the clan. And you want to prove yourself and become a role model. He is very pleased. You spoke very well. Before lifting the tea to his lips, he carefully advises. I will forgive you this time. But you need to make sure it does not lead to indulgence. You obediently nod. Yep. You have not told me. Have you? You brat. You open your eyes wide in shock when he bluntly calls you out. I allowed you to go to Cheongui-san. But I do not remember authorizing anything in Muhaiyun. Tae-sin slowly stands up. The only thing you demand is training at Cheongui-san. He walks away with a commanding presence, leaving you confused. You have deceived your own father. So a punishment has been prepared. Come with me. A sharp silver sword. His strong hands decisively draw the sword. Tae-sin points the sword at you coldly. Draw your weapon. I will check what you have learned. In the cold hall, the two of you step into a standoff. The steward hands the sword to you. I wondered why my father brought me to the training ground. Now I see this is the reason. You hesitate to take the sword. Can you show everything you have learned with that? You fall into deep thought. Your father has known from the beginning, has not he? You seem to have made up your mind. Firmly clenching your hand, you reach out into the air, and your sword with a bright blue light materializes, even though you have drawn your weapon. Facing Tae-sin still makes you a bit nervous. He stares at the sword for a moment, as if remembering something. Then Tae-sin's gaze sharpens. Move forward. Golden lightning surrounds the sword as you activate the skill. Magic Eye. Only by looking directly into your eyes do you witness an unbelievable sight that leaves you wide-eyed. Tae-sin stands there calmly, unmoved. There is nothing. I can't see anything. I can't see the magic, nor the flow of aura at all. So even my magic eye can't see through it. Your eyes emit red sparks. Then there is no need to use your eyes as they can make you lose focus. You put a lot of strength into your legs, fighting your father without needing to warm up beforehand. The pressure is so intense it cracks the ground. Put everything into the first strike. The light on your sword has turned green. Skill. Combat style. Your eyes turned blue, and the pupils were gone. a beam of light tearing through space toward Tae-sin. Skillfully piercing through, the attack came very close. But he still did not move. I even combined it with a storm and the aura of ice. Tae-sin's gaze was like a calm lake. Not a ripple in sight. Even when it did not touch his father's feet. At least it could create some effect. Under the starry sky, Tae-sin finally began to move, wielding his sword. In the still black space. With a single sharp slash cutting the void in half. His attack was a massive strike, yet it was easily cut in half by just one slash. A wave of dark blue light blocking the front shattered into small pieces in the air. The scene was in ruins. Rocks and dust echoed everywhere. You covered your face with your hands as your body was hit by the debris. The grand hall's floor was sliced with several deep cuts. That was enough, Tae-sin sternly taught. This is the answer you found after fighting the founder. Do not move from your spot. Cover your face completely. You coughed a few times to catch your breath and replied. Yep. The logo with the sword crossing is the symbol of a powerful clan. A talent that no one possesses, except for you. And to continuously break and rebuild that talent. To create a solid foundation that will never waver. Why did not step back? Ready to continue the fight. That was the truest answer you found. Tae-sin saw the determined-looking wise eyes and smiled lightly. It seems you have chosen a difficult path. You looked deeply into his serious eyes and promised yourself. But I won't fall and won't bow my head. Tae-sin waved his hand to change the subject. All right. So what about the challenge in the bloodless dream? I put the sword away. You can't express it clearly in words. The grand hall has been shattered. Not being able to express it means it has not truly become yours yet. He handed the sword back to the steward. In reality, that last attack was not your strongest. Right. I clenched his fists and muttered. Yep. You know. Tae-sin suddenly turned serious. His gaze at you was complicated. Tae-sin shrugged and turned to walk away. You have entered the bloodless dream without permission. And if you show a mediocre appearance again, I will definitely punish you. I lowered his head in worry. Sorry, Dad. Suddenly he turned to ask, causing you to widen your eyes in surprise. What do you plan to do from now on? I stood up straight and seriously said to him. About that, I have something to tell you, Dad. He lowered his voice. Go ahead. You gathered your courage to speak. From now on, I will have to go through the 5-3 program of the academy. But as you know, I have long surpassed a student's level. I stopped abruptly when Tae-sin interrupted him. Get to the point. You took a step forward, wanting to experience the world, and he seriously punched me in the chest, asking for permission to start my journey as a martial artist. Tae-sin looked at him skeptically. So you have been aiming for this since you wanted to go to Mount Qian. He nodded in agreement. Yep. That is right. He only looked at Tae-sin's back and said, however, the bigger reason is that I want to improve my abilities. Tae-sin lowered his head, furrowing his brow in worry, wanting to achieve many goals at once. That habit could one day tighten the noose around your neck. He respectfully bowed his head to see him off. I will remember. He sighed, lost in thought. This was advice but also a warning. His voice carried a hint of sadness. Yep. The journey of a martial artist. The night sky outside the courtyard was filled with stars. The journey of a martial artist is the final challenge the direct descendants of the ancient martial arts, Lisa, must overcome. No assistance from the clan is allowed. Just train until maturity and then return. Although there is no fixed test, one must achieve results that anyone would acknowledge. He stood silently in the hall, but his back seemed to bear a heavy burden. However, 15 years old is still too young. The common age to start the journey of a martial artist is around 17 or 18. In the darkness, he was the only one brave enough to step towards the light. But this child is not the type to be confined by what is considered common. He has proven that he possesses strength equivalent to a level 5 martial artist. Behind him, many other children were watching his back. Seeing this child, the others would surely be more cautious. Tae-sin turned around, which meant support for him. All right. Very well. I allow you to start your journey as a martial artist. He was so happy that his hands were tightly clasped behind his back. Success. But halfway through, he suddenly paused, making you feel worried. But Tae-sin's demeanor is very majestic as he speaks loudly. There are 2 conditions. A fresh morning at the administrative office of Lisa. Tia-hung continuously waved and called loudly. Nephew, throw it away. Tum tightly held your cheeks and rubbed them. Hello, uncle. Are you doing well? He laughed loudly. When is uncle not well? Tia-hung finally let go of why. You have really grown tall, have not you? The whole room was filled with their laughter. Oh no. We should not stand like this for too long. Let us sit down. Yep. Thank you. Tia-hung sat down in a rush. Do you want something to drink? Shook his head. I do not need anything. Remembering how much you ate earlier, the young master should eat a bit more. Oh my. What to... It seems the food is not enough. It is... Please stop. Really? I just ate with the nanny. I am so full I feel like I am going to burst. Then that is true. I looked at his face and asked, by the way, you seem really tired. He rubbed his head and smiled shyly. I have had too much work lately. Is it that obvious? You stood up in awe of Hung. Actually, I have a gift I want to give you. I placed a wooden box on the table. It is nothing special, but it is a potion I made myself. He quickly grabbed the box. It is nothing special, but it will significantly boost your vitality and mana control in the coming weeks. You are the only one who thinks of me. Let us. Opening the box revealed only a black potion. What does it smell like? Kind of like pine forest after the rain. You happily showed it to Hung. Even the mountain guardian recognized this as a good medicine. He immediately became curious. The mountain guardian. You urged him? You should try it. Hung quickly took the pill out. All right. He slowly held the pill up to his mouth. If even a love demon praised it, it must be very effective. Hung opened his mouth wide and slowly put the pill in. You watched every movement of him closely, seeing him swallow it. You smiled. Hung closed his eyes tightly, feeling something flowing through every cell of his body. This is definitely the real deal. Hung felt like a stream of light had cleared all the meridians in his body. If he practiced mana while taking this potion, the effect would definitely be many times better than usual. Slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "That is amazing." Hung was very satisfied with the effects of the pill. Besides being fast-acting, it is just like a spiritual medicine. Did you really make this? Why was extremely excited. Yep. That is right. Hung rubbed his chin and thought. Do you still remember how to make medicine? You opened your sparkling eyes wide. Of course. Rare ingredients can be replaced with something else. Hung lifted it like a treasure in his hands. If that is the case, he lowered his voice and instructed you. Do not tell anyone and keep it to yourself. Later when you grow up, you will be able to use it in many ways. Your condition made mer. Lai smile. You always think of me first as usual. Right. Yep. I hope you will help me a lot then. Hung patted your head and laughed loudly. This kid is planning to take advantage of this uncle. Fine. When that time comes, I will gladly let you take advantage. You little rascal. He pulled his hand back as if remembering something. Right. I heard that you plan to participate in the martial arts administration this time. He was quite surprised that the news spread so quickly. I know. Hung said with a worried look. There will be a lot of controversies. Thinking about how many judgmental eyes would be on you made him heartbroken. The boy would definitely not escape being accused of favoritism, since he could not touch the big brother. All the unpleasant eyes would fall on him. Hung gently placed the box on the table. To participate in the martial arts administration, you not only need the chief's permission, but also the elders' approval. His face suddenly turned serious. Besides, the elders do not really like you. Maybe you should give up this time. You lowered your gaze and explained. The things you are worried about, I have anticipated to some extent, so my father has set a condition. Hung could not believe his ears. A condition? He nodded. Yep. Placed your hands out in front of you and said seriously. And because of that, I need your support. He flung the door open, cheerfully exclaiming, It has been a long time since I have been back here. You stood up and stretched, then murmured, Let us warm up a bit. Suddenly, his gaze became helpless as he looked towards the door. Muttering, Has someone arrived? Grandma Ho burst through the door. His face lit up with excitement. Little one. Right after her fiery anger, she greeted, her voice sharp with each word. If you have returned. Grandma Ho tightly grabbed your neck, shaking you back and forth while yelling. You should have come to find this aunt first. Ungrateful little brat. His face turned pale, trying to explain. Is busy. How could I dare to suddenly come and see you? She let go of your neck and pouted. I already know everything. You just visited little Kaka before coming here. He raised his hand to touch his neck, feeling like he was about to die. You sighed and explained. It was just for work. Grandma Ho crossed her arms, turned her head to the side, and retorted grumpily. You really never miss a chance to talk back. And you immediately went on a mission. It has only been a little while since you returned. Suddenly, she changed to a gentle tone that startled him for a moment. Even so, Grandma Hoa stood on her toes and gently rubbed your head, speaking softly like a little girl. My little one has grown up. Your magic power has nearly doubled. And your magic channels are significantly stronger, he reported honestly. The aura skills I have learned before are all mastered now. She furrowed her brow slightly. The voice was both confirming and joyful. Really? So today has truly entered the third level of magic power. Ho raised his hand to show off his muscles, laughing as he said, although he still needs to bulk up a bit. But for a kid, he is like a person. I've already prepared a gift, which means I have completed the entire mantra for the other aura skills. Let us try it right now. But he declined, causing Limon's enthusiasm to fade. She apologized. But right now it is hard to make it happen. Wai Weng gently explained that from today onwards, he would be busy. And footsteps approached from the door as a familiar voice echoed, still as close to her as before. A man pushed the door open and walked in. His footsteps were not loud but enough for people to hear the wind. Wang entered with a smile. Saw. Oh. And called out. Zi Hein. Right after that, she scolded him, saying he was pretending to be busy. Ho pointed at Wang and yelled angrily. Then why did you come here saying you promised to train the little one? That is deceiving. He awkwardly rubbed his head, trying to find an excuse. It is really just because I am too busy. But still, I helped her adjust the mantra. Seeing the two of them arguing, Wang stood by, sighed, and thought. I have to remember that Zai Hein is also busy. Weiqing turned to suggest to him. But her materials are extremely valuable, so they would also be useful for my personal training. He had to force a smile and replied. Then what could be better? Putting that aside, he changed the subject. How's Hein been lately? Wang's face suddenly became serious. Amor? Ho fell silent for a moment. That is right. I am still fine. But he grabbed Wang by the neck and rubbed his head, jokingly asking, You dared to sneak off to Thinvado-sen without telling Hein? Wang quickly explained. At that time Hein was busy with a task. Wang was both rubbing his head and scolding him. And when he returned, it even made his father have to call him personally. In another room, it was a bit dim with light shining through the openings. Tia Hung was writing something and told Weiqing that Mir Ho needed to pass on the basic techniques to your little brother. Could you go in his place? He was still in shock after hearing the question. Yep. Tia Hung lowered his head, still focused on writing while mumbling to himself. Compared to learning from the elders, this will definitely be easier to grasp. He looked up at the elegant expression of Mir Ho, who seemed to be lost in thought, feeling a bit moved, even though that person usually did not care about such matters. After a while of thinking, Weiqing bowed his head and replied, Yep. I will. After saying that, he turned to leave, and when he was about to reach for the door handle, he suddenly paused. Tia Hung did not look up but just reminded him to be mentally prepared. Wang politely turned halfway and replied, Thank you. As he stepped through the door, he gradually fell into contemplation. A bloodless dream. Even I have never been allowed to test my strength to advance this far. The corners of Mi's mouth subtly curled up, and he felt a quiet pride inside. Now I understand why they entrusted me with the basic transmission task. Still holding a mature line of thought, Mai slowly analyzed it so I could look at my younger brother and feel encouraged. Then he thought about what Tai Hung said. Or maybe it was to encourage me to compete with that junior, not thinking too deeply anymore. Mai decided that I really needed to meet my junior directly to get to the bottom of things. He was rubbing his head. He suddenly reconsidered. 20 years. Maybe just 10 years. Or perhaps even earlier. To be able to keep up should be possible. Seeing him stare at me, I immediately spoke up. Thank you, brother, for still being concerned even when you are so busy. To avoid raising any suspicions, Mai smiled and said, It is. Right now among those certified for exemption from the promise of transmission, I'm the only one who has got it. The exemption from the promise of transmission is explained as the entire foundational skills, meanings, and secrets of the Laiksungmu sect passed down through generations. Only those who fully absorb all those skills can be granted this proof. And it is also one of the conditions that my father set for the warrior's journey, to receive the complete foundational skills of Laiksungmu. He suddenly asked, But why do you personally teach the foundational skills? Aren't there seniors in the academy who can do that? Mai did not answer right away but countered. Do you think they can fully grasp the true transmission from them? Saying that, he began to list the things that could happen. Getting caught up in countless trivial matters. Being ambushed during the holiday to achieve a name. Being schemed against in the promotion battle. Being placed in the lowest team in the entire academy. After hearing this, he kept thanking me. Thank you, brother, for everything. Mai patted his shoulder, smiling. That is right. That is right. On the surface it was like that. But for a moment, his eyes were filled with sadness as he thought. But has he really grown up this much? Looking at the mature face of his junior, he thought back to when he used to concentrate and could even see the flow of magic within that junior's body. He thought about his junior's body. He felt a bit disappointed in himself. Now, there were parts I could not even guess anymore. However, putting aside that jealousy, Mai still encouraged himself and patted his junior's head, even if he got surpassed. I am not bothered by it. Is great. My little brother. I still want to be the one that you guys always look up to for life. The conversation between the two of them completely ignored Ji Wang Ho, prompting her to speak up softly. But you guys? Then Ji Wang Ho jumped up and yelled. Are you just going to keep chatting while the adults are talking? Mai hurriedly waved his hands. Sister, please sit down. She pouted and walked away. All right then. I am leaving. Go if you want. You did not even try to stop me. Jing replied nonchalantly. But we will meet again tonight anyway. Ho kept complaining, saying it would take all night to practice. Right. To make things clear, He had to speak up. Practice is one thing, but researching with her is another matter. You keep praising her talent. Making Ho blush with embarrassment. Someone as knowledgeable about magic as she is ranked among the best in the world. How could I miss the chance to research with you? Please forgive me. I hope you can wait just a bit longer. Right after that, Ho regained his cheerful mood, smugly saying, well, I guess since you are so famous, you will generously overlook this. After saying that, Ho waved goodbye and ran off. Well, since I understand now, I am leaving. It's definitely not because it is time for the TV show. Ho waved back and said, Yep. You take care on your way home. After she left, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. She is finally gone. Amaro. Ho picked up his sword and said, now we can start the training session. He slowly drew his sword, speaking slowly. Well then, Ho swung his sword across his face, with a sharp gaze, and in a slow, captivating tone said, to fully meet the conditions set by my father. At that moment, Ho's face was serious. His eyes focused on him. Ho firmly held the sword and said, I will personally teach you very seriously. Ho only trained under Ho's guidance at the camp. After 7 days, at Sungmu camp, practicing basic martial arts with his older brother was extremely simple. Ho maintained his expression, not distracted as the sword was about to stab towards his face. On the other hand, Ho was trying his best to fight back, gritting his teeth as he thrust the sword toward his face. Ho used one hand to flick away Ho's sword that he was holding. Teaching the moves or knowledge happened in just a fleeting moment. While practicing, focus on conserving energy and taking breaks. The rest period is just enough to catch your breath. In one training session, he was almost exhausted and it was rated very highly. A sparring match that felt almost real, Ho said while stepping forward. I think compared to teaching through words, embedding directly onto the body is truly more meaningful. He looked into me. Ho's reddened eyes and asked, you are using your magic eyes to observe. Right. Give it your all. His challenge boosted Ho's spirit. He slammed the sword into the ground. Then he used it as a staff to stand up. Even though his body was almost worn out, he still pushed on. Right after that, Ho prepared his stance. He struck so hard that smoke rose from the thick soles along with gravel and leaves. A roar of suppressed strength echoed. Ho sprinted straight ahead as he swung his sword down. Ho quickly blocked it and silently assessed. Clearly he had grasped the flow thanks to the magic, but his body was not following his will. He watched with fiery eyes. Each sword strike aimed to catch the mistakes he made. A strike that came down from an impossible angle. Not just the muscles. Even the joints struggled to endure. Asked gently, but with a tone that was laced with high damage, making him think it was too much exertion. Right before he could finish hearing, he was surprised by the speed and words from him. The body of the strong family was even tougher than he thought. He suddenly froze before the sword tip that stopped right between his eyes. His body still in shock, he then leaned to accelerate the movement of Mai's sword, and told himself to move. Has he really adjusted to this speed of Mi's movements so quickly? Mai grabbed the hem of his shirt and muttered to himself, a solid foundation. Quick to learn. He was not just a child who could perform such moves before. He turned to leave, feeling a bit envious inside. The bloodless test he has not even been allowed to enter. Could it be that this is the wisdom he gained from it? Mai rolled up his sleeves and slowly said, fine. Looks like you are keeping up. Then I will increase the difficulty. With a smiling face and an inviting tone, so different from the ready stance with the sword in his hand. Let us see how far he can chase. Mai also got into position. Eyes sharp, looking at him. Thinking, damn. He is really serious now. After a while of struggling with the exercises, Mai finally called out. Today's training ends here. He rubbed the back of his neck and awkwardly said, I. Looking at the floor covered with holes and Mai sitting there panting. He continued. It seems like I went a bit overboard during practice. You are tired but still keep a cheerful face. Replying, that is what real training is about. Mai reached out towards him and said, never mind. While pulling me up, he gently asked, it seems you have somewhat grasped the feeling now. Right, he naturally replied. Did not you say the strong family has a really tough body? In his mind at that moment, after receiving the knowledge, he thought the bodies of his family were indeed sturdier than regular people, with bones as flexible as steel paper and muscles as elastic as rubber. Mai gently raised his hand, looked at it for a moment, and then muttered, and such a strong body becomes even stronger after each training session. He clenched his fist to his chest, looked up, and said, therefore, even if using techniques that put great pressure on the body, it is thus. He realized that the basic work starts from that point. Mai smiled slightly and replied, yep. You grasped it very well. In fact, you have even applied it to your movements. Being complimented made Mai shyly scratch his head and humbly reply, It is just after a week of hard training that I have grasped this much. You are still far from good. Seeing you being humble, my heart swelled with pride. Saying you are still lacking. Generally, mastering the basic techniques takes months to achieve. So you are really impressive already. He turned away, leaving you with a few words of advice. Truly a commendable person. Remember to stop by the clinic. Just make sure to take care of that wound. Mai bent down to pick up the robe, gently draping it over his other arm. Then Mai patted him on the shoulder while reminding him, "See you at this time tomorrow." And you politely nodded in response.
Yep.
Today I will review a bit of what I have learned. He left you in the practice room with a reminder. All right. But do not overdo it. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. The wary look that he had to maintain was gone. You extended your hand, looked at it for a while, then reflected. It really is very similar. After that, you picked up the sword to practice what you learned, which is the fundamentals of infinity, a systematic theory of movement based on continuous application. Ever-changing, he recalled the times he attacked Mai, evading his strikes, the family's basic techniques, based on the body's nature to maximize physical potential, and when comparing what was learned to Mai's striking techniques, you found them to be remarkably similar. The patterns of both were strangely alike. He began to divide his body to see better the differences. Perhaps it is the basic techniques centered around the body. After analyzing the lines on the shoulders, he moved to the wrists and hands, while Infinity focused on the weapon. From there, he seriously concluded that understanding the basic techniques had become easier than he thought. Who knows? Maybe both share a common origin. His gaze was serious, immersed in reasoning. At that moment, in the memory of Infinity, he saw a figure bearing the traits of the Xungmu lineage. Indeed, Infinity seemed to have a very close connection with our family. At this point, he unconsciously tightened his fist, a feeling of frustration rising in his heart, as if he had just uncovered a secret from an unexpected place. With hopeful eyes and a slight smile, he said to himself, "It seems time will pass by very quickly." All the high-ranking individuals were gathering in the elders' meeting room of the Xungmu clan, in a solemn and quiet atmosphere. There was the sound of a door opening and footsteps approaching. Chu Jiang stepped in, his voice gruff, apologizing for being late. He turned to look at Ti Hong and said casually, "Oh look, a chief steward busy with 100 tasks. Why would he be interested in attending this?" He maintained his original posture. Calmly replied, "Just because I often use being busy as an excuse to not attend regularly. So this time I thought I should stop by." Chu Jiang picked up a cup of water and nodded. "Is that?" Then he gently asked, "I am sure you have heard about the martial artist actions of the youngest in the secondary line. Right?" One person there slammed the table and shouted, "Of course. Dear Elder." And the person next to him also slammed the table, yelling, "A little punk like him is not allowed to act like a warrior. What is that about? Plus, he is just an illegitimate child. Filthy." Ti Hong still sits there, arms crossed, saying nothing while the person next to him stands up shouting for justice. Rumor has it that the arrogant guy himself petitioned the head of the family, claiming that since he returned from Mount Thean Kwai, he hopes to be allowed to pass the trial. Chu Jiang glanced around, slammed the cup down on the table, his voice sounding like he was trying to suppress his anger. It seemed everyone here was misunderstanding everything. The head of the family has never made a final ruling on this matter. He only instructed that the elder should discuss it and then decide. An elder then asked, "Does the final decision rest with us?" The person next to him eagerly made his suggestion. "At this point, we can just outright reject it." The old man stroked his silver beard and exclaimed, "It can't be that simple." Chu Jiang imagined the scene that Yang described during the fight and said, "The head of the family said that the kid has martial skills comparable to a level 5 warrior and even surpassed the bloodless dream, so there is no valid reason to refuse." The old man looked far away, filled with scheming thoughts, suggesting that, before a secondary bloodline disrupts traditional order, we must find a valid justification. He then loudly asked everyone if anyone had thought of a suitable response, and a hand was raised immediately after. Ti Hong stood up at this moment and said, "May I present a few words?" Ying could tell just by looking at him what Ti Hong was up to. Ti Hong definitely did not take sides in political matters. He still clearly remembered the unfriendly looks that group gave him. The elders looked at Ti Hong like this, a neutral party, not taking sides, just pretending to be serious. Ying guessed that. Therefore, seeing Ti Hong attend this meeting, the elders all shared the same thought. It seemed he was here to defend someone, because they were both secondary sons. He thought to himself and could not help but mutter an insult in his head. And even Ti Hong knew that. It was such a shallow thought that it was obvious. A bunch of snakes in disguise. The image of the trials appeared in Yuang's mind. The 3 trials that the main line of Xungmu must go through. The selection trial, the name trial, and the warrior trial. Those from the main line who pass all 3 trials will be chosen for key positions in the family. He imagined the scene of papers flying in the wind, not without regret. They would be granted numerous powers and qualifications, which included the right to participate and speak in important meetings, which was essentially no different from being treated like an elder. Ti-hong reached into his pocket as if to pull something out. Yoon pondered. How could those old men, obsessed with pure bloodline ideals, happily accept that? He paused, questioning himself. Wait a minute. Does this kid carry some secret medicine to rely on for this? Ti-hong sighed, his mind a mess with scattered thoughts. Honestly, I really do not know if this is true anymore. Ti-hong raised his hand and proposed seriously. May I have a word? With a skeptical look, Jiang asked. Is that what the steward said? He closed his eyes, revealing deep wrinkles. And Jiang spoke up. I heard you are quite close to the youngest child. Hearing those words, he could not help but admit that his words were indeed sharp. Yet no matter how he felt inside, Ti-hong still smiled and replied. Someone who has tried so hard. How could I dismiss them? He hesitated for a moment before continuing. I just think this time it has crossed the line a bit. He could not hide his curiosity and asked back. Cross the line how? Ti-hong frankly expressed his views. The child does indeed have the qualifications. But can we really ignore tradition and order? I think the youngest also needs to understand that there are things one cannot do just as they please. Jiang asked sharply and pointedly. I thought the steward was someone who did not care much for tradition and order. Seeing the old man's shamelessness, he silently cursed him. That old man is really not easy to deal with. Ti-hong still kept his smile and replied calmly. I'm not aware of the importance of these things. It is just from the perspective of someone who works practically. I am afraid I will be constrained by a forceful approach. That is why I seem hesitant. Jiang understood him very well. I understand the steward's point now. He turned his head and asked. Then, what proposal do you intend to put forth? He replied and slowly analyzed. If Dinla has no reason to object, then we just need to create a reason. Really? This issue is not worth overthinking. Ti-hong's words rang clear. After all, the most convincing reason is that the youngest has never proven his abilities. Jiang looked at him and asked with deep concern. Did not the head of the family just recognize that only those who reach level 5 can be considered warriors? Upon hearing that, Ti-hong quickly replied. Will the head of the family certify that? He gasped in surprise at the firm attitude of the man. Ti-hong hesitated, started to speak, and then slightly gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing. That sly brat should handle it himself. Ti-hong expressed his thoughts seriously. Just set up the chessboard for him to prove himself. Jiang asked in surprise mixed with doubt about the chessboard. Are you implying a duel? Under the worried gazes of those around, he replied. Yep. Exactly. Based on the youngest's actions up to now, he definitely won't refuse. He curiously asked. Then who should he fight against? Perhaps the one who just recently became a warrior would be the most suitable. Right. But what about the young Master Jage? With that personality, he would never accept such a duel. The image of Axana with a cold, frightening smile and a knife in hand gradually appeared in Jiang's mind. He guessed. Then it is the 6th young master. Right. Ti-hong did not hesitate, replying that it was obvious. Yep. If it was Axana, then would not that be very suitable? If worried, just set limits for Xana and that would be enough. The image of her glaring at Jiang with anger was clear in his mind, making him remember earlier. Moreover, according to Miss Bitch's account, the 6th child had a grudge against that 2nd child. Jiang just expressed his opinion. I think this way is not bad at all. Then turned to ask the others around. What do the other elders think? All eyes turned towards Jiang. Everyone replied. I think Jiang is not bad. Sounds reasonable. Seeing that the majority agreed, the remaining people also followed suit. If the elder director thought so, then it should be fine. I also... Let us conclude the meeting here. Just as he turned to leave, a voice suddenly echoed from behind, making Ti-hong curious and turn around. It has been a tough day. Chief Steward. Elder Director. His shadow slowly approached, causing Jiang to feel like he was sinking into darkness. He smiled and began to praise. It seems I have misunderstood the Chief Steward for a long time. I wonder what kind of wind has blown that you granted me such an insightful look. He humbly replied. I only did what I said before. Of course, Jiang seriously said. I understand very well the Chief Steward's loyalty to the family. Suddenly, he slammed his staff down on the floor. But hey, Chief Steward. The light reflected clearly on Jiang's face. He did not hesitate to expose Ti-hong's tricks while acting. The small details are the most important. Hearing that, he just smiled with hidden meaning. Ti-hong smiled brightly, scratching his head awkwardly. Then denied. Acting. I really do not understand what you are talking about. The next statement from Jiang made him pause for a moment. His gaze, voice, every single word. He walked past Hong, while Jiang calmly revealed the truth. Chief Steward. When everyone calls him the second child, only you still insist on calling him the youngest. His voice echoed from afar. That is right. Things gradually passed. 3 weeks later, at the martial arts hall, Van's sword was slowly drawn by him. He murmured a thoughtful sentence. Today seems like it will be the last time, Mai Wang Rong asked while panting. Did you say that after being beaten up yesterday? You exclaimed confidently. Big brother has already felt it. Right. He stood in a fighting stance. Challenging. Then show me what you got. Right after that, Mai Wang Rong rushed towards where he was standing, raising the Than sword high in his hand. At the moment Mai Wang Rong attacked, he quickly raised the sword to block the strike. He used force to deflect the Than sword that was coming down from him. He laughed excitedly, then said in praise. Good. Just like that, Mai Wang Rong swung the sword down again, and he calmly used his sword to block the strike. His eyes lit up, wide open in surprise. Internally thinking. The sixth sense and demon eye. Those extraordinary perceptions open through training can sense the entire trajectory of the sword technique. You think with full confidence. We can block everything. Both of them are filled with murderous intent, heading straight toward each other. The last hit caused the ground where the two stood to sweat. Debris flying everywhere. He was knocked back by the hit. You were also knocked back. And suddenly you burst into laughter. He ran his fingers through his hair, laughed, and asked you, have you got the basics down already? It took me 3 months to fully grasp the basics. You must be a genius. You quietly observed him sitting on the ground, thinking to yourself, it took a week to feel it, 2 weeks to master it with my body, then apply magic and perfect it, a total of just 33 days. He waved in front of your watchful eyes, not forgetting to praise, always managing to surprise me. You excitedly spoke up. I will be the one to confirm that I have completely mastered the basics. He speculated that not only have you grasped the basics, but it also seems like you have uncovered something more. And you smiled slightly, your eyes on him. Nothing can be hidden from the big brother. You announced to him. Yep. I am thinking of a unique way to move. Would you like me to help? With a grateful look, you said. If big brother is willing to help, I would be very thankful. Late at night, a barren forest was covered, where not a single leaf clung to the trees. A hand firmly grasped a hunting knife, and a mocking voice continuously rang out. You pathetic useless ones. Always trying to act tough. She stood there calmly, surrounded by creatures she easily defeated. Feeling quite bored, she reflected on everything that had happened, filled with frustration and resentment. It was all because of that damn jerk. Leaving her stuck with these troublesome tasks, she walked leisurely through the puddles, mumbling to herself, Mother is still boiling with anger. It is all his fault. Suddenly, the monster behind her moved. She seemed to realize it was getting closer when the monster charged at her with its jaws wide open from behind. She did not seem fazed at all. She simply said one line, and then a streak of red light flashed quickly. The hunting knife in her hand lunged straight into the monster's head. With a cold gaze and a fierce expression, she still had 2 fingers lit with a small flame. She said loudly, I told you I was blocking it. She gently waved her hand, and immediately the knife embedded in the monster's head began to shake. The knife automatically pulled itself out of the monster's head. She gripped the hunting knife tightly, pondering, this is my 21st mission. She clenched her teeth, anger swelling with each thought, and they all involved annoying tasks like exterminating a horde of monsters. She calmly turned her back and walked away, quietly analyzing. Normally, I only handle 4 or 5 tasks a year at most. The 5-year deadline has finally passed. And when I return to the clan, that arrogant guy will come back too. From behind, a figure appeared, their voice ringing clearly. Greetings, Miss Lessex. Exana looked on with a commanding gaze, ordering, who are you? State your name. The person quickly introduced themselves. I am Gei Jixi from the 12th team of the Black Sword Brigade. She frowned, questioning suspiciously. The Black Sword Brigade. Xiana pressed further, asking, what brings you to the chief team? Geki immediately replied clearly, I come with a message from the chief. Upon hearing this, she immediately asked back, that arrogant guy. Xiana laughed loudly in a crazy, bizarre manner. She swung her whip, striking hard against the tree beside her. Xiana lowered her head. Each word she struggled to spit out was just right. He was pushing himself into a corner. Xiana laughed mockingly, her words dripping with sarcasm. The chief is not someone to mess with, is he? She opened her eyes wide with determination, commanding, tell him I received the message. Yep. Miss. Xiana drove the knife into the tree with force, sparks flying up. She excitedly said, I am really looking forward to this. Her eyes were white hot. Gritting her teeth, she promised herself, I will crush him to the bottom of the abyss. The next day, in a quiet room, Wang stepped in, his eyes full of regret. Explaining, "Sorry I am late. My training session ran a bit long." Tia Hung laughed cheerfully, her voice bright. "You made it? I heard you have mastered all the basic skills. What else is there to practice?" He quickly replied. "Yep. I still want to try a few things." He quickly got to the main point. "The specific schedule has been announced, so I want to discuss it with you." Wai Kwang squinted and smiled, gently saying to Tia Hung, "If there is an official announcement, you will go meet him." He sighed, looking quite helpless. Tia Hung asked seriously, "Aren't you worried?" He looked a bit confused and asked back, "What is there to worry about?" Wang confidently said, "Everything is going as you expected." In his mind, he recalled when Tia asked to speak with him, thinking, "Father agreed to my warrior journey." But he set 2 conditions. Memories of training with his older brother surfaced in Wai Kwang's mind. He quietly lamented, "The first condition is to master all the basic martial arts techniques." Thankfully, thanks to his brother's guidance, and what he learned about mana control techniques, he completed it in a short time. But the second condition was the real challenge. At that time, he solemnly told Wai Kwang, "Convince the elders." He responded awkwardly with a blank look. "Sorry." And Tia explained the method to Wang. "You can use any means necessary. If you can't convince them, your warrior journey won't be approved." He speaks honestly. But given your current position, it is hard to influence the Elder Council's decision. After a while of waiting, he finally came up with a plan. So he decided to create a situation that is most beneficial for himself. The image of him coming up with the plan suddenly became vivid in his mind. He chuckled gleefully, his eyes filled with pride, using proving his strength as an excuse. He arranged a match with the 6th sister. His gaze turned to Ti Hang, eagerly waiting, as he came here to ask her to influence everything according to his plan. The Elder Council would have no reason to refuse. "I hope everything goes as planned." In his mind, the image of him placing the next chess piece appeared. Through this, he wanted to create an opportunity to be allowed to go out and travel. The ability to change the situation is essential for anyone wanting to enter the political arena. This itself is also part of the challenge. Tia Hung's voice rang out, pulling him out of his thoughts. He just could not understand why she was so calm. He answered sincerely, not hiding anything, because he believes that she has arranged everything carefully. He immediately responded that this is not what I meant. Tia Hung showed clear concern on her face, slowly expressing her thoughts. "That girl. I heard you and her do not get along." He spoke up, puzzled. With Siana's personality, even just in a spar, things would not go smoothly. Why choose her in this situation? In a burst of emotion, he slammed the table and shouted, "I have a debt to settle with the 6th sister." Tia Hung refused to back down, responding immediately, "That is exactly what I wanted to say." He stood up to question, "Why can't you leave that to later? Why are you putting yourself in such a disadvantageous position?" Tia Hung clenched her fists, her voice firm and clear. "It is not that I think you can't do it." He slowly sat down. Tia Hung rubbed her head, lost in thought as she expressed her worries. "I am afraid you might get hurt somehow when facing your sister." He stared intently at the person in front of him, thoughts silently swirling in his head. "He really cares about me. What should I do now? X on. Or just let things play out?" He awkwardly spoke up, thanking her for worrying. The image of Axana and the Elder Council became increasingly clear in his mind. The 6th sister would surely try to take him down at all costs, and the Elder Council would seize the opportunity to suppress him. He clenched his fists, continuing, "So this match is not just about the warrior journey." He stood up, gently advising Ti Hung, "Of course, if you lose, it will be very embarrassing. But do not worry," he confidently affirmed without hesitation. "In this match, no matter what, you will definitely win." After a long time, the venue for the spar was decided to be the Central Martial Arts Arena. In another room, all the doors were closed. This is the largest, most spacious martial arts arena in Sungmu, and also the place where the declaration ceremony was held. He dressed formally, and as you looked outside, you thought they would not handle it quietly. You showed helplessness, sighed, and said to yourself, "No need to guess. It is definitely the Elder Director's trick." The arena outside is ready. He quickly analyzed. The central arena has a seating structure surrounding the center, clearly intending to publicly humiliate to lower our morale. You kept your eyes closed, took a deep breath, and told yourself, "But that does not matter at all." A person gradually entered the room. He continued to ponder. Even more, "What are you?" "Oh," shyly looking in, she hesitantly spoke. "Little one." She appeared confused, and he observed her and wondered. She has kept that expression all day today. You stepped forward and calmly asked, "Why do you look at me like that?" Ho felt awkward, rubbed her hands, and hesitated to reply. "It is nothing." She kept looking down. He said, "With both of us like this, How can you say it is nothing? Ho tried to speak up, and she said loudly, I hate all the arbitrary actions in this family. He listened calmly, and Ho continued to express her discomfort. I also dislike all those whispers behind my back. She struggled to grip her dress tightly, and Ho explained more clearly. Miss Lasey is a level 4 fighter, while you have just reached level 5. The difference between level 5 and level 4 is like night and day. He seemed to understand, and you added. That is why Miss Lasey is restricted in mana and can't use her secret techniques or ultimate moves. Ho still kept her head down, and she admitted. I know. Her hands began to tremble, and Ho anxiously said, but what if we lose? She painfully held her head, horrified, and continued. If I could teach a bit more about magic. Ho kept looking around, and she became even more frantic. As long as she could teach just a little bit more, she seemed to reach her limit, screaming in despair. How dare you report the endless matter to the family? Ho suddenly woke up, freezing when a voice rang out. Stop it. Sir Ho. See Ho walked in from somewhere, appearing bright and reassuring. The young master will definitely do it as usual. You took Ho's hand. Si Ho smiled and said to her, so as the master of the young master, why do not you say a few encouraging words? Ho's eyes turned gloomy, as if she was hiding a lot of worries inside. Ho remained silent. He observed her and thought, she looks like a frightened little animal. She too must have lost something in Sungbuma. The image of Ho appeared in your thoughts, and you silently told yourself, I do not know anything about her past. But if I wanted to find out, it would not be hard. You remained quiet, diving into your own thoughts. But I deliberately did not want to know. He began to step forward while still pondering, because I believe that one day, she will tell me herself, what are you doing here? Ho, you should be cheerful. This is not the time to be like that. You need to be happy. Looking at that cheerful face, Ho seemed confused and exclaimed, happy. She looked surprised. Amo. Ho's jaw dropped when he heard you say, is not today the day of magic that both you and I are studying, and is going to shine brightly? Plus, it is going to be a spectacular turnaround. A voice rang out, causing everyone to look outside. Young master, it is time to go out now. Your eyes were filled with determination as you confidently suggested, keep an eye on me. Model. I won't lose. You tightened your grip on the sword, reminding Mir. Oh, just cheer for me comfortably from the stands. You excitedly stepped outside, reassuring her. If your cheers are too quiet, I will be sad. You know, along the path to the stands, light shone inside. You walked down the path, quietly reflecting. It has been a long time since I have walked this corridor. You suddenly stopped, standing at the doorway as if affirming that since I was born, I have always tried to prove myself. You stepped out boldly. Now it is time to put an end to that proof. With the sword in hand, you confidently walked outside. Hundreds of people were watching intently, and there was already a figure on the field. Your face was full of determination as you strode forward. Suddenly, you hesitated, glancing to one side. Tutsun and Ho Jiang sat seriously in a corner, and you noticed and said, both father and stepmother have come too. Both Tiang, Jiang, and Jianke were also present. You observed and said, both uncle and the elders are here as well. You quickly shifted your gaze forward, seemingly unfazed by the words spoken. Hey, that spoiled son is there. Jiang casually extended her hand. She seemed to sarcastically remark, you are still pretty tough. Seizon expressed disdain. She continuously mocked you. I never liked your neck from the beginning. Siana tossed 2 arrows into the air. She kept saying unpleasant things. Just a spoiled child daring to hold his head high like that. It is already quite an eyesore. She pointed the arrows forward, excitedly saying, today I am going to break that neck of yours. Just watch. You smiled nonchalantly, seemingly unafraid, saying, I count on you. Liu's sister. The referee raised his hand, quickly announcing, then, from now on, the duel between Miss Liu and young Master Ku will begin. Siana quickly got into position. The referee's voice continued. Prepare. You focused on your opponent, gripping the sword tightly in your stance. Suddenly, you closed your eyes, preparing to enter a trance. Right after that, you opened your eyes wide, your gaze radiating the power of the magic eye as the referee shouted, start. The fiery knife rushed past you, and he darted away with the blade in hand. He threw them towards you. You quickly slid back, not knowing when you had circled around behind. You stood still, and you felt like you could see everything. 3 daggers coming from behind. 2 other daggers flew right in front of you. You gripped your sword tightly while analyzing, unsure when 2 daggers appeared flying from the front. Countless fiery daggers hovered around you. She was arrogant with her skills. The art of throwing knives. The powerful daggers shot out, surrounded by blazing red flames, a deadly skill created by the 6th sister. using magic and energy to propel the daggers forward. You stared forward. In her hand were countless daggers, looking like flames bursting. They should be called lost fire. Daggers flew towards you from all sides. You quickly observed and realized you could not avoid them. The sword was immediately raised high. You widened your eyes with strength. And then, a sharp slash came down. The sword seemed to tear through the air. Like thunder. Changing form, the daggers were affected by the blow. They immediately changed direction. You struggled to jump back. She voiced her annoyance, calling you a turtle. She landed. Your figure slowly appeared through the smoke. You suddenly laughed derisively. She spoke provocatively, saying she had heard a lot about the miraculous knife throwing technique of the sixth sister. Your face was completely calm. You casually told her, "Turns out it is nothing as impressive as imagined." You immediately showed your anger. She quickly reached into her clothes. She pulled out more daggers, yelling loudly, saying someone would really die. You charged towards her, still standing still. She fiercely slashed numerous times at you. You muttered to yourself, "A kid with blood still fresh dares to act so boldly." She glared angrily as if provoked. You tightened your grip on the dagger, ready to personally teach her a lesson. Daggers continuously flew towards you. You braced for each attack. You focused on observing her, analyzing her movements. The sixth sister moved like a circus performer. She was using multiple blades at once. The stabbing techniques came at bizarre angles, a skill that could only be executed with superhuman reflexes and keen perception. Suddenly you smiled mysteriously. You calmly thought. But now you began to spring up, leaping forward while thinking. Everything was just bait for this moment. You quickly rushed towards her, facing her directly to force her to attack head-on. Countless fiery daggers were ready, quickly aiming at you. You swung your sword. The slash nearly grazed her. You tightened your grip on the sword. Now was the time to unleash your move, the infinite technique. He looked terrifying as he leaned down from the car. You were almost ready to chop her down. For sure. She stared up wide-eyed, as if she was frozen, while the guy silently reminded himself, "This is dangerous." She quickly raised two knives in front of her, preparing to block the attack. "This is dangerous." The impact burst forth, a shower of sparks flying all around. Two huge forces merged together, creating a deafening shockwave. Dust filled the air. The audience in the stands murmured, "What is happening here?" Who would have thought the power of the second child would be this high? Could it just be a visual trick? He gradually emerged from the dust. Standing there looking ahead, he glared, his face showing confusion as he silently questioned, "Did I underestimate them?" The dust still swirled around Sana's feet, the atmosphere oddly quiet. She tightened her grip on the knife, grinding her teeth in frustration. At the moment of the clash, he had rolled back to disperse the impact. The knife in Xena's hand was no longer intact. She looked at it, puzzled. How could a secondary character use a technique like a family secret? Sana tossed it aside, her face full of determination, telling herself, if that hit, it would be bad. Sana quickly got up, weapon firmly in hand. Right. Does he have one more lethal move? She continued to face Y, as if inviting him. But sadly, it turned out to be that way. She channeled her strength into the knife. Sana charged like a fierce beast. She should have used it at a more crucial moment. Not now. He kept observing, focusing on noting, faster than before, but still heading straight for his center. She continuously struck towards him. He kept dodging. Sana spun in the air, raised his hand to shield himself. Sana circled behind him, that frightening face sneering. "What is it? Come on. Brag some more." Sana thrust the knife toward Y. He immediately raised his sword again. She jumped continuously at breakneck speed. He quickly assessed. Rapid and light strikes. Transforming, I defended against each blow. He narrowed his eyes to observe and analyze. Although he could block it, the speed was terrifying, making counterattacks not easy. His eyes suddenly shone brightly. He stared straight ahead. But, Auntie, I noted each of Sana's movements carefully. Everything was clearly in front of him. Why easily dodged the attack? He paused to observe and told himself, with direct observation, I can feel each blade's trajectory, and my demonic eyes can fully recognize the attack direction. Was smiled slightly, as if explaining the reason for this battle. It was also the reason I insisted on sparring with Lotus XT. Countless lightning bolts appeared around Y. He thought calmly. Because my ability is the perfect counter to La CT's techniques. Caesar, like getting caught in his gaze, felt infuriated and silently screamed. Those eyes. Sana regained composure, carefully analyzing the strengths and advantages of the sword group in their deceptive and contradictory nature. Once everything is sensed, that guy's fighting style has to be restricted too. She quickly recalled the previous attack. Sana realized and analyzed that even if she wanted to close in and exert force, she would be caught by the strategy from earlier. She began to channel her energy, electric sparks enveloping Sana, limiting this force. If I could break free just a tenth of this, I could use my advanced techniques. Sana remembered the time spent training, bitterly reflecting that for a whole year, all she thought about was getting revenge on that bastard, tearing him apart, and ruining his pride. She had killed many targets. Suna panted heavily after the fights, torturing him until he had to beg for mercy. Suna looked up and laughed maniacally, struggling to think about her current situation. Never expecting to end up like this, Suna seemed to snap back to reality, the last words echoing in her mind. Me spoke up, pulling her back to the present. As if she still had the mental space to think like that, approached Suna, arrogantly reminding her, "You should focus more." Immediately after, Y struck, and Suna quickly defended against it. She struggled to block his sword, gritting her teeth and straining herself. Then, she immediately unleashed a powerful surge of energy, mysteriously stating, "I did not intend to use this move." I looked on in amazement as Suna's power quickly enveloped the area. It transferred directly into Yai's body, causing his heart to react. A surge of energy flooded with each heartbeat. Y slowly felt this force, questioning as his magic circle became restricted. Suna jumped off the ground. She stood defiantly in front of Y, mocking him. "Turns out you have some smarts after all," she yelled in a crazed, victorious face. "Even a timid worm like you realizes you can't win without mana." I remained silent, wondering if she would use her special skill. He recognized it as the mana sealing spell. The sixth practitioner, who has a special ability. With just a slight motion, she could disrupt the flow of her opponent's magic, throwing them into chaos, losing control of their mana. If her mana capacity was superior, I can resist it, but if not, even realizing I am caught in a trap, I would still be bound with no way to escape. He stood frozen, while Siana shouted loudly, echoing throughout the arena, "Now there is no way out for you." A surge of power coursed through his body. But there was one thing she did not know. Siana's eyes widened in shock at the scene in the arena. No way. Looking at Wong, who radiated a power even stronger than before, she stammered, wondering why he could still use magic. My spells were completely different from all of theirs. Below the bright sun, a sea of people jostled, waiting, the sunlight blending with the bustling atmosphere. "It will be fine." Ju Wong was clasping her hands together, trembling slightly, reassuring herself that it would be okay. Her whole body shook with each wave of anxiety, making every breath quick and heavy. That child was truly extraordinary. Ju Wong's gaze became vacant. Her lips moved slightly as she muttered words only she could hear. Yep. It would not repeat like last time, but the negative thoughts kept looping in her mind. What if Kawa was beside her? Noticing Ju Wong trembling slightly, causing him to worry about her. The stubborn elder Ji Wong. She did not hear her words. Ju Wong closed her eyes tightly, as if wanting to hide her fear. What if she ended up in that situation again? She was lost in her own thoughts, thinking, what should I do now? Suddenly, a voice rang out in front of Ji Wong, pulling her out of the chaotic thoughts in her head. "Are you okay?" As the two of them finished speaking, another voice came from behind Ji Wong. "What kind of Kaigong skill is that?" The person next to her shook his head. "It is not a secret technique from the Sungmu clan." The next words from those two startled her. She heard that the second child just turned 15 this year. Turning towards the elder on the stage, his eyes glimmered, his body slightly leaning forward, immediately channeling his midday energy. Power of thunder and lightning. As his sword struck down, the shockwave spread out, making the ground tremble as if it would explode, forcing Sana to quickly retreat to avoid the strike. The elder swung his sword back, his sharp gaze following her as she stepped back, trying to maintain a safe distance between them. Without waiting for Sana to stabilize herself, the elder immediately launched the next move. The tip of the sword tore through the air, rushing forward at a speed and power that gave the opponent no chance to counterattack. Strong Kaigong. Fierce flame. She saw red energy streams, sharp as arrows, rushing toward her at a terrifying speed, causing her breath to catch in her chest. Before Xana could strike back, the red energy streams had tightly wrapped around her body, like invisible chains tightening around her, rendering every movement powerless. On this side, he moved as fast as the wind, rushing toward her from where he stood. Waidadong used a swift and flexible motion that left a trail of air slicing through space as he executed his technique. Strong Kaigong. Deadly wind, cutting the chains binding Sana. This made her eyes widen in disbelief, her expression filled with shock. Looking into his arrogant eyes, she clenched her jaw even tighter. How could she cut the deadly wind? On the stage, Idadong Ho's body gradually relaxed. Thunder and lightning, deadly wind, were all Kaigong skills that he and the kid had created together. Her hand clenched tightly, reflecting the determination quietly rising within her. Those chaotic emotions now seemed to be washed away. Idadong Ho's eyes gradually brightened, like a flame suddenly ignited. Yep. She had to win. Only now has she broken into a radiant smile. A true prodigy like the dawn. Looking at the chaotic rain beside her, she still could not believe it, wondering to herself, well, How could it be like this? Sana's eyes widened in shock and panic. Clearly her powers had sealed off the chaotic source of magic. How could she still use her magic now? Ong has kept her distance from her. While Siana stared intently at the person in front of her, he squinted, observing every change on her face. There was one thing that La Citi was completely unaware of. A stream of green energy enveloped Ong and the sword. He faintly smiled. My magic technique is different from ordinary people. Just using magic alone is enough to apply it. Ong slowly moved forward. Her gaze calm yet sharp, then spoke in a steady voice. Now, let me take over. With that, his entire body closed in on Xana, causing the air around them to suddenly become suffocating. Watching Ong's movements, she could only think of one word. Fast. Ong's sword swung decisively. The blade flashed in the air and knocked Xana backward. She barely managed to brace herself with her hands as she flew a considerable distance. And during the impact, Xana's arms trembled from the strong impact. Her muscles tensed, trying to keep her balance to avoid falling to the ground. Damn it. He did not know when he had brought the sword down towards her. The speed so fast that all she could hear was the wind whistling past the blade. Xana quickly retreated. The sword struck the ground. The impact sounded violently, causing the ground beneath to ripple with a wave of power. She clenched her jaw. How could it be like this? How could she be so overwhelmed? Xana was looking for ways to defeat him, each thought swirling in her mind like a fierce whirlwind. But then her gaze froze, locking in place for a moment. Then Xana subtly glanced up at the second floor of the stands. Just seeing someone up there, the atmosphere around her suddenly dropped, like a dark cloud casting a shadow over Xiana's mind. The second floor. A sharp gaze was fixated on her, cold and piercing like a sharp knife glinting in the light. She sat like a queen on the second floor, exuding an imposing yet ominous presence. Her icy stare directed straight at Xiana standing below. Looking into those eyes, she could not help but breathe rapidly. Her heart felt constricted, a sense of fear creeping deep into her heart. Sana's body began to tremble. Her lips moved. Sana concentrated all her strength into the hand holding the dagger. A vibrant orange-yellow aura radiated around her. Sana gritted his teeth, his eyes sparkling with fury, and let out a loud scream. All because of a child like that. The overwhelming force of magic around Sana left the opponent across from her astonished. The amount of magic was truly terrifying. As she looked at the dagger in her hand slowly rising, the opponent's eyes showed a moment of surprise, forcing him to channel his magic. But it did not seem to work anymore. Sana's daggers gradually transformed, splitting into many smaller ones. Floating around her, her source of magic grew stronger, spreading throughout her body like an uncontrollable raging fire. Magic enveloped the countless daggers hovering in the air. Sana raised her hand, signaling, with a semblance of tenderness. Her eyes glinted, cold and as if she wanted to devour him alive. Sana forcefully thrust her hand forward, determined to kill him no matter what. The judge in the stands immediately sprang to his feet, shouting loudly that it was against the rules. Just as he finished speaking, her daggers shot toward him at lightning speed. Blocking the way, he remained unafraid, gripping his sword tightly and gently channeling magic into the blade, his eyes gleaming with a golden light. His sword glowed as he channeled magic, waves of blue light spreading from the hilt to the blade. Suddenly, he let out a long breath. The sound echoed softly but powerfully. Then he immediately took an attacking stance. As her daggers approached closely, he swung his sword fiercely forward, the steel blade glinting in the air, but unexpectedly missed the target. Seeing this, Xana could not help but burst into a self-satisfied laugh, her laughter echoing like a mocking challenge, wondering where he struck. But right after that, her eyes widened in disbelief as she saw one of her daggers embedded straight into the ground. His body gracefully turned, the sword slicing through the air like a sharp ray of light. In this world, there are truths that are considered immutable, and magic does not perish. He watched the daggers slowly fall, embedding themselves in the ground with sharp sounds. The magic dissipated into the void and then returned to nature. Magic is infinite and cannot be lost. He gripped the sword tightly, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining daggers hovering in the air. Yet he stood impassively among the daggers stuck in the ground, his sword like a guardian. He smirked slightly. This sword can sever and annihilate magic. He looked at the sword trembling slightly in his hand, not expecting he could even use magic like this. But anyway, it had worked. His gaze turned toward her, still cold and sharp, recalling the tactics the opponent in front of him used. With his current strength, he could not completely stop her magic, so he used his dark magic to sever the connection with the dagger. He narrowed his eyes, focusing all his spirit to use his magic sight to see the magical thread connecting to the dagger. But both tasks required extraordinary concentration. You step forward confidently, lurching. Each step hits the ground like a nail, creating a solemn rhythm that tightens the space around us. Watching his actions, Xana clenches his teeth, his brow furrowed, a glimmer of tension in his eyes. Is he going to use that move again? You see him move like the wind, maintaining a certain distance from her, stepping with agility, observing his actions. Suna looks bewildered, her eyes darting around as if trying to guess his intentions. But closing the distance seems impossible. Suddenly, she sees him prepare to attack, her eyes flickering with confusion. Is he really going to strike from this distance? He just smiles slightly. That trick is a sword technique created to deal with monsters. His power radiates around him, filling the space like a powerful invisible wave, slowly channeling into the sword in his hand. From the start, distance is not an issue. His eyes widen, pouring all his strength and magical energy into the upcoming strike. An endless surge of heat, one swift swing of his sword, powerful and decisive, as if wanting to tear the sky apart. The blade gleams with a brilliant golden hue, whipping up a swirling wind throughout the space. Suna stands frozen, her gaze locked onto his swinging sword. She glares, only managing to let out a furious gasp. Damn it. A loud explosion erupts in the stands, the blast shaking the air around, debris swirling up, covering the entire area and obscuring everything inside. The smoke begins to clear, slowly revealing the scene inside. He maintains his downward strike, with a deep gash in the ground, smoke still swirling around. Suddenly, he coughs violently, his throat dry and raspy. He lowers his head, hand on half of his face, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, eyes aching from the strain of pushing his magic to the limit. He glances towards the opposite side, where the smoke is still thick, obscuring his view. But it is not over yet. He has not hit yet. He needs to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, from the thick smoke, a sharp spear darts straight at him with terrifying speed. He does not have time to react as the spear grazes his thigh, leaving a long cut. He loses his balance, his leg buckling slightly as pain radiates from the wound. From the cloud of smoke, a pair of legs bursts forth, slicing through the air at a shocking speed. Siza, with a face full of injuries, her eyes ignited with determination, swings a powerful fist towards him. Too fast. In her hand is the spear, raised and thrusting straight at him with relentless force. This moment is truly dangerous. He pushes down hard with his foot, generating immense force that causes the ground beneath him to tremble. His body steps back a pace, maintaining a safe distance from the intense pressure from Suna. But her spear has caught up with you, striking quickly like a flash and piercing straight into his chest. The air suddenly froze. Every movement seemed to be paused in that moment. The motion of the Ana vehicle remained unchanged. The spear still lodged deep in your chest. A dark red liquid flowed from his chest, soaking a patch of pure white fabric. In contrast, your sword has not pierced her yet, the shiny blade stopping just short of her chest. The Ana vehicle slowly withdrew the spear from his chest, each movement deliberate. But suddenly, she fell hard to the ground, her body losing balance and collapsing without a chance to react. You held your wounded chest, a hint of pain on your face. If I had hesitated for just 1 second, my heart would have been pierced. He glanced at her body lying in shock. At that moment they must have lost consciousness. But her body instinctively reacted to my intent. You turned your head, breathed deeply, and smiled lightly. Indeed, blood is a terrifying thing. After that, he turned to look at the two young men standing right beside. You sheathed your sword, your voice cold. What are you doing? Are not you going to take her to get help? If you leave her like this, she will die from her internal injuries. The two young men next to you suddenly came to, saying thanks. Thanks. Sighed, pointing straight behind him.
Yep.
You sighed as you watched the two young men preparing to take her for treatment. Well, you have seen it all, right? His gaze turned to the stands, where an elderly figure sat high up. The fighters of the clan. When Jiang saw your gaze, he was startled. Those stubborn old men. Then he looked at the unconscious Ana lying on the ground, and the half-siblings as well. Your hand clenched tightly, raised high. For you. Those who thought I would fail just because I was the second son. He closed his eyes. That motion was like a silent declaration. For the first time, I proved myself. Suddenly, an object flew in and hit your head. He slightly leaned to the side, his gaze quickly darting to the person who threw it. The one who threw it was Tessin, his gaze serious, but his hand was raised, a gesture full of encouragement and congratulations. Following that, a thunderous applause erupted from the stands, spreading through the space like a powerful wave of support. This left him astonished at the stands, your eyes wide with surprise as you felt the enthusiastic support from the crowd. In the stands, the resonant voice of the elder echoed, filled with excitement. My child is truly amazing. She up there waved her arms and legs with enthusiasm, her face blooming brightly. Damn it. I knew it right away. Ho worriedly tugged at the elder's sleeve. Elder, please calm down. Her shout still echoed in his ears. My child is the best. You are blushing, quickly trying to hide your flushed face. Oh my god. Even speaking has its magical charm. The Teakson group appears in the stands, quickly attracting everyone's attention, and he turns to look at them. He is the first to speak, his voice warm and deep. Truly impressive. You smile gently, your eyes sparkling, Your father probably won to be pleased. He is not the type to praise his children in front of others. Takes and looks at him with a sharp, evaluating gaze. This kid has chosen the red tee and set up the chessboard. Also picked the bad student to ensure the battle goes just as he planned. His eyes reflect seriousness and rich experience. As for the matchup, he has an advantage over anyone else. Those who do not know will think the bad student is sure to win. Takes and sinks into deep thought. It is easy to say. But among those present, how many can actually do that? He opens his mouth. His voice powerful but still remembers to praise. You have proven yourself. So I acknowledge you are qualified to leave the clan to pursue the warrior path. Places his hand on his chest. Bowing respectfully. Thanking his father. After speaking, you smile gently. Remaining silent with your head still bowed. He observes your expression and speaks. But it seems like you still have something more to say. You smile as if you have achieved your goal. You have arrived. You raise your head, calmly looking at Tyson. Clearly unable to hide from your father. Externally, the reward for this competition is the permission to participate in the warrior path. And your father can grant anything more than that. You nod slowly, your tone firm. Then I would like to ask for permission to speak. He pays attention, thinking that the person opposite must be confirmed. Of course, with the father. Even though your body still bears injuries from the duel, you stand tall and declare, I have enough strength to complete the program at the academy soon. And that has been personally verified by my father. He looks at the people in front, with a tone full of determination. I have also been to the Heavenly Favor Mountain and passed the test of the Bloodless Dream. You observe each face of Tessin, thinking that since your father has made the decision for the Elder Council, the reward must also be reported to the Elder Council. Even so, you are undeterred. Tightening your grip. I have proven everything, and the conditions are sufficient. You immediately focus on the idea that, but why does not the Elder Council believe? And continues to challenge me without reason. Step forward without hesitation. Clearly explaining, through this duel, the sixth elder was injured, and I am just barely standing here to report. His gaze slightly furrows as he looks directly into your eyes. Hearing every word you say, for me, I can help but feel that the elders are pushing me. You remain firm, holding your chest tightly. Thinking, at 15 years old, even if my words are a bit excessive, impolite, it will be forgiven. At this age, there are not many opportunities, so I must make the most of it. Meanwhile, please let me defend him. Elder Inyuan, please respond to this kid's question. Jiang only tightened his grip on the stick in his hand, remaining silent. Finally, after a tense silence, he cracked a slight smile. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding. After all, everything related to the martial artist was decided by Elder Nguyen. He just smiled knowingly and listened quietly. The family rules clearly stated there was no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. Could Elder Nguyen really break that rule? He immediately rebutted in his mind with a smirk full of implications, intentionally mentioning the term illegitimate. Well, even I have never brought up my own background. He showed a look of youthful resentment, continuing to question. Could it be that Elder Nguyen himself brought that up? Under the pressure of both logic and emotion, he finally voiced his concerns. Indeed, stepping into martial arts at such a young age, it would be hard to avoid encountering Nguyen, and he did not miss the opportunity. Immediately asking back with a tone full of doubt, if that is the case, why must it be Li Di? Everyone knows Liu Tai is much stronger than me, and yet there is a dispute about my age. He was sweating profusely as he answered. However, he was quickly pressed, stating, I have read the document. It clearly states that the challenge will be against someone who just returned from martial arts. He spoke boldly. If that is the case, should not it be Shidi who steps up? If not Shidi, then surely there are other martial artists as well. I am wide open, trying to resist your strength, but on the contrary, he was secretly laughing. This little brat has set up this game, and is using it to put Elder Nguyen in a tough spot. Meanwhile, Jiang could only provide a somewhat awkward explanation. It is just that Liu Tai is the most suitable person for the test, but he would not easily let it go. If that is really the case, then the challenge should have been conducted in a discreet place, not in front of a large crowd like this. He clenched his fist tightly, speaking clearly, so I want to hear it loud and clear. He sternly reproached. Why did Eldarin organize such a test? Tessin could not help but admire. He looked at the old man's pale face with a hint of amusement. Indeed, it is a tricky situation. If not careful, Elder Nguyen will be seen as forcing a child. Tessin quickly intervened, returning to a serious demeanor and decisively stating, that is enough. Shot an unsatisfied glance to the side, reminding him, Elder Nguyen is a respected elder in the group. Tessin pointed out the mistake made by him. It is understandable to be heated right after a match, but his words were indeed disrespectful. He lowered his head and apologized. Yep. I take full responsibility, but he firmly believed. However, That if this were just overlooked, it would not lead to a good outcome. Elder Inuyen. What do you think? The old man had not moved. Only looked over. Jiang sighed, feeling helpless inside. Just being illegitimate. And yet treated like this. It is truly disappointing. Finally, he admitted it. And I admit it too. While this examination had its difficult points to explain, the elder should also receive a deserving reward. I sincerely apologize for being disrespectful as he seriously bows his head, not stopping there. You have more to say, but I just do what I have to do. Those here heard this, each with different attitudes and perspectives. So I do not dare to hope for an excessive reward. Seeing him give this conclusion made me jump. I only asked to receive what rightfully belongs to me. A few days after the competition ended, the scenery became peaceful in the early sunlight, shining through every intricate wooden window in the room. He lay on the bed, letting out a sigh, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful expression. Then you suddenly mumbled, feeling unexpectedly sad. Remembering the favoritism of the mountain, though feeling frustrated, he still could not help but sigh, unable to go out until his body fully recovered. In his mind echoed familiar warnings. Injured one. Where do you think you are going? You can't go until you are fully healed. You felt bored with life, silently blaming yourself. If only there were a healing elixir, you would have recovered long ago. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled him and made him turn his head. You sat up, adjusting your appearance, and said, "Come in." The door opened, and a familiar voice startled him a bit. It had been a long time since they last met. Young master. Soon after, 3 close friends entered the room with bright smiles, asking if you had been well lately. Achoinha was the first to speak up, expressing a desire to visit you as soon as you returned to the clan. But hearing you were busy, he had to postpone. Kim Han then followed up with a question, asking if you were still okay. You smiled and waved your hand, saying, "Don't worry. No way I would not take a little time to meet you all." He pointed to a chair. "There. Bring that chair over here. Sit comfortably." After everyone settled in, you smiled and asked, "And you all still doing okay?" Choi and Ha nodded happily. "Of course." You smiled brightly, reminiscing about old times, mentioning you faced some troubles. But thinking back, it was just because they were too harsh on you, and that is not so bad. Kim Han, beside you, asked excitedly, "How did you train to become so strong?" Which surprised you. Before you could react, you seriously continued, "Speaking of that competition, I witnessed it firsthand." You became furious, your eyes sharp as you looked at Kim Han. Interrupting, "Soon it will be time to level up. You seem to be quite lucky." Feeling pressured, you panicked and stepped back, stammering, "Is not. How could we miss such a big event for you?" Young master. Kim kept trying to defend himself, saying, "It is not just me. Everyone was there." Right. However, when you turned around, you were surprised to see the 2 friends behind you silently looking at each other. BCO bowed and apologized, asking for forgiveness. Young master. I intended to come right after training, but I am late now, so please forgive Inha as well. Since more, BCO is also participating in the competition. I feel the same way. He waved his hand and replied, "There is nothing to be sorry about. I do not blame you." Naturally, he turned and questioned, "Kim Han, did you say something while I was away?" This made you hurriedly wave your hands in panic. Absolutely not. Looking at his friends, he smiled, thinking to himself, they have grown a lot, and then BCO have both been assigned as trainees in the Blood Tiger team and the Heavenly Palace team. Those 2 places are the top elite ranks among the warriors, combining 2 more teams. A total of 4 big teams known as the Death Squad. Kim Han decided to join the 6 Doors, the training ground in the academy. There are 2 departments: the Leaf Sword sect that specializes in sword training, and the Social sect that teaches ranged weapons. And studying both is not an easy task. His gaze softened slightly, revealing a rare tenderness as he thought. Moreover, half of the 5th-year students have also been assigned, which is truly a rare occurrence. He looked sincerely at those friends and said, "You all should do your best. In the future I will rely on you a lot." In front of him, BCO boldly replied, "Please leave it to us." Inha added with determination, "We will definitely grow up to be worthy, and not let the young master feel ashamed." After chatting, they cleaned up together to prepare to leave. "So I will take my leave," he smiled in response. "Yep. I am very glad to see you all again." Suddenly, Kim Han exclaimed, "I almost forgot. You are going to receive your reward today, right?" He turned around, chuckled softly, and asked, "Why are you so happy about me receiving the reward?" You quickly replied, your eyes shining, "It is because good things are happening for you." Young master. Unable to contain his curiosity, Kim Han immediately asked, Have you decided what you will take? You smiled a brief smile. He did not hesitate, answering briefly but confidently. Of course, at the secret storehouse. 2 guards were strictly monitoring the gate under the blazing sun. Suddenly, a vehicle came from somewhere and stopped right in front of the iron gate. The car door opened and a pair of legs in dress shoes stepped down. He slowly stepped down, looking at the surrounding scene, thinking to himself, "It has been 6 years since I last came to the storehouse." Suddenly, a voice made him flinch. Is not that the young master? It turned out to be the gatekeeper speaking. Casually asking, "May I know the purpose of your visit?" He stepped forward, handed the man a piece of paper, and calmly replied, "I have received permission to withdraw equipment from the storehouse." The gatekeeper took the paper, reviewed it, and said, "Yep. I have confirmed the document." They opened the gate and invited him in. "You may pass through now, sir." Just as he was about to enter, another voice called out, "Young master." It is still the 2 gatekeepers. They shyly raised their hands and sincerely said, "This time of the competition, I am truly deeply moved. I will also strive to improve like the young master." Then right in front of the gate, they solemnly bowed to Y. At first, you were a bit surprised, then felt happy inside. This is the first time in my life receiving such a greeting. I looked at them smiling brightly while turning back, but in his mind, he was excited. Previously, most people only looked down on me and disdained me because of my low status. You also did not forget to respond to the gatekeeper's words. Feeling that since they thought like that, I would also try harder not to let them down. Then you slowly walked inside alone, going to the area managed jointly by the Administrative Institute and the Elder Institute. Before pursuing the purpose of this trip, Y had to go through a full checkup first. If the Administrative Institute is responsible for maintenance and restoration, then research, as well as the import and export of equipment, is under the authority of the Elder Institute. Your eyes were somewhat narrowed when you heard this. So I requested compensation from the director of the Elder Institute. I recalled the scene at that time. I was just doing what I had to do, so I did not dare to hope for any unreasonable reward. Your face at that moment was very serious, expressing your desire, just hoping to receive the items that had been selected during that competition. Jiang asked in surprise. Was not it then that you chose a weapon and hung it by your side? He was confused and questioned why, at that time, you received a single weapon. Now do you want to claim ownership of both? Your gaze was calm and unflinching as you replied. According to the rules, the weapon chosen during the competition. I heard that in the end, everyone can receive it all. T. Hung, who was listening, suddenly flinched when you called his name. Unsure if I understood this correctly, sir, he helplessly muttered. Really a clever child. Then stammered in response. All right, that is indeed the case. He presented opinions that made Jiang uncomfortable. According to past customs, later people also received the remaining weapons, and the head of the family had said they would follow that precedent. He lightly stroked his beard and glanced elsewhere. Now recalling, it really was like that. His face was very displeased and unwilling. Why scoffed? Just need to choose a couple of items suitable for my status, and it is fine. Giving out a few items would not harm the Elder Institute. They probably think so. You surveyed the audience and then whispered. If the director of the Elder Institute agrees to my request in front of the guests, then the weapons in the secret vault would rightfully belong to me. Then you turned to ask, can I do that? Taixin squinted slightly at. He answered calmly. Those things will eventually come to you anyway. He politely bowed his head, thanking his father. While he was bowing, his father continued. Of course. Taixin's face was very serious as he said, as long as you demonstrate the worthy character of a master, the elders will always grant you weapons. Hesitated a bit. Truly his father. Even my schemes the elder head could not figure out. Yet father saw right through. He looked toward the elder. Moreover, the man cleverly stood on the side of the Elders Institute to close the matter. Then T-Sting ordered his subordinates. Decide which weapons will be released and give them to the young master. Back to reality. He was still moving deeper inside. Thus, I am allowed to receive 4 pieces of legendary grade weapons. He entered the elevator going up to the 2nd floor. Still deep in thought. There was not supposed to be such a generous reward. But with his father behind him, they did not dare to take any further steps. The elevator door opened. His gaze was determined. With a bit of hope. Access is restricted from the 1st to the 3rd floor only. The elder looked around the room. It was filled with all kinds of weapons. The 1st floor, where the basic weapons were stored, was not worth paying attention to. We need to choose the things that are truly useful for this journey. You raised your hand to reveal a small puff of black smoke. The elder said. Come on. Take your time to choose. The scene shifted to Maitrong's office. He and the elder were sitting across from each other drinking tea. Maitrong asked, have you decided to leave already? You replied cheerfully. Yep. Everything is ready. Outside the window, cherry blossom petals began to fall, creating a cool scene. It is spring. The weather is really nice, Maitrong said slowly with a calm expression. You are starting a long journey. There is rarely a season more suitable than this. He gently raised his head to ask. Have you said goodbye to everyone? The elder replied nonchalantly.
Yep.
As for my uncle, he is away on business, so I could not see him. At this, your face fell in frustration. It was really hard to get past the model. And he laughed heartily. I can imagine that. My Trong looked at you and asked. Have you said goodbye to your father yet? The elder burst into joyful laughter upon seeing him like that.
Yep.
He is still as strict as ever. Strict? The elder continued, causing him to feel a bit helpless. He said that since you have caused such a big issue, if you do not achieve results that satisfy him, you will be punished. Hearing that was a bit scary. His face slightly fell as he sighed. My Trong turned to you and asked calmly. Have you heard the news about the Liu sister? Sase's face also relaxed a bit and drooped.
Yep.
I heard she has gone into seclusion for cultivation. You remembered the scene where the bodyguards could not stop her, even while recovering after waking up. She had already caused chaos. After recovering, she was taken into seclusion for training by Madam Bitch. Seeing the clear worry on your face, my Trong said. In fact, no one can interfere with your warrior path. But at least for now. The Liu sister wanted to be able to come out for revenge immediately. The elder said nothing more and slowly nodded as if he understood. You fidgeted with your fingers and asked hesitantly. Brother Ha, can I ask you for a favor? To his surprise, the elder made a request. While I am getting ready for the journey, please take care of my nurse. You remembered Kawa from your past life. In the pouring rain, she desperately knocked on the door for help. They might not dare to target me directly, but targeting those close to me is not difficult. In my past life, I lost my nurse like that. My Trong understood your meaning and quickly nodded. Okay. I understand. Your nurse will stay here, where you live. Then the elder stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, This debt, I will definitely repay. He smiled kindly, responding to his younger brother. As an older brother, how could I not do such a thing? He smiled lightly and said joyfully, We will wait for the day to return after this journey ends. Then you looked up, filled with determination, and replied,
Yep.
15 years since the day I returned. The places to visit, the things to obtain, the people to meet, all filled your heart. For the first time leaving the clan, free to act, owning time that belongs to you. He used his hand to shield his eyes from the bright sunlight, a satisfied smile blooming on his face. Everything will start from here. The morning sunlight streamed through the leaves. As the woman sat under the tree leisurely sipping her tea, Weizian slowly brought the cup to her lips, gently closing her eyes to savor the flavor of the tea spreading in her mouth. Weizian set the cup back on the table. The shimmering tea still warm with steam rising, she kept her eyes closed as if speaking to the air. Report, a footstep lightly on the lush green grass, moving out with such subtlety that it seemed almost unheard. A figure with a covered face knelt down respectfully. I apologize for losing sight. Weizian's face darkened with displeasure as she looked at him. Speak clearly, he reported mechanically, not daring to look directly at her. As soon as he entered the bustling place, he lost the trail. It seemed he had anticipated being followed from the start. Weizian's slender fingers lightly glided over the rim of the cup. This is ridiculous. She circled the mouth of the cup a few times and said, Appearance can be concealed, but the essence of one's charisma remains. The helmet of the guard covered his entire face, so it was impossible to tell his expression among the weapons received as rewards after the recent duel. There seems to be something that can change both appearance and the essence of charisma. So right now it might be impossible to trace. Weizian pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke. Just a 15-year-old illegitimate child. Yet he dares to escape from the pursuit of the cursed blade I personally forged. When she examined the cup, her face was reflected back. Thinking about it, if she could not even handle this, she would have been eliminated long ago. Weizian gazed into the void with an indifferent expression. I still intended to review the plan. Yet I did not expect to lose track in a single day. Suddenly she turned back, glaring fiercely as she ordered, Keep track of the news. Weizian lowered her gaze into the bottom of the teacup and coldly said, If you see any signs, follow them immediately. And the guard shouted. Understood. Inside the tavern, it was extremely noisy. Where did that trash go to wash the dog? The people inside were drinking and playing with the dog together. The real culprit was hiding the cards up their sleeves. The noise from inside echoed outside as the door swung open. What is going on? A fight. I bet 100,000 on the bald guy. A figure with a covered head entered carrying a suspicious bag. I am betting 150,000 on the cross-eyed guy. That person went straight to the bar and started ordering drinks. A few draft beers. The tavern owner, suspicious, asked. Your face looks unfamiliar. That person slowly lowered the hood to introduce himself. I came from the north. He had put on a different skin with a pretty cool swagger. Inside the flowers. Everything's gone haywire lately. The owner brought a beer glass in front of him. Questioning. His voice sounded just like a true native. If he is Korean, Why come from the north? He casually took the beer glass and replied. Irena. Back then I did not understand anything. He continued to pry, asking for his name. He suddenly snapped back, surprising the owner. Do I really have to give my name here? The owner awkwardly changed the subject. He really seems to be a drifter. He looked at his face reflected in the beer glass and sighed. Looking closely, it really does look just like him. To change his appearance, he used a masterwork mask. When infusing magic into it, it creates an illusion over the mask. Though it consumes magic, it is a highly useful item. He was quite satisfied. Secretly smiling, using a shape-shifting device to change his looks, as long as he infused magic into it. Transforming was not difficult at all. He worriedly glanced at the people sitting behind him. It has been a long time. I hope I am at the right place. This place has some of the highest and darkest mountains. A dangerous area in the north. And this spot belongs to the self-reliant sect. The monsters have been wiped out. But it is still undeveloped. Inside are endless deep forests. And in such places, darkness always looms. Surrounded by perilous mountains and forests, there exists a village. Drifting through all the dangerous areas in the world. A village established by those who use martial arts, magic, and sorcery to commit crimes. Also known as the hideout of drifters. Over the years, this place has sunk into a sea of fire. And there have been those who tried to destroy the hideout. They brutally killed and burned villages. But there have been times when drifters hiding caused terrible damage. The handshakes of those in power outside the light felt like a step ahead. The handshakes of those in power outside the light felt like a step ahead. The tavern where he arrived was among them. And this is the largest drifter gathering spot in Korea. Criminal elements converge here. And secrets follow suit. He recalled old stories. A hint of sadness appeared on his face. To avoid the gaze of the clan, I once hid here. But eventually got discovered. In his heart, he had his own calculations. The reason I chose this place as the first destination for the martial artist journey was that he suddenly spoke, startling the owner. May I ask something? His gaze showed an indescribable determination. Before I was at the Long Sheep Camp, but now who manages this place? The owner kept wiping the glass. Knowing what for, he tried to come up with a valid reason. I do not want to die unjustly because of ignorance. At least I should understand the situation to know how to proceed. His next insinuation made him furrow his brows. It is not easy to say. But a single beer might not be enough for me to speak. You slammed a stack of cash on the table and said loudly. Here. 100,000. One eyebrow of yours raised. Get me some snacks to go with the beer. Please. The boss smiled happily. Quite to my liking. He slowly handed over a plate of peanuts and said, This place has been managed by Baekchozu, the boss here, for 10 years. Even if you go to China. You must have heard of him, Waiwang quickly replied. Of course. Why would not I? His heart fluttered slightly. Just as he expected, a tall man with hands that frequently took the lives of others. The tyrant Baekchozu. He was also a greedy man. Before, when he was an official fighter, he killed his master and became a drifter. In his past life, Baekchozu was a notorious figure in the underground world of Korea. And by the time he was just over 30, he had taken control of the BH Cut faction and started manipulating the black market. Waiwang absent-mindedly scratched the table with his fingers. Now was surely the time for the best goods to appear. But the person we needed to find was not Baekchozu. A moment later, you smiled smugly. In your past life, that item fell into the hands of the Sungmu family. This time, I must get it first. The dark clouds were gradually covering the stars in the sky, and a gentle wind swayed the branches above. A large villa stood quietly in the middle of the pine forest. Baekchozu's villa. A hand tightly gripped a stack of documents. The sound of the papers rustling echoed as the hand waved. Chozu slapped the paper and chuckled softly. Indeed, the black market was even more lucrative than those street drug dealers. The leader of the Bech Kekel faction. Baekchozu. He cheerfully laughed and said to Jinsu. The executive director in Jinsu has worked really hard. He lowered his head. Somewhat unwilling. Indeed, I was not wrong to bring people here. The executive director in Jinsu. Chozu still maintained that sly smile, with a hint of something unpleasant in it. Then he spoke loudly, causing Jinsu to freeze. It should be said, the Jinsu line. Chozu placed the documents on the table, needing to keep a proper expression. He swayed closer to Jinsu. I told you. Right. I won't force you. Kozu put his hand on Jinsu's shoulder and lowered his voice. If you think you can handle it, you can leave any time. His whole body was tense. His mouth forced into a strained smile. Jinsu said just one sentence, but he stammered a few times. I will be more careful. Chozu turned away to remind him. Yeah. Smiling like this looks much better. I really value you. Jinsu. He shot a glance at Jinsu, reminding him. Aren't you the one who went to a prestigious university and made a lot of money? All thanks to me. He only knew to lower his head in resignation. Yep, sir. Chozu started looking at the paperwork covered in text on the table. Getting back to business, he leaned on the table, sighing. This time the turnout was too low. I am a bit worried. But it turns out the nobility likes it this way. Chozu's pupils instinctively narrowed with cunning. Still, what if we tried to increase the ticket numbers a bit? Jinsu blinked slightly, proposing to keep the number of invitations very low and only distribute them quarterly, which would help maintain the current clientele. He shrugged his shoulders, showing he understood. Right. Jinsu will definitely handle it well. No matter how bright the moonlight outside is, it can't illuminate the heart of the one who resides in this villa. But remember, our goal is not this miserable hideout, but a place much higher up there. Jinsu wrapped his arms around himself, not daring to move while Chosu was rambling. He had once said he wanted to stop doing shady things like this. Had not he? Jinsu. The moonlight from outside began to cast its glow on him. What we need to take from the black market is money and connections. The darkness. Chosu was like a demon gradually revealing himself under the moonlight by the window. With that, we will step into the spotlight.